We're going to start with brow products. There are 11 products in my entire brow category, and this category has three subcategories, which are gel, pen or pencil, and then powder. There was 12 at the beginning of the year, but per my last rehab, you guys will know that I emptied one of these guys this year. One that I had been working on for almost a year, let's be honest. These guys last forever. So this is the three brow product categories I have in entirety. There are 11 products. I currently have two colored brow gels, and these actually are quite nice. I love the Benefit Gimme Brow, and these ones are in cool gray, both of them. I purchased, the reason why I have two and both of them are open and both of them are in use is because I purchased one while I was out and about working. I had been traveling and forgot to bring a brow gel or brow pencil with me, period. So I did purchase one so that I was able to keep my brows in check while I was traveling for work. So that is why I have two, because one was sitting at home open when I had to purchase the other one. I didn't have to purchase the other one, no, but it was easier and more cost effective to purchase one of these versus another brow pencil and another brow gel. And that's just how I did it. So I do believe that this one is the older one because it's a little bit more scuffed up, but I can't be certain. And the other one had been open for not very long when I ended up purchasing the new one. So these will obviously stay. None of my brow products are going to go, I don't think. This one would be the only one that's on the like hit list, but I don't really think it's going to go either because I use it occasionally. That said, I think that you guys can tell I have a type. Most of my brow products are Benefit brow products. I just love Benefit brow products, period. And I have the Benefit 24-hour brow setter. This is my holy grail everyday brow product. If I'm not wearing anything in my brows, you can be assured that I am wearing this every single day. And I do have a backup of that. Not because I purchased it. I did work for Ulta Beauty. I got a lot of gratis. I was a field business leader, so I worked in tandem with a lot of the brands, Benefit being one of them. So I had plenty of account managers for Benefit that I partnered with, and we got a lot in gratis. This is the last of my backups of the 24-hour brow setter that I received in gratis, and I think I received this in September of last year. Not last year, 2024. I was laid off in 2025, so this is from 2024, but they last forever. So these two are my colored option and clear option for a more, I guess, heavy duty gel. These are both what I would consider an eyebrow wax, even though this one calls itself a gel. I feel like it's more of a waxy substance. This is the Precisely My Brow Wax by Benefit, and this is my colored brow wax option. It is in the shade Cool Gray, which is the color that I use in the pencils and the color that I use in the Gimme Brow. But this is more of a formula that's going to make my brows stand up, stand at attention, be kind of crunchy at the end of the day, but definitely not move. Whereas these guys, you can pretty much depend on for a more natural brow look while still also a tamed natural brow look. This one isn't quite as natural as those ones. This one is my clear option that does the same thing that this does. So stand at attention, they're saluting, they are not moving at all. This is that product for me. So dependent on the occasion and dependent on how I feel about using a pencil or how I feel about my brows in the moment, these are my more natural brow appearance gels, and these are my stand at attention, more for like, think informal, formal kind of brow options. I love all of them for different reasons. Again, these are colored, these are clear, this one's colored, this one's clear. So I wouldn't get rid of any of those, even though there are, in many people's view, 6 different products here that do the same exact thing. To me, they don't. They do different things. So another category in this main category is powder, and I only have one of those. This is a product that came into my collection actually in 2023, and I feel like maybe some people are going to go, okay, just declutter it already because I've never used it. But I want to. I want to try it. It intrigues me, so I will hang on to it. This one is in the shade Neutral Deep Brown, or 4.5. I think that's why I haven't tried it. I really have an affinity for cool gray. So, because I have vivids in my hair, it is a color that goes really well in my brows, and I think that's why I haven't tried this. But I really do want to try it. It might be one of those projects or products that I pull into my Decapanium or my Project 10 uses at one point in time, because I don't think it's going to be something that I just naturally reach for in any other way, but I'm going to keep it because I want to try it, even though it's been in my collection since late 2023 and has yet to be used. Is that silly? Probably. Do I care? No. 11 products in this category is nothing. I mean, it's not a problem category, obviously. So the fact that I hang on to that, I don't feel like is a problem at all. So these are the last subcategory in this category, which is pen or pencil. And I do only have 4 of them. These aren't anything that I try and have backups of because it takes forever to go through a pencil. Truly. This one alone will last me probably a year. And I haven't even started using it yet because I am using this one. This one is a pen, and it's the only pen, which is why it's still in a box. I haven't tried it yet. I'm honestly a little bit scared to try it, to be honest. And it also is in Neutral Deep Brown, shade 4.5, because they don't have a cool gray option, or didn't have a cool gray option in this when I got it in gratis. So I will hold on to this because I do want to try it. As far as the pencils go, though, this one will likely last years. I think the last time I had one of these, it took me well over a year to use it up. And I know that my friend Erin had one in her project pen as well, I believe, and it took her well over a year to get hers done as well. I thought I still had the bottom of this pencil because it's got a wonderful spoolie on it. I really like this spoolie. I'm not sure what's different about this spoolie, but it is one of my favorites. This is a sharpenable pencil, and it does have fibers in it, much like the Gimme Brow does. I know I didn't mention that when I was talking about Gimme Brow, but this is a brow gel that is not only colored but has fibers in it, so it makes your brows look more full. I don't necessarily need that as a product for myself, but I do like this brow gel overall. I like the pencil for the same reason. This one is brand new in my collection. I haven't used it yet. This also came to me in gratis at the tail end of 2024. Or right before I was laid off in January. I cannot remember which, but really happy to have that in my collection. Really happy to have had the insight to purchase that product with the gratis dollars that I was given from one of my account managers, because otherwise I would be almost out of my brow products. In terms of pencils. This one is the one that is currently in use. Both of these are technically currently in use. This is my favorite. This is the Precisely My Brow Pencil. And it's my favorite because it's just really such a thin pencil line. And I don't have any problems using it in my brows, making my brows look like, it's really natural hairs. This one isn't going to put the fibers and make your brows look thicker. It's just going to be a really workhorse brow pencil. I really love this brow pencil, and will probably honestly repurchase it even when I'm not receiving it in gratis. I like it spoolie too, but man, there's just something about this spoolie that doesn't feel the same as this spoolie, even though I think that they're probably the same, if I'm honest with you. This is $26, I believe, but it is a brow pencil that I will continue to purchase because every other brow pencil that I have used is really, really warm or appears really, really warm on me. And I gave away a NYX one in espresso to my sister last year that I thought might be able to be a dupe to this, but I'm unable to wear it because it comes out very warm, honestly, on my skin tone and in my brows, and I don't love it with my vivid hair color. I also don't really love this one with my vivid hair color, but I do wear it occasionally. This is the ABH Brow Definer, and this one's in soft brown. It's got a nice spoolie on it too, but it is a really big spoolie, so I don't really love that spoolie a lot. This one has a nice like triangular shape to it, which is quite a bit different from this one, which is why I keep this in my collection. I actually do use this sometimes to soften up the edges, to give this one a slightly warmer appearance when my hair is starting to grow out, because my natural hair color, outside of the grays that is in my hair, my natural hair color is a little bit warm, and as my vivids start to fade and blend together a little bit more, they also show up a little bit more warm on my head. So that is the reason why I keep the products that I do have, from the 3 pencils that I have to the 6 brow gels that I have, and then only one each of these products. But I think my brow category is pretty well in check, so none of these are going to be going anywhere. Okay, this is what is in my major category lashes. My major category lashes includes 2 different subcategories. One is mascara and one is lash primer or serum or other. These are all the products that are in that category. There are 26 items in this category. Of those 26 items, I have 6 that are lashes, lash primers or serums or other, and then I have 20 of them that are mascaras. There was 27 of these in the collection when I did my inventory. I have since emptied 1 mascara, which you guys would have seen in my makeup rehab last month. That said, these are the ones that are in use right now, so I'll walk through those really quick. This is my Lancome Cils Booster, which is a primer, and I use it fairly frequently when if I am wearing mascara. I do use this probably, I would say, 50% of the time. I don't use it every single time, but I do use it 50% of the time. Sometimes I just don't feel like my lashes need it, so I don't use it, but it is great. This is a repurchase for me, and I did purchase this with points last year because the one that I had in use prior to this one, I did empty last year. And I don't ever want to be without a lash primer that I feel like really works, and this one I feel like really works. It is expensive, but I feel like it's a great product, so I will likely continue to purchase it. I have the 2 current mascaras that I'm using pretty much daily. I do like to, I don't know, layer or marry my mascaras to make them what I want in terms of length and volume and all the things. Dependability, the fact that it's not going to flake all over my face, those things. So I do currently have the Tartelette 2B mascara in rotation. This one, I opened in September. I've been putting stickers or tape on my mascaras and labeling them from when I opened them. This one probably should go. I've been noticing over the last several weeks when I am trying to use it that it's really just not doing what I want it to do, so it really should go. Although I have a hard time And I know it's been way too long. I have a hard time getting rid of it because I feel like it's still really juicy in there, but maybe it's more like thick than it is juicy. If that makes any sense. So I should probably, this will likely show up in my empties for my makeup rehab that goes up in March, because it really has been open since September and probably should go. Looks like this one was opened and started to be in use in November, so it also should go. This one I can tell more that it needs to go, because even though it comes out there, sounds super juicy, it is really bothering my eyes, and it didn't used to bother my eyes before. The spoolie on this one isn't necessarily my favorite. I do like a silicone spoolie. I do like a silicone spoolie. I like kind of like a tree shaped spoolie more than I like these bushy ones, but these ones do give a lot of volume, and that's what I would say this one does. It gives a lot of volume, which I 100% appreciate out of it. And it was good. It's a great mascara. I don't mind it, but it was also opened well over 3 months ago and probably should go. And this one more so than the other one, maybe because this one is bothering my eyes, whereas the Tarte one is not. But the Tarte one is old enough that it should go as well. So both of those you will likely see in my empties for the month in my makeup rehab. Now these ones I don't have a sticker on, but I do know that they have been open for what feels like forever. But with that, I will say that I have used them, so they've been opened and used far less frequently than, say, like my regular black mascara. It's not every day that I'm wearing a brown or a blue or a maroon mascara. So I kind of give these ones a little bit more of a break because, number one, they're expensive. Number two, you're not going to wear them every day. Number three, they are still really, really juicy in there. So I know that they're still okay. This one, the like tubing is starting to be really weird, so I might get rid of that one just because the tubing is starting to, like, I don't know, pinch or something. Wait, every time I try to take the spoolie out of it. That's been an ongoing issue though since I opened it, so it's not a problem due to age. This one I've literally used maybe twice. Like I said, these are open far less frequently than my black ones are. I don't use them every single day. This one, like I said, I've used twice. I've used the blue one probably the most, but these ones stay open and active in my collection until they start bothering me. And then you can see I do have backups of two of the colors because brown I can get in anything, but I really like the Bad Gal Bang. It's one of my favorite mascara formulas. So I love that I can get colored options in it. And these ones are open and will stay open in my collection for now. Okay. So the 6 items that are listed as my other items are these guys. And that is because this is a lash serum. This is a lash serum. This is a lash serum. This is what is called a dry shampoo. Lash dry shampoo, which I think is ridiculous. I use it honestly as a bottom lash mascara because it works really well for that. But it is still listed in my others because it is technically an other. And then this is a lash primer. So I've not tried this lash primer. I don't know how well this lash primer stacks up to the Lancome one, so I can't speak to it. But I will be trying this one when my other one from Lancome is gone. This I got in gratis. I probably should let this guy go. I'm pretty sure this is, I don't know, expired? Do these expire? I don't see an expiry date on it. It's not been opened. So there's that. This is a Sugar Bear Hair Lash Care Vitamin Serum. It's a 3-month vial. So, and then this one is a 4-week supply Grande Lash MD Lash Serum that I got as I think a birthday gift from Ulta Beauty this year. These two also came in gratis. This one is the Clinique High Impact Lash Amplifying Serum. This one I think I got in gratis again right before I was laid off from my job. And then this one I got in gratis many moons ago, honestly. But again, it's not open and it's just being used on my eyes. So I don't see an expiration date on it. So I will keep it. And I use it as a bottom lash mascara because it works really well for bottom lash mascara for me. The wand on it is really, really tight and small. These are all of the mascaras that I currently have in my collection. You can see again, I have a type of mascara that I like. Again, I really do like the Benefit mascaras. My favorite Benefit mascaras are these two here. So FanFest and Bad Gal Bang. Those are my favorite even for the colored options. So I have 4 Bad Gal Bangs in backup that are black, 2 that are colored, and 1 that is a black waterproof. And then I also have 1 FanFest that is in backup. These were all of these were given to me in gratis. Again, they're just going onto my eyes, so I will hold on to them until I open them up and use them and see how long they last beyond that. That might be why some of my mascaras aren't lasting even the 3 months that they tell you a mascara should be thrown out at. That's okay with me as long as I am getting some use out of these. I would hate to just toss them. And I know that there are probably several of you that would be like, ew, that's so gross. You haven't worked in Ulta in over a year. Those are over a year old. You guys, some products sit on the shelf for a very, very long time. So these are just sitting on the shelf in my personal Sephora store. These will get used for sure. They are some of my favorites. They have the long, skinny, like tree wand, and I love me a Bad Gal Bang mascara. The wands for them look like this. It's one of my favorites. And the FanFest wand looks a little bit different. It is a little bit more of that bushy, volumizing kind of wand, whereas this one's more of a, well, it says it's a volumizing mascara. I do feel like it's more of a lengthening mascara than it is a volumizing mascara. But this one helps it out. I typically will wear these guys in tandem because between the two of them, they do everything I want a mascara to do. I would say this one probably honestly does everything I want a mascara to do. I don't need much more if I'm going to be using that one because this one also is next to waterproof. But between the two of them, I can't decide which one's my favorite mascara formulation. Bad Gal Bang was for a very long time, which is why I have so many of those. This one I just recently got in a free gift with purchase when I was shopping Sephora with my Ulta with my points. This is the Ulta Beauty Collection Curled Up Curling Mascara. I don't really love a curling mascara. Maybe I should. I don't know. I've never really used a curling mascara all that much, so why I don't love them, I'm not sure. But my mom likes a good curling mascara, so I might give that to her. But I also just kind of want to try the Ulta Beauty Collection mascaras to see how they fare, because some items in Ulta Beauty Collection are fantastic and really rival their, high-end dupe. And some of them are just not. So I would really like to try this. I'm not a huge fan of curling mascaras, but I'm still going to keep it in my collection because I would like to try it. Another reason why I keep some of these things in my collection is because my mom often asks me for some of these products, and I like to have the product to give to her when I can. These two mascaras are also by Benefit. They're Real Magnet mascaras, and these were fantastic mascaras when they came out. Everybody was so excited about them. I found that these kind of, they lift and lengthen your mascaras. They also lengthen in like a way that is interesting because it has a magnetically charged core that's supposed to draw your lashes out to extreme lengths, which is, it can't possibly make your lashes any longer than they are without fibers, and I do think that the fibers in here mess with my eyes. So I'm not 100% sure I love this mascara anymore. I have these two, would love to try these two, and these guys came to me in October of 2024 in gratis. So, they're not that old. I will definitely try them. I have this one that I received in a sample pack from somewhere. I'm not sure where. Maybe it was Sephora. I'm not sure, but this is the Buxom mascara. I think it's just called mascara. It says it's a lash mascara that visibly volumizes and lengthens for a fuller lash look. I had a Buxom mascara that I was using late last year that I really actually quite liked. So I am interested in trying that one. The Lancome Les Hypnose is a beautiful mascara that I've had in my collection for a very long time. This is a glass component, and it is so pretty that I have a hard time wanting to get rid of it. But it is a mascara that I think I have kept for giving to my mom when she needs one. I'm not a huge fan of this mascara. I tried a sample of this at one point in time, and I think, anyways, and I've heard that this one actually is a little bit more natural. Even though it says Les Hypnose, you think hypnose drama, you think it's going to be amazing, and on the back it shows that it's a lot amazing, but I've heard it's actually not. So this is supposed to be a sculptural, volumizing, and revitalizing care serum infused volumizing mascara. I don't know. It could be good. It could be bad. I'm not sure. I haven't tried it yet. I have the Lancome Lash Idole. This one is a waterproof version. I just finished off a non-waterproof version. I actually quite like this mascara. This one is for lifting and volumizing your lashes, and I feel like it does a good job of volumizing for sure. I'm not sure about lifting, but it does a good job with volumizing for sure. This is a waterproof version. I don't typically use waterproof labeled waterproof mascaras, but I do like the Lash Idole mascara, so I'm going to keep it around. It does have a little bit of a curled wand, which lends you to believe it's also going to curl your lashes. I don't feel like it does that. I don't know. It's a great mascara. I just haven't opened it up yet. Again, that came to me in gratis, and this also came to me in gratis. This is a Grande mascara, which is infused with peptides and is also kind of a conditioning mascara for help with the serums and all the things that you're doing to your lashes. It is supposed to help keep your lashes healthy. I haven't used this. I don't really 100% love the Grande Lash components. I think I've talked about this before. I'm not going to hold on to it wholeheartedly, but these components, this brushed metal, really kind of grosses me out. It hurts my teeth to touch them. So I have a really hard time even thinking about using this. So I honestly think that I also have this left in my collection as a product that I will give to my mom when she needs a new mascara. So these are all 26 of the products that are in my lashes category within my inventory. And again, that just includes the 2 subcategories for mascara and lash primer and serum, or other. And we're not going to get rid of any of them. I can see these 2 leaving because, like I said, I will give those to my mom. These 2 could potentially leave as well. The rest of them I will keep for me for personal use. And this is why I have on my list of things that I cannot buy mascaras, or have had on my list of things that I could not buy mascaras for so long. And this year I have to empty 5 mascaras before I'm able to purchase even one. So far I've emptied 1. These ones are open but are not ready to go yet. These 2 will likely be in the next empties. So this will make 3 mascaras that I've emptied this year, but I have still so many to go through, and I typically have so many that are open at one time. Usually there's 2 or 3 black ones open at a time, and then 1 of each of the colors open at a time. So I'm not afraid that I'm not going to go through my mascaras, but this is actually a quite small mascara collection compared to some of the mascara collections I've had in the past. So I'm actually pretty pleased with the number that is here, and these two might go in the empties, but other than that, we're not decluttering any of these. Okay, so these are all the palettes that contain my magnetic singles in them, and I'm not going to walk through every single one of them, to be honest. There are way too many, and I would be tempted to swatch them all, and we would be here all day. But I want to make sure that you guys see them all at the very minimum, and then like I can walk through like the gist of what they are. So I have 6 different palettes that house my single shadows right now. This one is housing all the single eyeshadows that I pull in to the eyeshadow roulette project that I do with Andy, Leanna, and Melissa, to make sure that I have just a place to house them. We picked 10 shades out of our single eyeshadow collection and used them 5 times, and you guys are seeing kind of a sneak peek at what it looks like, but it's upside down, so I don't know if you can actually tell what's going on. These are 8 of the shades, and then the other 2 that I have in rotation right now contain singles, and that is because I also made it a point to put the contained singles also in my spreadsheet or my decision wheel, because those also don't see the right amount of action that they should. So I pulled these directly from these palettes here. So this isn't a palette that's normally filled with a bunch, but it does have the eyeshadows that I am utilizing through Palette Roulette. This one is just everyday eyeshadows for me. You can see 2 of them have pans on them. This one is just an everyday like cream colored eyeshadow that I might use to set my eye primer with. This one is a really pretty kind of shimmery, but not shimmery. I guess sheeny is a better word for it. Pink, that I use often to just use as a single eyeshadow all over the lid or in my inner corner. So I have it readily available for me to use as well. And it also has a big pan in it. So I just wanted to put it into a palette that I have here on my vanity, so I remember to use it often, because eventually I'd love to go through an eyeshadow. That would be super fab. And then this one is just a really pretty powdered holographic shade. All 3 of these shadows came out of the Winky Lux Kitten palette that I got from BoxyCharm many moons ago, and I like Winky Lux as a brand, but that palette was just so old and it just didn't perform anymore, but these shades did. So I went ahead and pulled that palette apart and pulled these shades into like a little single palette for me. But this sits on top of my vanity with the eyeshadow roulette shadows, because I use these actually quite often. Not every day, but I do use these often enough that I don't want to go searching through these guys every single time I want to use them. So I have them sitting on my vanity all the time. Let's do this one. Is my palette of Cleona Cosmetics shadows, if I can get it open. So these are some of the multi-chrome shadows that I have in my Cleona collection. There's 2 missing from here. I do have 17 of their shades, which isn't a lot, but I spent a lot of money to get these way back when. They're in their own separate container because I want to make sure that they don't get damaged, you know, if they should fall out or whatnot. They're just contained in their own little home, because they're also just super different from the rest of my eyeshadows. But these are the only 17, including the 2 that are in here, Cleona eyeshadows that I have. And then I have some Divina shadows in here. These are the ones that I picked up with my gift card that Andy gave me for my birthday. And I do have some in these guys as well. There's one in here that I'm currently using. It is this one here, called Kazukals. They're so pretty. Divina was an eyeshadow formula that had been on my list for years, but I hadn't tried until Andy sent me some singles from Divina. She just picked 4 different Divina eyeshadows and sent them to me, which is crazy. I was like astounded. And then I loved them so much. And then she got me a $50 gift card for my birthday. So these are the ones that I picked up in my birthday haul. And then there are some in here as well. Eventually these will probably get placed into these along with all the other things. I just haven't done that yet because I mean, my birthday was just a few months ago. I understand it was last year, but my birthday was just a few months ago. I've gotten use out of these, but not nearly the use I want to get out of these. So those will stay in there for a while. Eventually, they'll probably go back in here. So in my spreadsheet, I have these as the Adept Cosmetics Magnetic Palette Gold, because this guy here is gold, and then rose gold because this guy here is rose gold. And that's how I tell the difference with them in my spreadsheets. But this one is full of my pinks and blues and greens and purples. So this is what that collection looks like. This one is a Divina eyeshadow right there. That one's Nomad. I think there's one other Divina in here somewhere. Maybe not. Most of these are Sydney Grace. There's a couple of random like Ofra in here. This one is like an Elizabeth Mott that I got in a BoxyCharm. I have a couple of like, this one is Tea Garden from ColourPop, and then this one is Glass Bowl from ColourPop. And there's a couple in here somewhere that are from ColourPop, but the rest of these are Sydney Grace. Oh, this one's from Nomad. This one Andy sent me. The Copacetic Andy sent me. This Divina Andy sent me. But for the most part, these are Divina shadows. Not Divina. These are Sydney Grace shadows that I picked up in their Christmas in July sale. So this was for a very long time the favorite of my magnetic palettes, and you can see that some are missing. Those ones are shadows that are in the eyeshadow roulette that I do. This one has kind of like the neutral section over here. This is what I would be considering like a neutral, right? Yellows, kind of oranges and peachiness, and then browns and blacks and grays. Over here, I was storing like new single shadows to me, and like chopping block shadows to me, and like decluttered palette recluttered singles shadows to me. So like these square ones are from the Reina del Caribe palette by Alamar Cosmetics. These ones are from the Color Drain Vivid Pigments palettes. This one is from a ColourPop palette. This one and this one are both from, and this one here are all three from a different Color Drain, the Color Drain Berry Cute palette. These 3 are from Andy. This is Cinder Bloom. This is another Divina shadow. Oops, God bless America. That she sent me. And then this one is this one's Frozen Waves. Another one she sent me. And I think the other 2. No, where's Half Sea Fog? I think Half Sea Fog is the one that's in this palette here. So those are ones that she sent me before she sent me the gift card. She also sent me this one that's by Nomad, and this one here by Copacetic Cosmetics, which is another brand that I hadn't tried until she sent me those. But this is where the incoming singles are kind of housed until I decide whether I'm going to keep them in my collection or no. I had decided all of these were staying in my collection. The ones that Andy sent me, that was no contest. They were staying. They were brand new. I just hadn't tried them yet. But like my depotted ones, I wasn't sure about until I utilized them in like a build your own palette or something like that. That said, that is what is housed on this side of this palette, because I really just don't have anywhere else to store incoming, because I'm using all the other little palettes for other reasons. I need to get, I guess, another magnetic palette, but I also don't have a whole lot of magnetic singles. Do I want more? Sure. Do I have them? Not really. So I do have 153 magnetic singles, and those will stay in my collection until I utilize them through my project with Andy and Leanna and Melissa and decide whether I want to keep them in my collection or not. But those are all the single eyeshadows that I have in my collection. I think with that, that was the end of this video. And I think another portion of this had an outro in it. I forgot an outro in my brows and lashes, but I think actually I cut that short. This part of my collection is what I call contained singles. So this is part of my singles collection. But these are the ones that are in containers that I haven't pulled out and put into like a magnetic palette or anything like that. Most of them are ColourPop, which also could be considered, I guess, cream shadows. But I just have them in my contained shadow section because they're less cream than the other ones that I already discussed in the cream eyeshadows section. So this collection has 30 single eyeshadows in it, including the new one that I just got with my gift card that you guys saw in my Ulta gift card haul. And let's walk through them. So this is the Danessa Myricks Lightwork Volume 4 First Look, and she came out with this before she did the palette itself. This is the shade Paradise, and it is one of her pressed chrome flakes. So like when you dip your fingers into it or anything, like you're gonna get like flakies, which I love, love, love. And this is just so much easier to pull in than the big palette. So I actually use this quite often. I know it doesn't look like it, but I do. You just don't need a whole lot of it to make it work for you. And I enjoy having this. And I did get this in friend mail from one of my subscribers who is fantastic. This one will stay. I enjoy it and I do use it. This is my Chantecaille Sunbeam Cheek and Eye Shade in the shade Ray. And you know, truth be told, I could probably declutter this and not really notice it even being out of my collection. I don't use it a whole lot. It's initially meant as a cheek and eye shade, right? So a bronzer topper or an eyeshadow. I do use it as an eyeshadow, which is why it is in my eyeshadow section. But I really just don't use it that much, right? But I also don't use any of these that much, to be honest. So I will keep it in because it is truly beautiful when you do use it. It is a gorgeous, just like really bronzy, shiny color, and it's truly beautiful. And I have used it. You guys can see the, you know, imprint on it is... it's not 100% anymore. So I have used it. I just don't use it a lot. But like I said, I don't use any of these a lot. I can't just get rid of it because I don't use it a lot. Because I don't use any of them a lot. These are my two Moondust shadows that are in their own containers. This one is the shade Solstice, which is kind of like a red base, almost like taupey shade, but it is super pretty. I use it a lot to like maybe tone down something that is just way too warm for me. Honestly, I enjoy this shade a lot. And then I have this one, which is Glitter Rock, and this one I actually got in gratis, and I haven't used it nearly as much, but I have used it quite a bit. It is a beautiful kind of like lilac-y purple, just really super sparkly shade. Nothing like super special about it, but I do like it a lot. I have these two from Il Maquillage. This green one is in the shade Jackpot. This has been in a like project before. I think it was maybe in a deck of panning at one point in time for like a favorite color item. So I did get a lot of use out of this. These are really kind of thick, but also really just truly beautiful shiny shades. So I keep them around. The palette, or the structure of the single shadow palette or container is really super luxe. It's metal and feels really nice in the hands, so I'll hold on to that. And this one is in the shade Newsflash, and it is kind of a coppery red tone. Really pretty. I guess that's a little bit more brown. It's so pretty. It's kind of like a rusty red, I guess. I'm trying not to swatch a whole lot because my hands are raw from the swatching. You guys know that my hands get that way, so I'll show you guys on my fingers, but I'm not going to swatch on my hands right now. They're trashed. This is my City Color Glow Pro in the shade Nebula, and I think this is initially supposed to be a highlighter, but I use it a lot as an eyeshadow versus a highlighter. So this is what that guy looks like, and it is just a really pretty, like, out of this world type of shade. It is super, super pretty. I like using it a lot as a single eyeshadow, so that's why I ended up putting it in my single eyeshadow stash. Same goes for this Becca Light Chaser, and this is light chaser for face and eyes, so it was meant to be a cheek or eye product. This one is in the shade Amethyst Flashes Geode. It kind of reminds me of the Solstice shade by Urban Decay, maybe more pink in tone, peachy in tone. It's got a lot more of a base to it. It's got this really beautiful, like, pinky, peachy base to it. And then that, like, almost like taupey gray sits on the top of it and shows up a lot. The base shows up a lot more than the base in the Solstice shade for sure. The rest of them are standard eyeshadows. So we have several ColourPop, as you guys can see. These are Super Shock shadows. A lot of them have been in my collection forever. If there was going to be one that went, it would be this one, Porter, because this one is not used nearly as much and it is kind of crumbly to some extent, but I think it still performs really dang well and I like it, and it still is, I guess, moisture rich enough for me to use it without feeling like I'm compromising it or it's compromising the eye look, I guess. So I'm going to hold on to it. This one is in the shade Ladybird. This is one of the most sparkly ones that I have, and it is so pretty. It's just see me from the moon gorgeous, and this one is still really, really moisture rich. So I just close them really tight, like I'm like Hercules or something. I think I've said that before. Just making sure you get them really tightly closed, and they do last for a long time because I've had these in my collection for such a long time, but they still all perform really well. This one is in the shade Empire. This one was a gift from Andy, and it's just a really beautiful metallic green. I love it so dang much. This one was also a gift from Andy, and this one is in the shade Obvi. This one has a green base to it, obviously, but it shows up more as just kind of like a topper. I know that you can see a lot of green there, but like in person, it's a green like overcoat, if you know what I mean. Like sometimes you get those products that have like the gold overspray. That's what this one reminds me of, only like green. It's a green overspray. Then I have this one, which is special delivery, and it is a beautiful minty color. It's got a kind of a gold like shiftiness to it, but it's super, super pretty. I think that one was also a gift. I could be wrong. This one is Fine Pearl. This one is relatively new to my collection. I've used it a handful of times, but I think I got it in gratis 2 years ago at this point. The rest of them are actually fairly old. This one is in Ritz, and I had to purchase this one because I was told that, and it's all over, right, the YouTube space, that this is supposedly a dupe for the Urban Decay Space Cowboy Moondust Shadow, and I love the Moondust Shadows, but why spend the money on them if you can get them as a Super Shock from ColourPop for way cheaper? So I purchased that one. I made this one at a conference when I was working for Ulta, and I call it cotton candy with 2 Ks because I'm eccentric like that and kind of odd. But I made it with like a minty green and kind of a peachy pink and a blue and a lavender. And it really just comes out again, kind of like an overspray. I mean, it looks crazy pigmented there, but you know, when you buff it out on your eye, it just looks more like an overspray, kind of like that. It's such a pretty shadow to use on your eye all on its own, or buff it out over the top, or pat it on over the top of another color. Just does a little something extra. This one is in Valley Girl, and it is like a white gold. This one is in the shade Donna, and I am Donna, so even if it were too dry for me to wear it, I would still put it in my memories box because it's a shade named after me. Not named after me, but with my name. So have to hold on to that one. It reminds me a lot of Empire. I think because I have one, I don't need the other, to be honest. But Empire has a little bit more, you know, metallic to it, and a little bit more green to it, in my humble opinion, whereas Donna has a little bit more of a blue. So this one might be more green, whereas this one is a little bit more teal in tone. I have this one, which is in the shade Cricket. This one I go back and forth with almost every single year on whether I want to get rid of it, because it also is, but man, look at it. That's just so pretty. It's a really pretty, like, taupey shade. Like smoky taupey shade. It's just so pretty, so I keep hanging on to it, but hardly ever use it. This one is in the shade Ripple, and it is currently in my deck of panning or Project 10 Uses. I think it's in something. Anyways, it's the only one of my Super Shocks that has a pan in it, and that pan has actually grown since I put it into that project, so really happy to have that in a project. And even though this one isn't a color pop thing, it's actually NARS. It's a NARS single shadow called Phoebe. And it's one of the baked single shadows. It's beautiful, deep, like plummy purple metallic shade that I think is truly beautiful. It was a baked shadow, but it was in one of the, you know, old NARS packaging that got really gross. So I repackaged it in here because I couldn't handle touching the stickiness of the NARS packaging. So there's that. Then I have 2 Space Case shadows. These came to me in like a BoxyCharm or an Ipsy or something like that. This one is called Alien Love Child, and this one is called Intense Stargasm. Intense Stargasm reminds me again of the Moon Dust Shadow in Solstice, but this one is more gray in tone, or taupey in tone than this one, and shows way less of a flip than this guy does. Doesn't have the red toned base like the Solstice Shadow does, but it reminds me of this one a lot in how it functions in an eye look. So I utilize it sometimes to top over the top of other shadows as well to cool it down. And I might also top this one over the top of this when I am using this as a single shadow on my lid, because this is quite a bit more sparkly than this guy, but it's still a really good shadow. I like the formula of these Space Case shadows. They're actually quite nice. So, but again, like I said, I got them in BoxyCharm, so I don't even know if you can get them. This one is Alien Love Child, and it has like a little bit of a shiftiness to it, right? It's kind of that purple, blue, pink, metallic looking one. And it's also not super sparkly. It's just kind of sheeny. So I guess more like a satin than a metallic. This Kaja bento box I have in here as well, because these are technically, you know, 3 singles. I know a lot of people carry these in their palette collection, you know, their eyeshadow palette collection, but I don't. My bento box is all metallic shades. I have to be honest with you, I bought this back in the day because, you know, Smoky Glow, who remembers Smoky Glow, she used to rave about these Kaja bento boxes, and I don't think that they're all I can't jump on that train. I just don't think that they're all that great, if I'm honest with you. Maybe it's the color that I have. I think they're good, but I don't think that they're great, right? And so I bought one and then opted not to spend, you know, I think it was $22 or $25 on them ever again. Then I have 5 of the KVD Metal Crush shadows, and these are from back in the day when KVD was Kat Von D. That's how old these are. So these should, you know, be getting up there. These are getting up there in age as well, but everything still performs super good, or I wouldn't have them in my collection. But also, I'm testing that theory by including these in my single shadow roulette that I do with Andy and Leanna, and now Melissa also once a month. I have my singles and containers also as part of that project so that I get usage out of these. So I am testing that theory. And you guys, if any of these need to go, you'll see me do that through that program or through that video series. But these actually work really good. All of my single shadows still work really good right now. This one is the Metal Crush eyeshadow in Thunderstruck. It also is a kind of like a white gold with that little flip to gold. I don't know if it shows up like super well in the camera. Maybe I just need to get closer. And then this one, which is actually my favorite. And this one was in a project at one point in time too. Again, I think it was a deca panning for favorite color. This one is in Electric Warrior. And it is that beautiful chartreusey color. Yeah, so pretty. And kind of has like a sheeniness to it. Definitely not a matte, but not quite sparkly either. It's just metallic for sure. Then we have Iggy, which is a beautiful deep green. I mean, look at how pretty that is. Yes. And then we have Static Age, which is, oops, I'm getting eyeshadow all over me, which is a beautiful silver. Kind of like a pewter silver. So pretty. And then we have this one, which is currently in my eyeshadow roulette project, which is Raw Power. And it is a really pretty, like, maroony red tone. Super pretty in eye looks. I used it a lot with the Pat McGrath palette that I just used in rotation, the Mothership 11 Sunlit Seduction palette. It went really well with that palette. So those are those 5 shadows, and I am not getting rid of any of those. I know it's crazy sauce, right? But you guys, I did such a large declutter last year, and then, you know, did a no-buy. So I didn't really have a lot. I mean, all of these are very old in my collection, but I enjoy every single one of them when I do use them. So I just need to get more usage out of my single shadows, which is why I jumped on the bandwagon with Andy and Leanna when they said they were doing this single shadow project. So this one I just purchased with the gift cards that I got for Christmas. I had $250 of Ulta gift cards and then an additional $250 worth of points. So I used those things to buy some stuff from Ulta Beauty. Half of it was makeup, half of it was other things, staples and like some brushes and stuff. I'll link that up in the cards again because this is like the second time I think I'm mentioning it. But this is a Half Magic single shadow in the shade Blushing Lizard. And this has been something that has caught my eye since Ulta Beauty got it. And I don't know why I didn't pick it up when I still worked at Ulta Beauty. I just didn't. I mean, I didn't know enough about Half Magic, I think. But it's a really pretty like blue to pink. And I think that you guys can see that as I'm kind of moving it around in the camera. There are 2 other shades from them that I also want to pick up. And it is my understanding that these pop right out. This is just like a cardboard thing. And it's my understanding that these pop out of this cardboard and I can put this into my magnetic palette. This is my contained single eyeshadow collection. And we have 30 in this eyeshadow collection and we will be keeping all 30. So let's talk about my main category eyes. In my main category eyes, I have liquid liners, pencil liners, potted liners, shadow primers, shadow sticks, liquid and cream shadows, and then glitter and pigment. And this right here is my potted liner section. These two things I don't really know where to put. I guess I could put them in face palettes, but that doesn't make sense to me because this is where I'm going to use them likely. So I did just increase my potted liner section by 2 because I feel like that's where these go, where they make the most sense. That said, my eyes category has 7 sections, and those are the 7 sections that we are going through today. So again, these are my potted liners. And I know, again, we might be looking at this going, yeah, but that's a brow pomade, Donna. You're right. But this is the section that I use it in. So I actually found this to be a really great eyeliner for my eyes. And it doesn't have any kind of like fibers or anything in it. So it actually works really well. It's in a really pretty shade of brown. This is in 3.5 natural medium brown. It's too brown for my eyebrows, so I started trying to multitask it and use it in other ways, and I use it as an eyeliner. And you can see I've got quite a bit of use out of that as an eyeliner. Most of that usage came as an eyeliner. So I have that. I have the Bobbi Brown Longwear Gel Eyeliner. This one's in Sepia Ink, which is also a brown, but it is a much darker brown than the brow pomade is. This one actually appears almost black on my eyeliner when I use it as an eyeliner, so I keep both in my collection for that reason. I have also used this one quite a bit, and I just keep them really tightly shut, you guys, and they're still really creamy. I have 4 from Melt. And the 4 I have from Melt are Terrible Vision, which came out of the Nightmare Before Christmas collection. This one is like a burnt orange. It is starting to dry up and crack, but then when I stick my finger in it, it's still really moussey, so I don't feel like I need to get rid of it anytime soon. Again, I just keep them really tightly closed. I like Hercules with them and keep them closed in that way. This one is in the shade Haze. I think this one was also part of one of the collabs. This one I haven't even used. It's a metallic purple. I do want to use it. I just haven't. This one is in the shade Afterlife. You can see this one is very dried out. I just use some Duraline in it when I go to use it. Although I do think this one might be just too dried out now. Yeah, this one's gonna have to go because it is too dried out. And I knew that that was probably going to be a problem. If I remember, let me just tell you something, you guys. These Melt ones don't last nearly as long as all the other ones that I've had in my collection. I'm not sure why, but I mean, they're amazing, but they just don't last very long. This one is Master of Fright. This one also came from the Nightmare Before Christmas collection. And this is what this one looks like. Also has not been used, but you can see there's no like cracking in this one. So this one is staying pretty decently moisture rich. This one I did use quite a bit. So it had been opened and closed multiple times, and that might be why it is super dry, but that one will go. These ones are all KVD, and these ones are so old, you guys, but they're still really decently moisture rich. This one I just stuck my finger in the other day. This is in Lemmy Green. It's kind of like this blue base green, almost a tealy color. I really like it a lot as a mixer. That's usually what I use it for. This one I've used on its own multiple times. This one kind of bothers my eyes a little bit, but always has. So it's not because it's old. It just has always bothered my eyes. I think it's because of the color of it. I have a burgundy eyeliner by Natasha Denona that bothers my eyes the same way. It's got to be something that's in the pigments for these burgundy ones. This one is in the shade Aubergine. This one is in the shade Roxy Purple. I do imagine that these also will have to be decluttered at some point very soon. This is the red one that I have. This is in the shade Scarlet. I'd like to hold on to this one because it is a really great red, but it does look like it is drying out quite a bit. I think though, yeah. See, I just put my finger in these ones the other day, testing them all out, and they all seem super, I mean, really moisture rich still. So I just can't get rid of them just because supposedly they're expired and I shouldn't be using them. Like, they go on top of my eyes. I understand that that is a very awful place to use an expired product potentially, but it's not like it's going in my eye because I'm putting it on my lid, which is the same place that I put, you know, eyeshadows that aren't supposed to be used on my eyes. So this is in the shade Whiteout. I actually love this for mixing and have used this one quite a bit. I mean, to the extent that it's pretty discolored, but just the top layer of it. So there's that. And then I have this one, which is in the shade Daffodil, which is a brilliant yellow, and I am super glad to have that in my collection. You know, KVD, these came out when it was still owned by Kat Von D. These also came out when they were called Super Brow products, so they're considered a brow product, but I use them as eyeliners. These are really the best because they're waterproof, they go nowhere. And then I recently, you guys will see this in my, I did a separate haul video outside of my makeup rehab because I did haul in a bunch of stuff with the gift cards that I got for Christmas. So I wanted you guys to see that separately because some of it is makeup and some of it is not. I wanted you guys to see what I bought for myself with the gift cards I got for Christmas. These are two of the things that I purchased. And they're the Made by Mitchell color cases. This one you could argue is more of a like a foundation face palette, but because it is, but honestly it's an all over the face palette. But I don't see me using these. I mean, would I use them for a foundation? Yes. Each one of them came with a little spatula dude for like digging stuff out and mixing yourself, which I love and I like to try. But I feel like I'm going to use these a lot. I just don't know where to put them, you guys. I can't put it in my foundation collection because I just won't use them if it comes to like a foundation collection, but I will use them if they're in here. They're visible to me and they're in with some of the liners that I use for graphic liners. So that is where I'm putting this. This is a Made by Mitchell color case in Essentials is what this one is called, and this one is called Electrics, and it's got all kinds of different colors in it, and this one will be used for sure for graphic liners. So that is why I stuck it in here. I feel like it is the perfect place for these to be. So in this collection, technically we had 12. I added 2 recently, so we would have had 14 in this collection, and we are decluttering 1. So that makes this 13 instead of 14, and that will be it for potted liners. I think we did a good job. I brought in 2, I'm decluttering 1, and this one really did need to be decluttered. Okay, next let's talk about pencil eyeliners, and this is my pencil eyeliner collection. There are supposed to be 39 pencil liners here, so let's count. Yes, there are 39 pencil liners here, and I likely will keep them all. I'm going to start with my blacks and browns because there isn't a lot of those in my collection because I've been trying to kind of like work through all my blacks and browns. I don't have the new one that I just purchased in this in this number. I don't even know where that one is. Oh my gosh, you guys. It was right in the same drawer. It was just still in its box. So we were supposed to have 39 in here, and I haven't added the new items into this yet, so I'm adding that now. That means we should have 40. We counted that we did have 39. This one would make 40. So most of these eyeliners are colored, and I keep a plethora of colored liners because I like using them on my lower lash line and then buffing them out, or in my tight line just to give an eye look a little bit of something something. So I don't have a lot of black. I've been trying to work through my black ones and my brown ones because I truly only need one black and one brown. The rest can be all the colors of the rainbow, and that would not offend me. Will any of these go? Likely not. I think that they're all pretty great, and I think that they all still work really, really well. I have 3 black ones in my collection right now. I have this one, which is by Araceli. This is the Ojos Perfectos gel pencil liner in black. This is my next black liner to open up and start using because it is the next one in the rotation of black ones. I've been on a mission to get down to 1 black liner in my collection, and I will get there probably late this year, maybe early next year. And I say that because these are the only 3 I have, and this one is my current one in use. And it is the Clinique High Impact Gel Tech Eyeliner. I love this guy. But it is to the point where I can't roll this up anymore. And I can't get anything out of it anymore. So it is going to be in my empties for the next makeup rehab. So this one I just opened and started using because it is the next one in my black rotation. Because I just opened this one up and started using it when I got stuff that I purchased with the gift cards, I also purchased a new black eyeliner. This one is the 24/7 Glide On in the shade 0 by Urban Decay. I've used this before. I liked this. I had it in a little like sample. And I like this. It's a brighter, like almost shiny black eyeliner without it being shiny, if that makes any sense. And I really, really like this one more than I like Perversion. So I did pick up 0, which is black. And when this one is gone, I will use this one. At the end of the day, I need to decide which is my perfect black eyeliner. I really like the Lancome one that I was using at the beginning of last year and finished up. I really also like this one. I think that this one is beautiful. And I know I like this one as well because I've used a sample size of this. But I only want 1 black eyeliner in my collection at the end of the day. So right now I currently have 2, and I will keep it at that. I don't know how I feel about this one yet, and I also know that if it moves or transfers or anything like that, I likely will not keep it, which is why I purchased this one. I don't know anything about the brand Araceli, so I was kind of fearful of that being my only black because I do use it on my tight line almost every day. This is my only brown one. This is Urban Decay Demolition. This has taken me 4 flippin' ever to get through. It is such a great brown eyeliner pencil. I use it a lot, honestly, on my lower lash line just to buff out and across my lid. I love the Urban Decay liners. They do such a great job of staying put and staying put long term. So this is the only brown I have in my collection. It will stay. Then I have these ones from Natasha. I have a green one in the shade Willow, a kind of like mustardy yellow one in the shade Fuchsia, and a bright green one in the shade Camu Camu, and then a burgundy one in the shade Burgundy. And you guys just heard me say this one drives my eyeballs bonkers, but you can see it is the one that I've used the most. It used to be this size. I love this eyeliner. It's just such a really pretty burgundy shade, and I mean, just slightly blackened enough to look like a black, but also burgundy enough to look like something special in your eye looks when you put it specifically on your tight line. It gives just a little bit of a difference to the tight line appearance. Camus Camus is a really beautiful bright yellow green, which rivals this guy here, so I'm really happy to have that. I use this one a lot in my inner corner. This willow shade is almost too on the eye, buffed out. This is almost too teal in my opinion. I don't use it nearly as much because of that. I do a lot of green eye looks because green's my favorite color, but this is almost too teal for those green eye looks, so I don't use it nearly as much as I could, but I still love it a lot. And then this one, which is in the shade Fuchsia, is a really beautiful, I mean truly beautiful mustard yellow. This is my only one from Ulta Beauty. This one is an automatic eyeliner in metallic moss. This is on my planned pan for 2026. It's a really beautiful, kind of shiny, but not too shiny, green eyeliner. This was recently in my Project 10 Uses. Super easy for me to wear. Like I said, I do a lot of green eye looks because green's my favorite color. And this was a spectacular shade to bring into the mix and use on my tight line, my lower lash line, all the things. This is, I believe, my only NYX eyeliner, and this is one of the, you know, Wonder pencils that are supposed to help you brighten up your lower lash line to give your eyes like a whiter appearance. I don't use it a whole heck of a lot, but I do like having it in my collection. This is my only one from Pixi. This is in the shade Rose Gold, if I remember correctly. I think what makes it hard, honestly, is that it's also like metallic writing on a metallic pencil thing. Rose Glow. It's like rose gold metallic writing on like a rose gold outer casing, so it's really hard to see. Anyways, this is in Rose Glow. It's my only one by Pixi, and I've only used it a handful of times. I don't wear metallic very often, but I do kind of like this one. It is more taupey than I think it is like rose gold, which doesn't make any sense as far as the name goes in my humble opinion, but it is pretty, so I will keep it. Let's see, I think those are my only one-offs. Oh, this is the only one left that I have in my collection from Smashbox. You guys, this one is so dang old, but when I wear it, it doesn't pull, it's super easy to use, and it's a really beautiful like inner corner shade, or like, honestly, it's like the metallic version of this guy for my eyes. It just makes, when I use it on my lower lash line, it makes my eyeballs look brighter and bigger, more awake, so I keep it around. And it, so far, isn't bothering my eyes and doesn't pull like the other shades were when I finally got rid of those. All right, so then we have these two from Odin's Eye. These were a gift to me from my friend Andy. One is in the shade 04 and one is in the shade Avocado, or 05. I believe this one is called Avocado and this one is called Mint and this one is called Avocado. It's been a while since I looked them up, but that's what I have them as in my collection, in my spreadsheet. So this one is Mint. You guys, isn't that so pretty? Andy sent these to me way back in the day because she doesn't wear a lot of green. She knows green's my favorite color, and she thought I'd get more use out of these, and I really have used them multiple times. So, and then that one is Avocado, which is a really pretty, like almost camouflagey green. This Mint kind of leans a little bit blue, so it goes really well with blue and green eyeshadow looks. I have two from MAC. I emptied a MAC eyeliner in the past, but these are the two I have left. I have Permanent Vacation, which is the yellow, and Pool Shark, which is the green. This one is Pool Shark. And this is such a pretty green, and it's kind of got a little bit of a sheeniness to it. So I really appreciate that in my lower lash line. And then this one is Permanent Vacation, and it is just a slightly different version of yellow than any other yellow that I have in my collection. I think this is kind of like a doldrum yellow, but it is really pretty on like an inner corner or a lower lash line. It also brings a little something something to a tight line, to be honest. And it's a lot more pale than say, and a lot less green than say this shade here, which is the Natasha Denona Camu Camu. This one has a little bit more of a like chartreusey feel to it, whereas this one looks a little bit more pastel. So I keep those around, and then I have two outside of the black one from Clinique. I have two other ones from Clinique. I have the Black Honey and then the Deep Denim. And Black Honey, I wish was a lot more burgundy than it actually is. I feel like it should be a lot more burgundy, but that is, it appears more of a brown in an eye look, which I'm grateful for. I really like it. Like I said, I really like my black high impact gel tech liner, so why wouldn't I like these ones? They're just so good, and once you get them on, they absolutely go nowhere. But I wish that Black Honey one was just a tad bit more burgundy. And then this one, which is the Deep Denim, is a really beautiful navy blue that I use on my tight line a lot. Really love it. Look at the colors. They're really just kind of subdued and bleh. Besides the brown and the black and Urban Decay, I also have these ones from Urban Decay. This one is High Vibes, this one is LSD, and this one is Tiger's Eye. So this one is kind of a metallic olive shade. It's really very pretty. LSD is a metallic midnight shade. It's got a lot more like sparkle to it than I initially want, but it looks really good on a lower lash line buffed out. And then Tiger's Eye is a metallic kind of bronze. It reminds me a lot, honestly, of the Pixie one, but this one is just slightly more like pink than the Pixie one is. The Pixie one is like antique bronze, whereas this one I feel like is a little bit more rose gold. I have 5 from ColourPop, and all 5 from ColourPop are the multi-chrome cream gel liners. These I think are beautiful, don't get me wrong, but maybe not worth the hype. I don't guess I like a multi-chrome liner because I don't feel like the multi-chrome liners do everything that they boast to do, and maybe do but don't look as awesome as you think that they're going to look. Like that's a really beautiful purple. Looking over the top at it, it looks more like almost a red, but then like has this like gold flip to it, but I just don't feel like it does that in an eye look. It's a good purple liner, to be honest. This one's a good blue liner, but it's supposed to be like a blue to purple. They're very creamy and very nice, honestly. Really easy to use. This one is supposed to be like a green to turquoise. This one is supposed to be like a teal to purple, I do believe. And this one is supposed to be a pink to like orange. But like I just don't feel like they take up enough space to flip in the way that they should. And that's also why I haven't picked up any of the Danessa Myricks ones, even though I wanted them there for a while. But I don't feel like these take up enough space to flip like they should. So why then would the Danessa Myricks ones do that? So let me know if you know differently, but I think these are beautiful and they work really easy. And when they do, you know, when they do kind of flip, they are truly stunning. Give you something just a little bit extra on an eye look, but I just don't feel like they're all they're cracked up to be. And the rest of my eyeliners are from LA Girl. These are eyeliners that some of them I purchased, some of them I got in gratis. All the pastel ones I think I got in gratis, and all of the Shockwave ones I think I purchased, is how it goes. The pastel ones, they are really pretty and they go well with a lot of eye looks in the inner corner, I would say. I use them more in that way. This one is called Magic Mint. As you can see, I'm not really sure. I think that that's a mint. I do think that that has a little bit of a chartreusiness to it, but I don't mind it. And it is slightly different from all the other greens in my collection. Forgive my hands for the eczema that's on them as I swatch them. I'm so sorry, you guys. This one is in baby pink. This one is in lavender. They're so soft, I'm afraid I'm going to break them almost every single time I use them. This one is in powder blue. And like I said, I really like these for inner corner for sure. This one is in sunshine. Definitely a pastel yellow. And then this one is in marshmallow, which is just a white. Inner corner, perfection, to be honest. And then these ones are ones that I purchased myself. If any of my eyeliners were to go, it would likely be these, because I do feel like these and this one are the oldest ones in my collection. And if any were to go, it would be these ones because of age. But these ones still perform really, really well. And I love these bright ones, these Shockwaves. And some of these are honestly lip liners that I use as an eyeliner. Don't listen to me. If you don't feel like you should be using them as eyeliners, don't. I do. This one is in the shade Pop. It's a really beautiful pop of like hot pink. This one is in Vivid, and it's kind of a different color purple. I don't really like this one as much, but I have used this one quite a bit. It's just too milky in my humble opinion. This one is called Blaze, and it is a beautiful fuchsia. This one is called Fresh, and this one is so pretty, you guys. I love this one on my lower lash line. This one is called Electric, and it is just a really pretty electric blue. I think that this one feels drier than the rest of them do, so if any of them were to go, it would be that one likely. This one is in Fiery. Actually, this one feels pretty dry too. I might declutter these two. This one is in the shade Screamin', which is a beautiful bright yellow, quite a bit different than the other yellows here. And then this one is in the shade Outrage, which is a really like hot coral almost. So I do think I'm gonna get rid of these two because, well, you can see the blue one is hardly ever used anyways. The red one I have used quite a bit, but I do think that those two felt really dry and crumbly as opposed to the rest. So I will hold on to the other ones and get rid of those two. So we're decluttering 2 out of these. We had 40 to start, which includes the new one, and we are decluttering 2. So that takes us to 38 that we are keeping, and I'm okay with that. Okay, these are my liquid liners, and I have 9 in this collection. These 2 are open and in use. I typically only have 1 eyeliner open and in use at a time as far as the liquid ones go, but this is a black and this is a brown, so I use them, you know, at different times, so I think it's okay. The brown one gets used quite a bit less. I think it will last quite a bit longer than the black one for sure. But I just emptied a black liquid liner in, I think, December of last year. So this one's the one that I opened up when I finished that one off. So it is fairly new in rotation. This one also is fairly new in rotation, but it gets open, like I said, less frequently than this one does, so it will last quite a bit longer. These 2 are in use, so they will stay. And then these ones are brand new in box. This one I just got in a gift with purchase from Ulta Beauty, and it is a NYX Epic Ink liner in the shade Midnight Rise. I've tried a NYX Epic Ink liner that I didn't 100% love, but I've heard that when I tried that one many moons ago, that they have since redone their component and their formula and all the things. So I'm really glad to have received this. I wish it were a black, but I'm really glad to have received this in a free gift with purchase because I'm anxious to try it. I have an ABH liquid liner that is likely going to go to my mom. This is another product that she likes to get for me when she can. And she likes this kind of liquid liner, which is like a liner that comes on a brush, a liquid liner that comes as brush form instead of pen form. I don't really like that form, but she does. So I've held on to this one for her. It will likely be decluttered sometime this year to her, but I'll keep it for now. This is my black roller liner. I love the black roller. I like the Benefit roller liner quite a lot, actually. It's one of my favorites. The KVD tattoo liner is probably my number 2. Hen Dash would be my number 1, if I'm honest with you, but that one's just super hard to come by. And I have to order it and I have to wait for it. So this one is my number 2 in terms of longevity, how long it lasts, ease of use, all the things. And then this one would likely be my number 3. So I have one of each of those in backup. I have the Glamnetic. This is like a Glamnetic eyeliner slash glue. This is like a lash glue slash eyeliner, and this is in the shade Deep Space, which is just a black eyeliner. I have the Lancome Idol liner, which is a wonderful black eyeliner as well. And then I have this one from LA Girl, which I haven't tried. This is the Artist pen, and it's kind of thick, like a Sharpie, which makes me want to try it. So maybe it'll be my next black eyeliner, but none of these are going to go anywhere. I don't feel like this is an out of control category. There are 9 items in this category. These 3 will likely leave this year, which will leave me 6 items in this category. So I'm not offended by the amount of liquid liners that I have. So all of these will stay. The next size category I have is eyeshadow primer. None of these are going anywhere. All of them are relatively new to my collection. Probably the oldest one is this one, and it's really not that old. I have 2 products that are considered glitter glues. I have 2 that are considered, could be a cream eyeshadow, but I use them as an eyeshadow primer. And then I have 3 like standard primers, right? So 7 items in this collection, and all 7 will stay. These 2 are the glues that I have. I have a NYX glitter glue, which is perfectly fine. It's a great glitter glue, and I like it a lot. And then I decided when I got my gift card from my friend Andy for my birthday that it was to Davina, and she talks a lot about this glue base for specifically for indie shadows. It's called Specular, and it's again by Davina. It's called the Sparkle and Shimmer Glue Base. This is really, really great. I really, really like this a lot. And I, like Andy, will use this one for my like standard shimmers like Natasha Denona, Pat McGrath, those kinds. And then I will use this one for like my Unearthly or my like Ainsley Rain or something like that shimmers, because it just holds on to those like kind of chunky shimmers just a little bit better and makes them a little bit more spectacular. So I have both of those in my collection and will not get rid of either one of those. For my 2 pots, this one is MAC Paint Pot and Painterly, and you can see I've used the poop out of this. This is actually, I think, my 3rd paint pot that is an eye primer shade in my collection. I do use this sometimes as a shadow all in and of itself, but not very often. It's mostly used as a shadow primer. Well, my friend Andy just spoke about getting one of these Morphe Solo Artist Priming Cream shadows because somebody had told her that they were a dupe for the MAC paint pots. And I decided that I wanted to test out those waters. Now, these are 2 different shades. I couldn't find a shade that was similar to this one, honestly. There's this one, and then there's one that is just slightly more yellow, and then it just goes from there. But I didn't find one that was close enough to the shade to shade dupe it, but I am going to try it and test out the formula dupe because this is so much less expensive than these MAC ones. So if these work the same way, why not choose a less expensive option, even though it is Morphe? I feel like you maybe get less product in here than you do in the paint pot because this glass is about the same width, but I can see the MAC one in the glass, whereas I can't see the Morphe one in the glass. So I'm not sure, but it looks very similar, very much the same. I love that it has like a little plastic like seal over the top of it. So even if somebody like breaks open the box, they can't get into it as it sits on the shelf. But I'm going to try it out. I'm going to test it out, see if it is the same. And I like, honestly, that's a slightly different color because then I can have both of them open at the same time and it's not going to not make sense. This is in the shade Airplay. Again, this one's in the shade Painterly. I feel like Airplay is just a little bit more brightening than Painterly is. And then my 3 standard eyeshadow primers are these ones. I used to really love the Smashbox 24-hour photo finish shadow primer. I don't 100% know why I used to love it, but it's a meh product for me right now. It is an eyeshadow primer that I'm not always pulling for, but I wouldn't be opposed to using. So there's that. I have the Ulta Beauty Matte Veil eye primer, which is one of my favorite and a standard in my collection. This one is just a sample size because it came in a gift with purchase package, but it is a standard for me. I love this eye primer actually so much. So I was really happy to get it in a gift with purchase. And I just recently got another gift with purchase from purchasing some stuff from Ulta Beauty. And the one that came in it is the tinted. I by no means think that that is the same. It is obviously a tinted base for like a shimmer shadow, and I don't like it. I feel like it made my eyes oily, period. My eyelids are not oily. This one does not do the same thing. So if you've tried the tinted one and didn't love it, this is not the same thing. The matte veil is beautiful. It's a great eye primer. I love it a lot. It just goes on, smooths my eyeshadow, and has a slight bit of a tint, enough of a tint to it to kind of like blank out my eyelids so that I have a clear, consistent base to apply shadows on top of. And then there's this one, which is the ABH eye primer. And this one is slightly more, this one kind of exploded on, it actually was my fault, but I thought it was this. And so I was trying, this one, it takes an effort to get anything out. So I like squeezed down on this so hard because I thought it was that, and accidentally like spit half of my eye primer out, which is super fantastic. But this one I use when I am using more colorful shadows in an eye look because this gives me a slightly whiter base than this one does. And it's also slightly drier than this one is. I also have like liquid eyeshadows that I like to use as bases also when I have crazy colors on my eyelids. These two specifically I want to potentially always have in my collection for regular eyeshadow primers, and then these two will hopefully always be in my collection for eyeshadow bases. The great news about that is this one is relatively inexpensive because it's NYX. I think it's $13, I think. This one is really inexpensive, maybe 10. This one's really inexpensive because it's considered a mini and it only cost me $13, although I've never seen a full size of it, if I'm honest with you. This one is, even its full size is, I think, $13, and it's quite large. It's full size. This is only $10. And it is huge. So of the eye primers that I want to always keep in my collection, not one of them is over $15. So I'm happy that those are the eye primers that I choose to keep in my life. And of the 7 eye primers that I have, all 7 of them will be staying. The next section of eye products that we're going to go over is my shadow stick collection. I am a sucker for a shadow stick. I really do like a shadow stick. These work really well on the lower lash line to buff out as an eyeliner. They work really well along your lid space as an all over eyeshadow, one and done eyeshadow, even a two and done eyeshadow. They're just really quick and easy. And I learned to use these more while I was traveling for work because it was just so easy to throw these in a bag and not have to take any eyeshadows that might break or whatnot. So that is how I got super familiar with these and where I really used these the most. I will be honest with you, since having been laid off, I don't use these nearly as much as I was, but I still really love a shadow stick. They're just really easy to use. Right now, I have 20 in my collection, and these are all 20. This one is the only one that is in use every day, and this one is the NYX Jumbo Stick in the shade Milk. And it is being used every day because it's in my project pan, has been in my project pan for quite some time. It's just a really brilliant white shadow stick that I love a lot. I used to use these a lot as eye primers because I really liked how the eyeshadow looked over the top of them. And as a matter of fact, bought a NYX Jumbo Stick in black, which is the shade Black Bean, I believe. Yeah, for like my multi-chrome shadows to go over the top of. But I've used it. I mean, I bought it and I haven't even sharpened it one time. So I just feel like it's maybe not as black as I want it to be. But also, these just aren't the avenue for me for eyeshadow primers anymore. Much like the topic that I was just talking about in eye primers and certain things making your eyes look oily at the end of the day, I feel like these are just too emollient for me to use as an eyeshadow primer for other eyeshadows that I'm putting on top of them, which doesn't make them the best eyeshadow stick, if I'm being honest with you, because they do kind of tend to move. However, in large spaces, I should say, because when I use this as a upper, like a brow bone highlight or as an inner corner shadow, this works perfectly in that way. When I use it on my face as a highlighter, it works perfectly in that way. I just don't like it as an eye primer anymore. And would venture to say I wouldn't want it all over my lid as a white eyeshadow anymore either. I could say the same thing for the black, but like these still move around actually quite a bit. So they're not perfection, whereas you'll see with a lot of these, and those had been sitting for a minute, right? So you'll see with a lot of these, they just don't move like that. So that's, I think, why I stopped using those ones as much, which really kind of stinks because they're really affordable. And at one point in time, I remember them being fantastic, but I don't remember them in that way anymore. This is the only one that I have from Benefit, but this also is not really a shadow stick. This is a brow bone highlighter, but I like it a lot for inner corner as well as brow bone, and can see this being used all over my lid as an eyeliner because this one doesn't move quite as much as these two do. And that one was sitting there for far less time than those two were. We need to remember that when we look at, yes, it moved, but it doesn't move quite as much, and it was sitting there for far less time. I have two from Charlotte Tilbury. These are the Color Chameleon shadow sticks, and one is in Smoky Pillow Talk and the other one is in Pillow Talk. I like these. They're perfect. They're fine in color. One is a little bit more like of a tawny brown color, and one of them is a little bit more of a pinky color. You can see I've used them because they definitely need sharpened, but these two make a beautiful almost one and done eyeshadow look, to be honest, and they truly don't go anywhere. I'm going to let them dry for as long as I let these guys dry before I try and move them. I'll show you guys in a minute once I get all of these on here. These are the only two that I have from Chanel. These are the Estilo Ombre et Couture eyeshadow liners, and they are in Dreamleaf, which is the green. And then I also have Nuage Blue, which is the blue one. These are both metallic, but they're really beautiful. This one is just a really beautiful kind of like, I don't know, seafoamy blue. And then this green one is a pretty like bright green. I love this green one specifically as an inner corner with some green eye looks. Just brings a little something to the table. They're beautiful. I have one from Thrive Cosmetics. This is called a Brilliant Eye Brightener in the shade Stella. It is, oops, I rolled that up far too much. Again, one of those like shades that is really pretty as a brow bone highlight or an inner corner. I have 4 from IT Cosmetics, 2 of which are matte and 2 of which are shimmer. This one is one of my favorites, honestly. This is in the shade Mighty Mauve, and it's just this really pretty mauvey taupe shade. This one is in Tenacious Tawny. I think that this one looks really good with the Charlotte Tilbury one, which is why I brought it up here. Like if you take this one and buff it out all over your lid, and then take the Charlotte Tilbury one and put it in the outer corner, and then this one along the lid, it's such a beautiful eye look. And then this one in Bold Bubbly is a champagne, kind of like a yellowed champagne shimmer. And this one in Gilded Gold, I think it is called. No, Bionic Bronze is kind of a more orange than rose tone of the same like kind of copper family as the Charlotte Tilbury one. Then I have 2 from Laura Mercier. This Laura Mercier one I actually also use as a face contour because it's just so perfect. This is in the shade Cobblestone, and it's honestly got a pretty perfect like gray tone to it that is great for especially lining or contouring like my under my lip. Then this one is the shimmer version of that, and it is in Smoky Quartz. And those make a pretty perfect, beautiful eye look together also as a almost one and done eyeshadow look. I love Laura Mercier's because you can tell which one is the matte and which one is the shimmer just by looking at her packaging. You can do the same thing with the cosmetics ones. I guess the Charlotte Tilbury ones you can as well at the ends there. One is matte, one is shimmer. The Bobbi Brown ones I don't feel like are the same way. I mean, I know that this little like nub in here at the end kind of gives it away for you, but you can't really just by a glance see which ones are matte and which ones are not. In addition to that, one of these is called a long wear cream liner stick, and these ones are called shadow sticks. So the biggest difference that I can tell is that this one is a smidge bit drier and is also pointed at the end, whereas these ones are rounded. And this one is also longer, but I think that there's the same amount of product in it. The bottom nubbin is also a little bit bigger, and the cap is the same color as the bottom nubbin. I do have 5 Bobbi Brown sticks. One is a mini that I actually got in a set that included this one and a vanilla, but I had a full-size vanilla, so I put the mini vanilla into a giveaway, I do believe. This one is in the shade Dusty Mauve, and it is a shimmer. a really beautiful taupey mauve shimmer. Goes really well with this shade too, it appears. I've never tried it together, but it does appear that it would be amazing. This one is taupe. And see, like, this one is a matte, whereas this one is a shimmer. But there's not really any difference in the packaging, except for that nubbin is shiny on this one. And if you're looking at it one way, sure, you might see that that one is shiny, but from like this angle, I can't tell. So I wish there was just another way to tell the difference between the mattes versus the not mattes. This one is in the shade Vanilla, and this one actually makes a really good eye primer at the end of the day as well. This one is in the shade Golden Bronze. I do believe that this one is also a shimmer. This one is in the shade Golden Pink, which is another shimmer. And this one is in the shade Rich Chocolate, and again is the liner versus the shadow stick. And when I say it's a little bit drier, I think that it's still pretty moisture rich, to be honest with you. But I think that this one moves around just a little bit more than the rest of them. So when I like go over these, you guys can see none of them are really moving. They really go nowhere. Whereas these guys still move. So hopefully, hopefully you can see why I don't use these as much as I use the rest of them these days. But I still keep them in my collection because they're still, you know, in there for a purpose. But if I were to declutter any of them, they would be those two. But really amazing eyeshadow sticks. You can tell I have kind of a color story that I prefer in eyeshadow sticks because they're meant to be easy. They're not really out there to be your like crazy, you know, artistic shadow to use in your like Instagram worthy eye looks maybe. They are just supposed to be easy one and done kind of products. That's after taking a makeup eraser with makeup remover on it to those guys. I mean, they really just do stick around. I have a shadow stick video on my channel also that I did for my friend Andy before she started using shadow sticks that I will have to see about putting in here. Again, this is my second and third attempt at trying to get these shades off of there. This is Charlotte Tilbury, and this one is, I think, Laura Mercier's Cobblestone. This one are all Bobbi Brown, and this one over here is It Cosmetics. They like to stay. They definitely like to stay. I'm not going to get those off my hands anytime soon. So let's try these eyeliners here. Yep. See, these are the kind of eyeliners you want in your life. They just stay forever. Look at those two guys. That blue one that I'm getting rid of from LA Girl, it just will not come off. Okay, I'm done trying to get those off. So none of these are being decluttered. So I'm going to go ahead and put them back. If there were any that were going to be decluttered, like I said, they would be the next jumbo sticks. I just don't feel like they hold up as well as I once thought that they did. Okay, this is what I have in the last two sections of my eyeshadow, or my eyes section. Single shadows are in a, magnetic single shadows are in a completely different tab in my inventory, as well as potted shadows. I should actually like pull out the ones that I'm talking about then so we don't get confused. So let me do that. So these would be what is considered glitters and pigments in terms of my makeup inventory. I have to be honest, I do not use these hardly ever. I am a huge advocate for the We Hate Glitter party. I am not a big glitter fan, so I don't use like a lot of this stuff because it's glitter. But there are times and places for them which is why I continue to keep them in my collection. And they're not bad, so I don't think it's harming anything to keep them in my collection. So let's start with this one, which is a pigment for me. This is the Micha Mia shadow pigment in the shade Beige. I by no means think this is beige. This is a really beautiful, like, peachy tone. I think that you can also see that. So I don't know why it's called beige. But I just learned how to really use a pigment to my advantage within the last couple of years. Just as a friendly reminder, I've only been doing makeup for as long as this channel has existed. Prior to that point, I never wore makeup. So I didn't really dabble in a lot of things until very late in life. So I just started learning how to use a pigment within the last couple years. It happened when I pulled this, honestly, into my deck of panning, and can appreciate a pigment for what it is versus getting pissed off at it for what it is. So I just don't use it very often, but it is beautiful. Before I would get mad at these because they didn't show up as brilliantly as I wanted them to, and I didn't really understand why they were the way they were, but I mean, that's really pretty, is it not? So I keep them now because I understand a little bit more how to use them. My dog is freaking out because one of the boys just got home. So the next one I have is this one. This is by Lenny, and this is in the shade Byron Bay. It is another, like, really pretty. These are like the original, I think, duochromes because they have this, like, really pretty, like, pink to gold. Boy, those look really similar, do they not? Just one's just slightly more pink than the other one. So I'll keep them both. I mean, again, I don't see any reason to get rid of it. They're just a powder. They're not going to go bad anytime soon, so it doesn't make any sense. The next one I have is MAC Chartreuse. This is so beautiful, and I love using this as an inner corner shadow. Look at how brilliant that is. So pretty. And I love the little vial that it comes in. The next one I have is Naked Cosmetics. This is Mother Nature. I shouldn't really be swatching all these. I told myself I was not going to swatch all these, and yet here I am swatching all these. I'm not going to swatch the glitters, you guys. That would be maddening. Okay, this one is in the shade Mother Nature. This one I used in a deck of panning, and I told myself we were going to pan it. We were going to empty it. I had it in almost all year and decided that wasn't what we were doing anymore. But it was almost full when I pulled it into deck panning. I love using this as a nail polish, you guys. I've used all of these as nail polishes in the past. So smart. What a great way to use your pigments and give your nails a little bit of something extra that you wouldn't naturally think of. But I really do like this one. It is super pretty. It's just this, like, red base, but kind of like this kick of, I don't know that I can really showcase it. I don't really see it showcasing itself there, but it's so pretty. And then I have Jelly Pong Pong's Cosmic Light functional pigment in the shade Pulsar. Is super pretty. Look at that. So pretty. Such a beautiful shade. That would make a really pretty nail polish also. It's kind of blue with gray and a little bit of purple in it. It's really pretty. And I know that you can't see all the shiftiness of these, but it's there, I promise you. Then we have Sydney Grace Ripples and Sydney Grace Rhyme. Sydney Grace Ripples is kind of like a white gold. These ones I feel like get everywhere when I open them up. And then this one is Ripples, and I think Ripples is, right? Yes, I think Ripples is a matte, but it is like a kind of a multi-chrome, almost white to purple, no base. beauty. It is so pretty. They just get everywhere. I'd like to figure out a different way to house these for sure, so that they're not getting everywhere. Look at, so you see that is the underneath, the undertone of that Sydney Grace shade that looks just kind of like nothing. Then I have, this one is a Lorac Luxe Diamond Cream eyeshadow in the shade Lace. You can see it's super broken up in there, but it is still beautiful and works beautifully. And when I do use it, I am excited that I have it. Look how beautiful that is. It's so shiny. And it literally takes hardly anything to get it to work. And this one has always been broken in there, but I mean, it's gotten worse with age, of course, and I store it like this, so probably doesn't, I store it sideways like this, so it probably doesn't help, but I think that that color is beautiful. This is Ciate London Marbled Metals Pressed Glitter in the shade Wicked. I am not putting this on my skin, but you guys can see the glitter chunks in there. It is a really pretty purple glitter. Then I have the MAC Spellbinders. I think I've talked to these up 100,000 times on my channel. They're called Spellbinder shadows because it's just magical what they do. But if you guys can see the lid, this is like a loose, finely milled glitter in here that I just usually will put my finger into and then tap, tap, tap it on an eye look. It just does something different for the eye look. I have that one, which is in the shade Stairs to the Stars. It is kind of a red. And then I have this one, which you can see is kind of green-blue. Looks great on green-blue eyeshadow looks. And this one is called Swing on a Star. I have two Marc Jacobs Sequins shadows. Again, these are glitter. Marc Jacobs isn't a brand anymore, but not a beauty brand anyways, but these are stunning and still beautiful and still work well. This is kind of like a brown with some gold and rose tones in there, so it's a really beautiful bronzy coppery color. And then this one is which is in the shade Topaz Flash, and then this one is in the shade Glam Noir. My goodness, me throwing stuff. And then it is just kind of a silver black. It's really pretty, really great for like an elevated eye look. I have to be honest, I use these more when I worked at Ulta Beauty. I don't think I've used them or even thought about them the whole year since I've been laid off. So there's that. I have one from Mellow in the shade Champagne. This is what they call a glitter chrome eyeshadow. It also has a little stopper in it, and it is a beautiful, like, just rosy color. Then I have this one by Tarte. This is a Tarte Chrome Pot Glitter Chrome eyeshadow. The other boy just got home, so now he's barking again. And this one is in the shade Martini, which is kind of like a beautiful olive tone. This is less glitter. This is kind of more along the lines of the Lorac one, just a really beautiful like metallic shade, but still super impactful shininess, so that's why it's kept in here. And then I have these two from Half Magic, which are glitter, and these are glitter pill liquid liner slash shadows. This is the way to go if you're going to be using glitter, because this glitter goes on and goes literally nowhere and looks amazing. So if you do not have an affinity for glitter, but you want glitter in your collection, those are so pretty. This one up here is called Pretty Puddle, and this one is called Mercoise, and they're just really pretty. So again, the glitter and pigment section of my eyes category has 17 items in it. All 17 are staying. These are my cream and liquid eyeshadows. This is the last section of my eyes category. And this has 35 products in it. Likely none of these will leave. And I have to be honest with you guys, I cannot swatch them because my skin is terrible right now. Even though I want to swatch them for you because they're so beautiful and dynamic. A lot of them you can see through the packaging though, so I don't feel quite as bad about them. So I'm not going to swatch these. This one is my newest one. It is a MAC paint pot in the shade Princess Cut. This will likely stay on my vanity because I purchased it for purposes of just putting it on my eyes when I don't want to do my makeup but feel like I can't walk out without something on my eyes. So it's a really beautiful, like pinky iridescent shadow with not really any kind of base. So I'm really excited to have it. And I like the paint pots. They're really, really good for eye primer. So I know it'll be a great one and done eyeshadow that's not really going to go anywhere at all day long and still bring some impact. I have these 4 Dazzle sticks from KVD. These, I don't think, got all the hype that they should have got back in the day when they were new and fresh and real out there. These are beautiful cream shadows that, man, just stay on the lid, don't really go anywhere. They're super impactful, super shiny. They're just really beautiful. This one's in the shade Ash Storm. It's a really beautiful taupey mauve shade. This one is in the shade Heat Burst, and it is a beautiful kind of coppery red. It has kind of this like orange undertone to it. This one is in Green Flash, and it is a beautiful green. And then this one is in Electric Bolt, and it is a really, really pretty perfect like coppery gold color. Love it. Love those. I love all of these, if I'm being honest with you. The only one that could potentially go, I think, is this one. I'm not a huge fan of the Sydney Grace liquid eyeshadows. And this one is rather old in my collection and maybe just a slight bit dry. Okay, we will swatch that one just because. Yeah, I don't feel like that one's dry at all. That is so pretty. And it was one that was maybe on my list to get rid of. I just don't think that I will. Although, no, I think that these are 2 completely separate colors. I feel like I just said I wasn't going to swatch, and here I am swatching. Yeah, those are 2 completely different colors. So we will keep both of them, and I need to quit swatching. Let's go ahead and get these all out of the way. These are my About Face shadows. These are the matte fluid eye paints over here, and these ones are the holographic ones. As you can see, these are what would be considered multi-chromes, and they truly are beautiful, but these 2 are very, very similar. So I would say I don't really need both of them, but I am going to keep both of them because I do really love these so much. As you guys can see, I really kind of like the About Face ones a lot. This one is like a blue, purple, green shade, and it leans heavily green. This one is a yellow, green, kind of turquoisey shade, and it leans heavily like more of that gold green color. And then this one is blue, purple, golden, and it leans heavily blue. And I think that you guys can see that in the shades that you're seeing because those are the most present of the shades, but they're beautiful multi-chromes. And then these are all of the matte ones that I have, and these work multifunctionally in my collection. Number one, they're a great one and done eyeshadow. They're a matte eyeshadow. They're perfect for a matte eyeshadow. I use these 2 also as eyeshadow primers. This one when I want more vivid colors to pop on my lids, and this one when I want more multi-chrome regular shadows to pop on my lids. They're just really pretty. And then I also use all of these with this brush. I've said it before, as a colored mascara in my collection. They work perfectly on my eyes. Why shouldn't they also work on my lashes? So I have a good time with them, and they are not going anywhere. These two are my Danessa Myrix multi-chromes. These are the Twin Flames. This one is in the shade True Love, and it is kind of a blue to purple to green shade with a real heavy blue undertone. And then this one is Sweetheart, which is a gold, red, or orange, maybe green shade, which leans very heavily that golden orange shade. So love those. We'll keep them. These are my AF94, which is the sister brand, or the sister brand, I guess, to About Face. This just means About Face 94. This is like the kid version, I guess, of About Face. These are their marbled liquid shadows. They're called Swirled, and they're really super pretty. These I got in gratis at a conference with Ulta at one point in time, with a bunch of other About Face products, and these are the only two things that I kept. Although I gave the blushes to my niece, and she loves the blushes, so they're not bad products, but these are the only two things that I kept. Dream Lover is the purple one, and the green one is Ex-Girlfriend, and I mean, they're truly beautiful. They're a little bit more thick than I like, but this section of this brand is made specifically for the younger generation, so I get it. I have two Lancome Idol tints. These are eye tints. I like these buffed out over the lid with just like a sheer wash more than I like them like as a flat out eyeshadow on my lid space, but they're so pretty. I have shade 01 and 05, and I cannot remember which shades these are. Let me see if they're in my spreadsheet. 05, which is this one, is called Sandstorm. It's the first one I picked up. It's a really beautiful, like, sheer orangey flecked glitter. It's so pretty. And then this one I got a couple months later in gratis, and this is called Sunburst. So really pretty shades there. And then I have this one by Stila, which is in the shade Oasis. It is kind of multi-chromatic. It's this really pretty rose gold color, but it's got a lot of like pink and orange and golden tone to it. It's kind of multi-dimensional on the eye, but isn't really a multi-chrome, if that makes any sense. And then this is my Ofra one in the shade Penthouse. I'm not even sure where I got this one, but this is just so pretty. This is super old though, but it still looks like really creamy. So I continue to hold on to it. It's a really taupey, like lavender shade. Really pretty, really pretty. So then I have these ones from Natasha Denona. These are her Chroma Crystal Liquid Shadows. And I have these two, which are Space and Disco. They came in a set way back when at Sephora during the holiday season. And I bought them, I think, before I had a lot of my Natasha Denona in my collection. These two are the larger ones. One is in the shade Sienna, and one is in the shade Moonstone. This one is Sienna, and this one is Moonstone. They're really pretty, you guys. They're so old in my collection, but they still work beautifully, and they're not really dried up. I mean, look at that. It's just beautiful, and it's more beautiful sheared out than it is upright. And then this one is also Natasha Denona, and it's one of the chromium liquid eyeshadows in the shade Infranude, and it's her version of a multi-chrome, and I think that you can see that in there. It's kind of like red and green, and yeah, it's just so pretty. I wonder if you can see that more. Yes, look at those, you guys. So that one is About Face in Serendipity. This one is About Face in Luna. And this one is Inner World. These two are from Juvia's Place. They are Ajebo and High Life, and I don't think I needed both, if I'm honest with you. They are also multi-chromes, but they're a little bit different because they have a clear base to them. This one shifts blue and green, and I think a little bit of a lavender kicker in there. And then this one, High Life, is definitely like a turquoise, a teal, and a pink. So pretty. But those ones have more of a sheer base. Then I have these two things, which are the Danessa Myricks Color Fix foils. This is in the shade Jewels. I got this in my Beautylish Lucky Box last year. And it is this really pretty, like peachy, like almost chartreusey, multi-chromy, flippy liquid shadow. It's just so pretty. And then this is a color shot by Rabanne that is in the shade Lavender Sky. And it isn't multi-chrome. It is just a straight up beautiful, like taupey lavender liquid eyeshadow. And none of those are going anywhere. This is the foundation portion of my base collection. There are 25 items in here, and that includes just the one new one, and the rest of them are pretty old. Well, I say pretty old, but there isn't one of them that is much older than, I think, a couple years. I think 2022 is the oldest one that I have in here, which is still 4 years. That's still pretty old, but they also work really well, and some of them are almost gone. Last year, I was able to finish 2 foundations. I do have several foundations on my plan to pan this year, but we'll see how far I get. And yeah, let's just get started. So I'm going to start with this one because it's the new one in here. This is the L'Oreal Infallible Fresh Wear. This one is new as of just the beginning of March. I purchased this with the gift cards that I got in my Christmas presents. I had $250 worth of gift cards and $250 worth of points. So I bought kind of a culmination of some makeup, some staples, and some newness, and some new like brushes and stuff. And this is one of the makeup pieces that I purchased. This is a foundation that I remember loving when I tried it before. It's a really affordable foundation, and if it's as good as I remember it being, it could be a staple in my collection after I'm done with, you know, all the other stuff. I am going to go to this one next because if there is one that will go, it is this one. As a matter of fact, I will probably go ahead and declutter it. This is the Tear Foundation Tear Mask Fit Red Cushion Foundation in 22N Shell Beige. And I really hated this foundation. I hated how it looked on my face. And, you know, it's partially my fault because this is matte. And I am just definitely not a matte person at all. I mean, the color seems really wrong for me as it sits in this cushion, but it actually matched me quite well. It was just so matte. And this is just the mini, I guess. Thank God for that. But I will be decluttering this because I just did not like this foundation. It's relatively new, so it breaks my heart, but it needs to go because I won't wear it again. I do have 2 of the Fenty Eavesdrop sticks, right? That's what these are called, right? Yeah, Eavesdrop Blur Smooth Tint Sticks. And I have mine in the shades 4 and 6. They are really great. It's really great, honestly, with stick foundations to have more than one shade because each part, your skin is not one solid color all the way around. And I like having both of these. I've used both of these quite a bit. And these sticks also you can use in entirety because the stick rolls all the way out. So I love that about Fenty. You're going to get your big bang for your buck. And these are actually foundation sticks that I really quite like. You know, a lot of foundation sticks sit on your face and they're rather heavy. These ones just don't feel like that. So I really like these foundation sticks and they will stay. This one is Westman Atelier. This is the Vital Skin Foundation Stick, and mine is in the shade Atelier 2. And it is also a really good match to me, and I have used quite a bit of it, as you guys can see. You don't need a whole lot of this stick. This one is, I feel like, quite a bit heavier than these ones are, but it's still really beautiful on the skin. I wish I had another one of these to kind of contour my face in the way that, you know, like I said, your skin's not all one shade, and the beauty of sticks is when I pull these sticks out, I reach for both of them at the same time. I wish I could do that with the Westman Atelier one too, but this is like $70. So I'm not spending another, you know, $70 to have just another shade for I'll just use a concealer. That is fine. But I will be holding on to that as well. It's super pretty. This is just a tinted moisturizer, but I don't use it without using it as the foundation that's on my face for the day, which is why it's in my foundation collection. This is the Origins Ginseng SPF 40 Energy Boosting Tinted Moisturizer, Sheer Tint Release. So it doesn't like have a shade on it, and it does turn colors. It starts off this like creamy white shade, and then it supposedly turns colors to suit your skin shade. I think that they all kind of just come out the same shade, if I'm honest with you. But I really do like it. It does a good job of making my skin feel moisturized and also tinting my skin when I want to feel like I've done something with myself, but also don't want to spend the time doing something with myself. This is a good product for that. And because I use it as a foundation most of the time when I'm using it, it is in my foundation section, but it's actually just a tinted moisturizer. I have this one from Danessa Myricks. This is the Yummy Skin Serum Skin Tint, and mine is in the shade 4. And I think this is a good match for my skin tone. I love this specifically because it does a lot for hydrating and smoothing my skin. I feel like my skin is really quite airbrushed when I'm using it. It also has a lot to help like kind of correct any kind of discoloration in my skin. I like that it's really super thin and I don't feel like I'm wearing anything, but it also does a good job of making me feel more put together even when I don't want to be wearing any makeup. I really like this a lot. I guess I should have said this at the beginning of the video, but for those of you who don't know, aren't around my channel very often, I am a natural finish skin tint kind of girl. I will wear a more coverage foundation. Obviously, I have them in my collection, but I like light medium coverage at most. I don't want to feel the foundation on my skin, so I will stick with a skin tint most of the time, and this is truly a go-to for me. I really do love the skin tint. It's really, really nice. This is the Milk Hydro Grip Gel Tint, and this I have in shade 2. This I actually found that I liked a lot more than I thought I was going to. Somebody had told me, and I can't remember who it was, and I don't know if it was in the comment section or somebody who had actually said it out loud to me. Somebody had told me that this was way too matte and that they didn't like it for their dry skin. I can't remember who, but you know, I mean, this is why there are so many different makeup companies and so many different makeup products out in the market, because what works for one person might not work for another and vice versa. And this actually works for me. I really, really like this. I think that it makes my skin look really nice. While I don't think it's as hydrating as it boasts with just in the name, right? The Hydro Grip. I do think that it grips really well. It wears away beautifully if it's going to wear away. I find that it sticks to my, nose better than a lot of other skin tints, which is fantastic. And I don't think it's nearly as dry as I had heard it was going to be on my skin anyways. And my skin is really, really dry skin. Like, I don't think it's dehydrated because I drink a lot of water. I do think that it's just flat out dry skin. I get a lot of flakies around my nose, that kind of thing. And this works really beautifully on it. I also kind of like it as a mixer. It's a really beautiful mixer. These used to be a favorite for me, and last time I wore them, I just wasn't sure that I loved them anymore. This is the Shape Tape Cloud Coverage, and I do have it in two different shades. I have 29N Light, Medium, Neutral, and then I have 22N Light Neutral. And I like the light neutral better for my skin tone. I feel like it matches better. I did get both of these in gratis a couple years ago at a conference. Maybe it's the age of them, I'm not sure, but they are quite a bit thicker than some of my other foundations that come in the same kind of way, and a lot thicker than, I guess, some of my more skin tint-esque kind of foundations. But these don't boast to be skin tints, they just boast to be cloud coverage. You're supposed to not feel them nearly as much on your skin as some of the other foundations that you might get. Truth be told, I did used to like these. I think maybe they're just aged out, to be honest. I'm going to keep them around and try them again before I decide what I'm going to do with them. Because maybe it was just, I was having a bad skin month or whatever when they were pulled into rotation. I'll pull them in one more time. If I still don't like them, then I will declutter them then. But I also have never really gotten along with a Tarte foundation. So while it surprises me, it doesn't really surprise me, honestly, because they're Tarte. These ones are in my planned pan for the year. So this is my Chanel Numero Un. This one I probably am not going to finish this year. But this is one of the longest living foundations in my collection at the moment. This is from 2022. So it likely needs to go. I have used quite a bit of it, but still have so much of it left. And I would be delighted actually to finish this foundation this year. I would likely not repurchase it. It is a beautiful foundation, but it also is a $70 foundation. And I just don't want to spend that kind of money on foundations anymore. This is my Makeup Forever Ultra HD in Y218. I feel like this is a really good match for me. But this also is an old foundation in my collection. I think this one is the oldest one that I have in my collection right now, and I received it in an Ipsy. My spreadsheet says 2021. I think it was late 2021 that I received this. Did I say this one was the oldest? This one is currently the oldest one in my collection. So I'd like to get it finished, but again, it is not even halfway done. So we will see. This one is from 2023. So opposed to the other two, this one is new. I don't know why I put this one in my plan to pan. I think I have older foundations that maybe could go. Like, honestly, maybe the NARS one could go, and that one is, quite a bit more empty than this one is. Like, I don't know why I decided this. Maybe because I could see me wearing this often and it being totally okay and me being able to barrel through it. And it seems like it's a small bottle, so it seems like it shouldn't take very long to do it. But again, I'm not any further down on it than I am the Chanel or the Makeup Forever one. So there's still quite a bit of foundation in here. It's a beautiful foundation though. I love this foundation specifically because it just feels and looks so natural on the skin, but has a good decent amount of coverage. This one is almost gone. I think it's about here, but it spits at me now every single time I try and get anything out of it. So it will likely be in my empties very, very soon. And then I'll move on to a different foundation. I want to say that foundation will be one of these three because they're on my plan to pan list and they're already prepped for panning with the markings. But I honestly think I should do this one because this one is almost gone. Like when I shook it up to lay it down here today, because they stand in my collection standing up, right? It was literally, the windowing was like here. So I might do this one and then start one of those because I think I could finish this one really quick. This is a beautiful foundation as well. But this one is in my project pan right now and almost empty. It is the Fenty Beauty Eavesdrops, and this one is in the shade 9. I've said this 100 times. I don't know why I got shade 9. This definitely isn't my shade. And I do have to mix it with not only a white mixer to lighten it, but also a blue mixer to make it less warm, because my skin is kind of a really fair olive complexion, and this just isn't my shade. And when you look at these two being numbers 4 and 6, and those being the shades, and then look at this one, it's quite a bit darker. I know it doesn't look it in the camera maybe, but it's quite a bit darker. So if I picked this one up again, which I would because I really like it, this is I think my second one, it would not be in shade 9. I would likely pick up shade 6. I'm kind of thinking that maybe that's accidentally what I did, was looked at it like this and thought it was a 6 when I should have been looking at it like this, and it's a 9. So that one will be gone soon. This one I just got, maybe it was for the platinum gift, I can't remember, but it is the Clinique Even Better Clinical Foundation. I've never had great luck with Clinique foundations either. They oxidize really horribly on my skin and honestly look really bad on my skin, but I really actually quite like this foundation. I just used it in my Shop My Stash. It was in my rotation before I emptied out to do my collection videos, and I really quite like it. This one is in the shade CN28 Ivory, which is actually a very fair color for them, but it really quite matches my skin tone well. I really like it. So, I mean, there's not much I can say about that, but this is relatively new to my collection. It came in September. I think it was my diamond gift. Yeah, that's what I think it was. Then I have the Dior Forever Natural Nude. This is no longer even a foundation that they make anymore. This one has been in my collection since 2023, and I swear I bought it and then they took it off of the shelves and you no longer could find it, and I no longer could link it, and it was a big pain in the ass. But this is a really beautiful foundation. I think maybe they have a Hydra one, Hydra Natural or something like that, that I think would probably be relatively the same as this, but I love this foundation. It's so pretty on the skin. And when I first got it, I could not put it down. And like I said, it is almost gone. I think the windowing was about here when I shook it up to put it into this video. And I know I could have this gone this year if I really put my mind to it, because it is so pretty. I have mine in the shade 2CR, which is Too Cool Rosy. This is the quasi newest one to my collection. It came in at the same time as the Clinique one and the Tier and the One Beauty that Andy sent me. This is the Natasha Denona High Glam Foundation. I have mine in the shade N4, which is Neutral 4, and this is really beautiful. My favorite foundation was the Natasha Denona X Plus Foundation X Plus. Really beautiful foundation, really natural on the skin, beautiful coverage, wore away beautifully. And that was another one of the foundations in my life that I love so much, and they discontinued. And I mean, why do they got to do that to us? I just don't understand it. But this is, I feel like, a better version of that, which maybe that's why that one was discontinued, because this one was going to, be made and be similar but better. This is a hydrating and blurring long-wear radiant serum foundation. It really is lightweight, but also has really amazing coverage and goes really well with her concealer. And it's a pretty perfect match to my skin tone as well. It just looks so pretty on the skin. This is the NARS Light Reflecting Foundation, and this is another one of the older foundations in my collection. This one came in through gratis. I got it at conference in 2022. This is in the shade Punjab, and it also is one of those foundations that I was matched to back in the day when I lived in Eastern Washington. I had a tan almost all the time. There's a lot of sunshine over there and a lot of heat over there in the summer, and I'm just not this shade. So this is another one that when I use it, I have to lighten it with not only white to lighten the foundation, but also blue to make it less warm. It's a beautiful foundation though on my skin. I love it a lot. So I don't discount it or declutter it because it is super pretty. But this is also another one that I used a whole lot when I first got it, and think that it's probably pretty low in the jar. I would say it's probably hitting right about the same place as the back of the R, and I could probably finish it really quite quickly if I really put my mind to it. But it is a thick daddy, so who knows. Really beautiful foundation. This one, honestly, I was scared to use for the longest time because it is very, very full coverage. It is the Good Apple, the KVD Good Apple foundation, and I have mine in the shade Light 18. It is slightly too light for me, but only slightly. So I can deepen it with like some bronzing drops or use it as a mixer for some of the darker foundations that I have, and it works out quite well. It is slightly more full coverage than I love. It is very full coverage. But if I use the tiniest bit of it, it actually looks really, really quite pretty on the skin. I got so many compliments on it in a couple of videos that I wore it in. And I am no longer afraid to use it. I just know that I can't use a lot of it. It's like literally the tiniest amount. This is one of those a little dabble do you kind of foundations for me. But of the foundations that are left, this one is the fullest coverage, I feel like, and maybe could also be decluttered, but I'm going to keep it around because I really actually quite liked it if I can put it on my face in the perfect ratio. This one is the About Face Performer foundation. This is a skin focused foundation. This is supposed to be also kind of more of a natural finish foundation. It is a beautiful foundation. I love it a lot. I don't think I got the right shade for me. This is LM2 neutral, so light medium to neutral. I didn't need to get medium. So this is another one that I have to put blue mixing pigment into to make it less warm, and white to make it less dark. I hate this doe foot component to it because if you're not careful, every time you pull the doe foot out, it kind of spits at you. And if you're wearing like white or, something where the foundation is going to get on there and stain it, it will. So just know that. I hate the component for it. But other than that, I really do like the foundation. I wish I had listened to the girl that matched me and gotten the shade that she matched me to. And instead I thought I knew better and I picked up this shade, and it is too dark for my skin tone and far too warm for my skin tone. So I definitely should have listened a little bit more. But I do mix this one with this one, and it turns out actually quite nice. Their formulations they marry quite well. This is the Polite Society More Than a Pretty Face Skin Caring Foundation. This one is a niacinamide vegan hyaluronic acid foundation. It's really, really pretty on the skin. I didn't think that I was going to like it as much as I do. I am in the shade Fair for this foundation, and I quite like this foundation. It looks nice on the skin. It is really hydrating, I feel like, for a foundation. I kind of feel like my face feels better after I've had it on all day than it did even when I put it on first thing in the morning. So I like that. And I'm surprised by that because I didn't love Too Faced foundations at all. And, Polite Society is owned by Jared Blandino, same person who owned Too Faced. So this is like the next generation of Born This Way, and I did not like Born This Way foundation, but I do really, really like this foundation. This is my House Labs Triclone Skin Tech foundation. Triclone Skin Tech foundation, yes. And this one is the most olive toned foundation that I have. And even though it looks crazy, it actually is beautiful on my face. I do think it's a little bit dark. I did get 190 light cool. I think I could have went with like, even a step or a half step down from this and it would have been more suitable. This is one, again, that I purchased while I lived in Eastern Washington, and I was quite a bit more tan, and therefore my olive was coming through a lot more. It reminds me that I need to pick up this in a different shade. Still olive. I love the olive undertones that House Labs has. They're fantastic, specifically because you can't really find this olive often, but I do need it to be lighter than this. I love this foundation. I just use a white pigment right now, and that's it. I don't use like a blue pigment to take out the warmth because it's not really like warm necessarily, but it is too deep. So I use a white mixing pigment. This is a beautiful foundation. This is also a very expensive foundation, but it's a beautiful foundation. So I will continue to use that until it's gone and then repurchase it in a different shade once it's gone. This is the Win Beauty foundation that I bought for myself. This is Win Beauty by Serena Williams. It came to Ulta Beauty, and I decided to buy it when it came to Ulta Beauty. Number one, the packaging is right up my alley. This is my favorite color of green. That chartreusey color is just so perfect. Which seems like a stupid reason to purchase a product, which it is. But this is a hydrating skin enhancing tint. It's got SPF in it. It lays on the skin really beautifully. It has a very natural finish and very light coverage. This is my shade that I purchased in the shade More, or 135. This matches my skin tone really quite perfectly. My friend Andy, who is more of a full coverage gal, bought it on my recommendation because I think it works great with dry skin. The only problem is that she doesn't like skin tints. She likes a full coverage. So this didn't work for her in the way, obviously, it works for me. She got the shade 150 Flex, which is just slightly more, deep than mine. So she sent it to me, and I think they're actually pretty comparable. So I had a hard time when I was looking at them before. I had a hard time figuring out, just looking at them, which one was mine and which one wasn't. I think this has a little bit more of a rosiness to it, and this one has a little bit more of a neutrality to it. So I'm actually super excited about Flex. I think Flex will be a good match for my skin tone as well. But I'm not going to open this one until the other one is gone. And then last but not least in my foundation category is this Makeup Forever Face Sculpting Palette. And I keep it with my foundations because that's really what I use it for. You can see there are some highlighters here and some bronzers here, but I haven't touched any of them. I use it for the foundation shades and then this sculpting shade. The rest of it kind of goes unused in my collection, which is why I haven't bought another one of these before. But this was what I used to take with me when I went out of town for work almost every time, because it was super easy to carry. I didn't have to worry about the heaviness of the bottle. I also didn't have to worry about whether the bottle was going to break and I was going to have foundation everywhere. It's a tin component, so it's not going to likely break. It was really easy to travel with, and I had my foundations I had my sculpting powder or sculpting shade. I had bronzers if I wanted it, and I had highlighters if I wanted it. I clearly didn't use them, but I had them if I wanted them. So I used to travel with this all the time. I hardly ever use it now that I'm not really traveling, but I do like it. So I will keep it in my collection for now. So we were at 24 at the beginning of the year when I did my inventory. But then I brought in this one here recently, so that brought us up to 25, and I am going to be decluttering this one, so it brings us back down to 24. This is my current primer collection in my base categories. There are technically 25 in this category. There were 24 at the beginning of the year. I did empty one in my most recent makeup rehab. You guys would have seen that. It was the e.l.f. Power Grip Primer. Emptied that through Project Pan a couple months out of last year and then finished it up this year. I also brought in 2 new ones, these 2, so we are currently sitting at 25. As I said, these are the 2 new ones to my collection. So I have the L'Oreal Lumi Glotion. I put this in my primer category because it feels right to use it as a primer, number 1. And number 2, I have had one in the past in my collection. It worked really well with some of my more fair foundations as a mixer or as a primer underneath to give it just a little bit of oomph. It also works really well with really matte foundations to give them a little bit of an oomph. So that is why I put it in my primer category. As I said, it just feels right to do so. This is in the shade Light Glow. And then I got this one in an Ulta Beauty gift with purchase recently. This is their Poreless Face Primer. I'm not sure if I'll keep this one or this one, to be honest with you, but for now it lives in my collection. I'm not a huge fan of matte or poreless face primers. I already have a couple of poreless face primers that I really, really like. I think right off the bat, I'm going to declutter these 2. I am going to keep this one, but I am going to declutter these 2. I didn't even go over this one, but this is a Ulta Beauty Matte Veil Face Primer that came to me in another gift with purchase in a points purchase late last year. This one was in my most recent gift card purchase. You guys would have seen that go up last week, I believe. Those are both being decluttered. They didn't really cost me anything to have in my collection in the first place, so I have no ties to them, and I really don't like a poreless or a matte primer. And if I do have poreless primers, I have a select few that I like. I don't need to try those. Let's see, I have these 2 currently in projects. This one is in my Deck of Panning project, I do believe, for 10 uses, I think. I've only used it 3 times so far. And this one is in my Project Pan, and it is nearly gone. I actually have put the rest of this into another container because I wanted to see how much was left, and that is also nearly gone. So this will be leaving my collection very soon. This one isn't going anywhere anytime soon. It is so full and takes so long to get through, but it is in a project currently. It is almost 2 o'clock in the morning right now, but I fell asleep on the couch with the love of my life and slept for 4 hours, so now my body thinks it's daytime. So here in a few minutes, it's going to hit 2 o'clock, which is actually then going to be 3 o'clock because it's daylight savings time, and I'm going to be up until 5 for sure. For sure. The other Smashbox primer that I have is the Illuminate Glow Primer. P.S. I don't really love the primerizer. I remember when it first came out, it was all the rage, and I don't think it's all that fantastic. If I'm honest with you, it's just another moisturizer that I'm putting on my face, and a watery one at that. Doesn't really even do anything, and definitely doesn't do anything for my makeup application. The Illuminate I actually quite like. It's got a nice like kind of orangey tint to it, but that doesn't show up on your skin underneath makeup. This looks really good on the face all by itself, but also is really great on the face underneath makeup. I think that it's a wonderful primer. Do I think that it does anything for the longevity of my makeup? I'm just really not 100% sure, if I'm honest with you. I have primers that I prefer a whole lot over this one, especially illuminating primers that I prefer a whole lot over this one, but it's Also not a horrible primer. So this is on my planned pan. This is sitting about here right now. I prepped all my planned pan things with a mark on them for where they were when they went into planned pan, so that I had that to look back on. This is probably my next primer to go into my project pan, because I think I can barrel through this no time flat. This is actually one of my favorites, and this is the Tula Filter Primer. It is a illuminating and moisturizing primer. It does come in different skin tones, and it also comes in a clear one. I have mine in First Light, which is for all skin tones. It is one of those that kind of changes color as you put it on your face. It is just so beautiful. I love it so much. This is probably my third one of these. It's just a really beautiful primer. I feel like it's super hydrating. I also feel like it's glowy enough without being too glowy to make you feel like you're a disco ball. I feel like it does a lot for makeup longevity, and yeah, I just feel like my face feels good after I use it. So I really do like this. I have repurchased it. I will repurchase it. The first one I got was in gratis, but I have repurchased it several times since then. And this is the e.l.f. Woe Glow. I think this is e.l.f.'s version of the Super Goop one, and I don't like the Super Goop one, and I also really don't like this one. But this one is a lot better than the Super Goop one. I think I might declutter this because it isn't my favorite. And I know that my mom would like it, honestly. My mom will probably get all the ones that I'm decluttering. She has a thing for primer, so I also have a thing for primer. But I think I'm going to declutter this one. I used it several times last year. I just can't wrap my want, will, or desire to pull this one over some of the other ones that I have in my collection. So this one is going to go. I don't love the Super Goop one either. The Super Goop one is probably my least favorite primer on the planet. It feels really, really greasy. Makes me look greasy after a certain amount of time. I don't feel like this one makes me look greasy at all after a certain amount of time, but it does feel greasy on my face. I have this Tatcha. This is the Silk Canvas Filter Finish primer, and I've used quite a bit of it, but I mean, this lasts forever. It's not going to go anywhere. It's one of my favorite primers as far as like a pore filling primer goes, but it literally takes you 400 years to use. This is one of the oldest primers that I have in my collection from 2021. And as you can see, it still looks amazing. It still smells amazing. It's still got that clean, fresh Tatcha scent. And I'm going to keep it until it tells me I shouldn't be using it. This is the other primer that's in my collection from 2021. This is the Urban Decay All Nighter Glow Face Primer Dewy. This is I think the only gripping primer I still have in my collection. I don't love a gripping primer, but this one and the regular all-nighter one is not bad. This one also is a little bit glowy. I mean, gripping primers are not my favorite. This is the only one I have left in my collection, and I don't mind it, so I'm going to keep it. I did get this one in gratis in 2021, like I said. This came to me in an Ipsy in 2021. I have the Say Glowy Super Gel that my daughter gave me. She got it in an Ipsy or a Boxy, whatever it is that she has. It is in the shade Rose Glow, and it's just not the right shade for her skin tone, so she gave it to me. I'm actually super excited about it because I've heard really great things about it, but I've never tried anything from Say. We'll be keeping that. This is the Lancome Le Base Pro. It is a perfecting makeup primer. It's got a smoothing effect. It's another pore filling primer. You know, I don't remember my feelings about this one. Yeah, I don't remember my feelings on this primer, so I'm gonna hang on to it. I'm gonna try it maybe in my Project 10 uses, or maybe it'll go into deck panning here soon. Project 10 uses, I don't really have a choice on what's picked. It's picked off of like a wheel, a decision wheel, and then a number generator, so I don't really have a choice. So maybe this will have to go into deck panning at some point in time. I don't have any feelings on it, so I'm gonna hold on to it for now. This one I absolutely love. This is the Valentino V Lighter. And I actually purchased it off of Lauren May Beauty's recommendation, and it's just so pretty. And you guys can see I've used a lot of it. Granted, it does sit in a drawer kind of slanted like upwards but also back, so there's a lot of product that is missing from this windowing that is actually down at the back of the product. But this has got a really pretty pink tint to it. It is a little bit thicker, so it feels a little bit more, I don't know, girthy on the face, but I feel like that also helps to make it feel like it's actually doing something for your skin while also catering to your makeup application. It's a really nice primer, so I will keep that. This one, I'm not sure I love. I remember liking it in certain circumstances, mostly on bare skin. I don't think I loved it underneath my foundation, but I'm gonna hang on to it and see if I try it again how I feel about it, because it's been a minute since I tried. It's been since right after I purchased it, which has been almost a year. We're gonna hang on to it. It's gonna stick around. I do love a glowy primer. That's why there's so many glowy primers in my collection. And I love Dior products. I have an affinity for Dior, so I will keep it probably regardless and just use it up. This is the Fenty Eavesdrop Lit All Over Glow Enhancer. This I also use as a face primer, and I really like it for that. Like, my skin is so dry, so these illuminating primers really help with making my skin look alive under makeup, but also on their own. There's a lot of days that I go without a foundation, but I am always wearing a primer of some sort. And these glowy foundations that don't really make you look like a disco ball, but kind of just give your skin this lit from within glow, really help my skin look alive. So that's why I have so many of them. The Natasha Denona Hygen kind of does the same thing. It's energizing and hydrating primer serum. It is in a dropper. It has this kind of like gold appearance to it when it comes out of the bottle, but it just looks so beautiful on your skin. I don't know that I think that this does anything for makeup longevity, but it is just a really pretty primer. I don't know if you guys can see it up there. It's kind of like white, but it has this like gold reflect to it. It's just really pretty on the skin. I love this one specifically without makeup on my face. This is just so beautiful. I have these two from CoverGirl. These were gratis. I got them at a conference, I think 2 years ago now. Yeah, 2 years ago now. This is the Skin Enhancer in Velvet Blur, so it's a blurring, perfecting primer. And then this one is Jelly Glow Opal, or Jelly Opal Glow, and so it's an illuminating primer. And I really like both of them, honestly. A really good bang for your buck. They're really not bad primers. This one actually surprised me quite a lot. And because I liked this one so much, I pulled this one out and tried it as well. I think this was initially in my highlighters drawer, and then I moved it into my primer drawer because it just made more sense for it to be there. The Hourglass Veil Primer is probably my favorite primer, hands down, for absolutely 100% perfecting the makeup that you're putting over the top of it and your skin underneath that makeup. I feel like this one does a really good job of blurring any kind of imperfection that you have on your skin. I don't have a lot of wrinkles, but I do have some fine lines. I mean, I'm almost 50, so there's that. I don't have a lot of acne scarring or anything like that, but I have texture because I have really dry skin, right? So I have dry patches and whatnot, and this really does help with minimizing the appearance of those things. I love this primer so dang much, and in addition to this one, this is my other favorite, and it is the Bobbi Brown Face Base, and this is a really beautiful moisturizer that doubles as a primer. It is just fantastic for the skin, and My skin always feels its best when I'm using this as a primer day after day after day. But I have so many primers in my collection, I can't just 100% stick to that one, so I don't. But I love this primer so much, and I think it's just because my skin loves the moisturizing factor of this primer for sure, but it also smells really good. I have this Huda Easy Blur primer, and this one also does a really good job of blurring your skin. Do I think it is next level blur? No, but I do think it's amazing that it's silicone free and it doesn't have that like slippiness to it. Most blurring primers do have a silicone base to it. Still has a little bit of that silky feel without it being like slippy. I've just found that a lot of blurring primers do have the silicone also have a slip to it. My makeup doesn't stay on my skin nearly as well as a different primer that does not have silicone in it. This is the Timeless Smoothing Primer by Tarte. This is like the Tatcha, kind of a putty, really beautiful putty, and it's a beautiful primer and it's a beautiful blurring primer. It feels so good on the skin, and it is, next to Tatcha, my favorite from the like blurring primer kind of perspective in this format anyways, in the putty format. This one I just used through Project 10 Uses, and it actually surprised me that I liked it as much as I did, but I definitely don't love it as much as I love these two. I would definitely pull for these ones as far as a blurring like putty type formula before I would pull for this one, but it's not that bad. By no means is it awful. It is also a silicone free blurring primer, so we like that. This is the Danessa Myricks Yummy Skin Blurring Balm Powder is what it says, but it's not a powder, it's a balm. You can see the fibers from my brush going in there and that's embarrassing and gross, but it's just my brush, it's not hair. This is just a mini of it. I got it in a sample from Sephora. And it's not bad. It's not bad. I use it as a primer because I think it's weird to think of it being used in any other way. I do, and I don't know, but I have heard of people using this over the top of makeup. I don't quite understand that, but I use it as a primer. It's not bad. And then this one from Ole Henriksen is the Banana Bright Face Primer. This is a vitamin C primer. My skin loves vitamin C. I like this primer a lot. Is it like top tier primer? Not necessarily, but I do like it. It reminds me a lot of this one in a way, just with like orange. It's very orange when it comes out, so it kind of works in almost a color correcting way also. It looks really nice on the skin. It's very moisturizing, and my skin likes vitamin C, so that one will stick around as well. So we started with, what did I say, 25, right? 25 primers, and we are decluttering 3 primers, so we'll end up with 22 primers. I cannot count. Apparently math is hard at 2 o'clock in the morning. Of course it is. And now it's 3 o'clock in the morning because it was going to be 2 in daylight savings. Yeah. That happened just now. So that's it for primers. We decluttered 3. That's actually more than I thought was going to happen. So I'm going to go pull the next section of base. I will be right back. These are the items in my corrector category. There are 11 items in this category. That hasn't changed year over year over year. I think at one point I maybe had 15 in this category, but this category is not a category that changes. These same 11 are the same 11 from last year and from I think the year before that, minus these 2. I think all of these have been in my collection for years. Some of these are still sealed. This one is open. This one is still sealed. This one is open. Open, open, open. This one is still sealed. This one is still sealed. These three could probably go, but I'm going to hang on to them. This white one intrigues me. I saw something, a TikTok or something, from somebody the other day using this white one as a concealer. And just, it blew my mind. So I might have to try that. But these are all the LA Girl Pro Conceals, and I got these in gratis. I don't obviously use them as concealer. They're all different colors. I use them as correctors. But these have been in my collection since 2023. So they're 3 years old at this point in time. I don't really think that that's like old in the grand scheme of things. There's nothing in this collection that's older than 2022. And this is what is older than 2022. So, I mean, I just think this collection isn't one that I have to worry about ever. So it's not typically one that I worry about decluttering from. This MAC Studio Fix Conceal and Correct palette has been a lifesaver many times. And somebody in my comment section, because this is currently in my Project 10 uses, and somebody in my comment section said to use these as bronzer, cream bronzer, because when I was showcasing it in my Project 10 uses, these three shadows, or these three shades, had not been touched. These ones, obviously, I'm using all the time. I think that you guys can see the dips in that. This one I've used quite a bit, but these three had not been touched. So somebody in my comment section had mentioned using these as cream bronzers, and I did that the other day, and they actually looked really good. This used to go with me all the time when I went out of town. It was a great corrector and concealer palette for me, so I have it currently in my Project 10 uses, and I will, as you can see, like, spoiler, I've used it the 10 times now. I've used it more than that, actually. I think there's a couple times that I've used it that I didn't mark it, but I like this little palette. It's a really nice little palette, so it's one of my favorite things from MAC, so I will keep it. This Bobbi Brown corrector is in light to medium bisque, and it's one of the only products in my collection that has pan in it. So I will hold on to it. I hope to maybe use this up sometime very soon. But I just use it as an under eye corrector, not really anything other than that. And then this guy is the Ole Henriksen Banana Bright Vitamin CC stick, and mine is in the shade Apricot. And I honestly thought that I would use this more than I do. I do use it actually quite a bit. You guys can see there's quite a bit of usage on it, but I just don't use it quite as much as I thought I was going to when I first initially picked it up. Those are what is in my corrector category. There are 11 products here. We started with 11 at the beginning of the year. Nothing's left, nothing's come in, and all of these will stay. I also decided to pull my concealers out while I was in that drawer, because that drawer houses my concealers, my powders, all those things. And these are also in my my base categories. There's 11 concealers that I have here, and all of them will likely stay. If there was one that was going to leave, it would be this one, which is the Westman Atelier concealer, and this is in the shade Atelier L2. So this is the Vital Skincare concealer that is the concealer partner to the foundation that I have, the foundation stick. I don't love this concealer. I don't love it still foot. I don't love its coloring. It's just slightly too, like, warm for me, in my humble opinion. It doesn't really go very well with a whole lot of my foundations, but one thing I will tell you is a little tiny dab of this concealer really does go a very long way. I think that this very easily gets away from you, which is another reason why I just don't like it. I'm not a super fan of concealers in the first place. This one doesn't take a lot, and therefore it gets away from you really quickly. So if there was one I was going to declutter, it would be this one, likely, but I'm not going to declutter that quite yet. I'm going to give it another try this year and, like, decapanning or project 10 uses, and we'll see how it goes, and I will declutter it from there. This is another one that I feel like should be decluttered, if I'm honest with you. I think this is probably my oldest concealer. Yes, this is my oldest concealer. It came into my collection in 2021. I have used and abused this concealer, but literally the tiniest dab of this, like the size of the top of like a pin, like this amount right there is all you need to do any bit of concealing that you need to do on your face, your under eyes. Everything I needed to cover up on my face, I would be able to do with this tiny amount of concealer. So again, I used and abused that concealer, but it doesn't appear as such because it literally takes the smallest amount for it to be effective. Any more than that little tiny amount, and this is actually going to give you cake face. So you have to be very, very careful with this concealer, but it is such a great full coverage concealer if you know how to play with it. So this is in the shade 11 Light Nude, and it is a neutral tone, and I really quite love it, honestly. It's been in my collection since 2021. I will continue to keep it because it's never harmed my skin using it. I use the smallest amount of it every single time it's in a squeezy tube, so it's not coming in and out like one of these guys would, you know, so there's no like air getting to the product. So I feel like it's okay. And it's got a fairly large window here, and I feel like if it wasn't okay, I'd be able to see that it wasn't okay, that it was like separating or something in there, but it's not. So that one will stay also. This one would be my next oldest concealer, and this one is on my plan to pan list. This is the Dior Backstage Flash Perfector Concealer, and when it's upright, this is where it sits at. They all lay flat in my drawer, so it looks gross, but that's just because the product is laying on the other side of this. This is actually a really nice concealer. I really like it. I think I probably got the wrong shade for me. This is in shade 2N. I could probably do with a slightly lighter shade. I normally just use concealer on my under eye area. This is the wrong shade for my under eye area. I prefer kind of a lighter shade for my under eye area, but I got this when I got the Dior Backstage Foundation in shade 3N, which was also too dark for my skin these last several years, but I finished that foundation up last year, so I'd like to finish up this concealer this year. So it is on my plan to pan. I'm hoping to be rid of it by the end of the year, but it's not currently in a project. I'm just using it silently on the side. This is my Hourglass foundation, also on my plan to pan. This is the next oldest, I guess. So this one was new to me, and I purchased it in 2022. This one I received in gratis in 2022 as well. This one appears to be quite a bit fuller than this one is, but this is small and round and deceiving, and I know that because it took me forever to finish the foundation that has the same kind of bottle, I guess. This one just has a standard doe foot. It is a pretty concealer. So this one I have in shade Creme. I feel like I could finish this year quicker than I could probably finish this year, if I'm honest with you. I have the Morphe Filter Effect Soft Radiance Concealer in the shade Light 2 Cool, and this was one of the last items that I received in gratis. I got this in, like, I think September of 2024, and I wasn't going to use it initially because it's Morphe and I don't really have a large affinity for Morphe, but it was the right shade and I thought I'd give it a try. It's been a while since I had tried anything for Morphe, and I never tried any kind of complexion for Morphe, and I actually quite like this. It's disappointing to me how much I like this product because it's a really good concealer. This is my Natasha Denona concealer, the High Glam concealer, and I have the shade R2. And this is a really great concealer. I wouldn't say it's my favorite concealer. I do find it to be a lot more drying than a lot of people will give it credit for doing. But if I use just the tiniest amount of it, it actually looks quite nice on my skin. So I'll keep it. I'm keeping all of these. So I don't know why I just keep saying that. This is the Charlotte Tilbury Beautiful Skin Radiant Concealer. I have mine in the shade For Fair. This was one of the last things I purchased with actual money from Ulta Beauty, not point money. And I got it to try out because I had heard it was really good. I hate the doe foot on this. This doe foot is small and pokey, and I just think that she could have done us a solid and given us a different kind of doe foot. I know that luxury doe foots come bigger and softer, and this one is really pokey, but it's a really pretty concealer for sure. This one I got because it came in my daughter's boxy, and again, it's just not the shade for her. This is in the shade 2. She needs the shade Transparent because she's so fair. So she gave it to me. I like this concealer. Also, it's really nice. The doe foot on it is really nice. It hugs your skin really nicely. It is flexible. I love that it doesn't like really sink into fine lines and wrinkles, honestly, or well, fine lines specifically. And I love it for my under eyes. It's a really nice serum-y concealer. This one by House Labs, the Triclone Skin Tech Concealer, is one of my favorites. It is in my Project 10 uses. Spoiler, I've used it 10 times. This is a really easy one for me to use. I love this concealer. It's a really nice concealer. It moves with you as well. That is a prerequisite for me for a good concealer, is it has to move with my skin. I smile a lot, I laugh a lot, I have, you know, fine lines that things like to seep into if they're not flexible with my skin. This one definitely is, so I like this concealer a lot. Would probably repurchase this concealer. Honestly, I would repurchase probably all of these, but these two. This one I would want in a different shade. And then these two I have, they're my potted concealers. This is the Glossier Stretch Concealer in the shade G11, and this one was another recommendation from Lauren May Beauty. I really like this concealer a lot. It is slightly a little deeper than I wanted it to be, but it is really pretty on the skin. And then this one is in the shade Light 2 Vanilla, and it is the NARS Soft Matte Complete Coverage Concealer, and it is also beautiful on the skin. I don't necessarily love digging my fingers into makeup pots to dig things out, right? But I do love those two concealers a lot. My friend Melissa has a NARS concealer that is currently in her project pan, that has been in her project pan for 2 years plus untracked years, and tracking she has something like 400 uses on hers. So I know this is going to last me until my grandkids have grandkids, but it'll be okay. So we started with 11 concealers, and we are ending with 11 concealers because I am not getting rid of any of my concealers. Okay, these are my powders. I have 13 powders in my collection. I did empty a powder this size last year. Maybe even a little bit smaller than that, but I do put these minis in my collection as an inventory piece because they last me so dang long. That one that I emptied last year took me, it was smaller than this and took me 4 whole months to empty. I don't use powder all that often, if I am being honest, although lately I've been using powder a little bit more often, and I have an affinity these days for using a finishing powder, and I definitely use a powder under my eyes, but as far as full face, I don't really use full face powder all that often. And if I'm going to use a powder, I prefer a pressed powder versus a loose powder, but I've been trying to dabble in powder a little bit more often. I do have one new powder in my collection, and it is this one here. This is the Hourglass Ambient Lighting Powder in the shade Ethereal Light. I did buy this as a finishing powder because, like I said, I'm having an affinity of finishing powders lately, just to melt everything together and make everything look seamless on my face. I have loved that. I've been using a Pat McGrath under eye brightening powder in the shade medium for the same purpose on my skin currently, and we'll start using this after I'm done with that one. But this is my newest. I forgot that you guys can't see it if I'm holding it back here. So this is my newest one. I just purchased it with the gift card haul that I did that I linked up in the cards earlier in this video. And the rest of them are pretty old. I mean, it's a powder though, so I don't feel any kind of way about whether they need to go or not. But I guess old, as far as my collection goes, there's not very much in my collection that's much older than, say, 2021, because I've only been into makeup for a few years before that. Okay, this is the ABH Loose Setting Powder in the shade Translucent, and it is a giant thing of white loose setting powder. It says it's translucent. I do think that it leaves a white cast, but you know, nobody's using flash photography these days, so nobody really cares about that these days. I have used a bit of this. This was full at one point in time. I think you can see there's an incredible amount of space in this, so I have used this quite a bit, but this also gets everywhere. Every time I open it up, it sits in my drawer in there, and it just kind of seeps out the top. I don't know where it's actually coming from, but it leaks. It leaks powder everywhere. It's not a bad powder. It's also not a great powder in my humble opinion, but it is a decent powder. So as far as loose powders go, I'm just not a fan of loose powders. And the next one I have, the next oldest would be this one came into my life, BoxyCharm 2021. This one came into my life in maybe a Beautylish Lucky Bag. I'm not sure. It's by Terry, Hyaluronic Hydra Powder. It feels really good on the face. It's like, it feels kind of like water when you put it on the face. It's an interesting feeling for sure. It is a setting powder. It's an interesting powder. I do enjoy it. It feels really nice. It's very finely milled. It doesn't make my face look cakey. This one kind of does. This one doesn't. So I have to be very careful with this one. This one I don't, which is good for me because I don't dabble with loose powder very often. So I need one that doesn't make me look cakey, just in case I go ham with it just a little bit too much. I do like this one. I like the sensation it gives me on my face. It feels just, I don't know, interesting. So I'll hold on to that one. This one by Laura Mercier would be my next one that I got in gratis in October of 2022. It is the Laura Mercier Translucent Loose Setting Powder in Ultra Blur. While I do feel like this one blurs the skin, I also feel like this kind of makes it discolors my makeup in a way. So because it is so yellow, it oxidizes my makeup when I put it on. So I wear this one most of the time. Most of the time if I wear this one, it's only over the top of a primed face, not a foundation face. But I do like it over the top of a primed face. So I will hold on to it. I'll hold on to all of these also. This one would be my next oldest, and it was purchased in March of 2023, so this year it is 3 years old. I feel like it should smell like stale French fries. That's what I've heard these smell like, but this really doesn't smell like anything. Yeah, it really just doesn't smell like anything, and it still kind of works on my face. So I feel like I'm supposed to think that it's gone bad. I don't know that it has, so I guess I'll hold on to it for now and see. This is one that I have used quite extensively in the past. You guys can see the usage on there, and I really do like it. So I'm going to hang on to it until I guess it smells like stale french fries. The next one I have would be this one in medium, which is the Pat McGrath Under Eye Brightening Powder in medium. And I purchased this one initially as an under eye powder, and then very quickly realized that it was way too dark for my under eyes. So I have been using this as a full face like finishing powder, and I love it for that. It is a beautiful finely milled powder that I just can't put down. It was in my Project 10 uses, I think, and either that or my deck of panning, I can't remember. And I got my 10 uses out of it, and it is lovely, and I will definitely hold on to that. That one I got in March of 2023, like I said. And then this one I received in September of 2023. And it is the number 7 Lift and Illuminate Triple Action Pressed Powder in Light. And this I purchased because it's supposed to be, from what I remember, I'd heard it was supposed to be a dupe for the Charlotte Tilbury Airbrush Flawless Finishing Powder, right? Is that what it's called? I have to be honest with you, it's been so long since I had that powder, I don't quite remember what it was like, so I can't tell you whether this is a good dupe for it or no. Do I like it though? Yes, I think this is a nice finely milled powder. I've used it quite a bit, enough that the like imprint in there is worn down so that you can hardly see it. It is a nice drugstore option for powder. It's actually really pretty. The next one would be this little baby guy that I got in gratis in October of 2023. This is the Hourglass Veil Translucent Setting Powder. This is just a sample or deluxe sample that I got gratis. I haven't even opened it. I had this in my Project Pan last year as far as like plan to pan went, but because it took me 4 months to finish one that was smaller than this by Cover Effects, I was like, that's never going to happen. This does have a slight yellow tint to it, so I'm a little concerned that it's going to do the same thing as the Laura Mercier. But that's okay. I like wearing this one over the top of just a primer. I could wear this one over the top of just a primer as well. And then I got this one in October of 2023. This is the Under Eye Blurring Setting Powder by Pat McGrath in Light. And I have used the poop out of this one. This will probably be one of the only powders I've ever finished in my life. Probably very soon. I use it pretty consistently on my under eyes. It's my favorite powder to put on my under eyes. Around the same time that I got those ones from Pat McGrath, I also got this one from Huda just because I was interested in trying it, because this is a favorite for almost everybody in the makeup community. This is her loose baking and setting powder in Cherry Blossom. It's the pink version. I use this a lot on my under eyes as well. I have used quite a bit of it. These are full when you get them, so you can see I've used quite a bit of it. There's quite a bit of empty space in there. I do like it. I hate the minis component because this like puff is ridiculous. It's too hard to use on your under eyes. It's also it's too stiff to use on your under eyes. It's too round. It's just not conducive. I think that they would do better by getting rid of that crazy stupid puff in there and just making it a sifter like what is in these little mini guys. But I do like the powder for sure. And then I have the Benefit Professional Power Powder. This is something that I got in gratis in June of 2024. This is a blurring powder, and I really do like it for the blurring effect, but again, it's that kind of peachy yellow color. And if you use too much of it, it does oxidize your face. So it is another one of those products, another one of those powders that I don't really love with my foundations. I will wear it like I wear the Laura Mercier, which is on top of just a prime face. And I do go without foundation on my face a lot, so it's not like I can't get any use out of these. I would probably get more use out of these than I would the ones that I wear over the top of the foundation, because I don't really wear foundation all that often. I got this one in June of 2024. I did purchase this one. This is the Natasha Denona High Glam Powder Foundation. I have mine in the shade M4 M5, and this is a beautiful powder, but I don't love powder foundations, so I did put it into my powder drawer. The great thing about this is because it is a powder foundation, I can wear it over a primer, and it is a powder foundation, so it operates like a powder foundation, but it also is so lightweight that when I put it over the top of a foundation, it doesn't do anything to oxidize the foundation underneath it. It doesn't impact the foundation in a way that makes everything look cakey, because I'm putting foundation on top of powder foundation on top of regular foundation. I really like this foundation or this powder a lot. I just don't like wearing a powder foundation on its own, which sounds stupid because I just said I'll wear it over a primer, which makes it a foundation. But we're just going to pretend like I make sense right now. That's what we're going to pretend. This is actually my newest powder. Well, newest besides the one that I just purchased. This is one that I purchased in November of 2024. And this is the Kosas Cloud Set in the shade Candy. And it is a really beautiful, finely milled pink powder for my under eyes. And it is the same formula as this one, which I really quite like. So I knew I was going to like the formula of it. And I knew I liked the pink powder effect that this Huda one had. So I went ahead and purchased this. This one also doesn't smell. And this one smells the same as this one does. I'm just really concerned, you guys, about the color on the back. Like, I don't remember it being red before. What are you guys' thoughts? Please tell me in the comments section. I would be interested to hear from you. But those are my powders. I had 13 when I did my inventory, and I had 13 today when I pulled them out to show you, and we will continue to have 13 powders in my collection. I know that seems excessive for somebody who doesn't wear powder, but I can totally justify it in my brain, so we're gonna go with it. Okay, the last two sections of my base categories are setting sprays and fixers, and I have the fixers sitting over here, so it'll be a really quick swap out. These are my setting sprays. Last year I had 15 setting sprays in my collection, and I went ahead and decluttered 7. They were all brand new, except for a couple of them. I've given some of them away, and these are what is left. Obviously, several of them are brand new. I kept the 3 brands that I really like the most as far as setting sprays go, and got rid of the rest of them. So I ended up with MAC, Benefit, and Urban Decay. Ultimately, Benefit will probably end up being my one and only one. I really do like this setting spray. It's a beautiful setting spray with a beautifully fine mist. It is a setting spray that does not have a bunch of alcohol in it, so it doesn't do its due diligence to help dry out my already dried out skin. I really just like it. It's got a really great setting, a really great mist. Like I said, it's got a nice scent to it because it's not full of alcohol. It's just pretty perfect in it. It really does do a great job of setting my face. And I got all of these in gratis, but I would repurchase this in a heartbeat. I got these in gratis as well. These are the MAC Prep and Prime. I really like these guys for like foiling eyeshadows and using as the in-between like moisture for my face in between steps of makeup application, and also throughout the day. Honestly, obviously I don't have one open right now, so I haven't been using it in that way. I've just been using this, which is why I said at the end of the day probably the Benefit one will be the only one in my collection. But this has been a staple in my collection for many years. I have the old bottles, so I've heard that they have a different sprayer on them now that is more like these kind of sprayers. I'm not sure how those ones work. I love the locking mechanism of these caps, and I also love the spray. on these prep and primes, so I would be interested to see what the new sprayer is like, but I'm not going to purchase one just to find out, because like I said, at the end of the day, this will probably be the only one in my collection, because it does the same thing for me that this one did. This one is in coconut, and this one is just regular scented. And then I have two of the all-nighters, which used to be my holy grail and was kind of kicked off that status by the professional because of the alcohol content that is not in this that it is in this. There's so much alcohol in this. It smells like alcohol when you're spraying it on your face. It smells like you're spraying Aquanet on your face. But it does its job. So that is why it continued to be a holy grail for me. This one is just the regular one, and this one is the vitamin C with cactus flower water. All of these I got in gratis. I haven't tried this one yet, but I feel like it's probably I tried the watermelon one, and it wasn't any different than the regular one, except for it had a different scent to it. So all of these will stay in my collection. They're not going anywhere. I'm sure they will all get use, and they are just setting sprays, so I don't feel like they're going bad anytime soon. And then these are my fixers, and I just have 3 in my collection, and I will continue to have 3 in my collection. So I have the LA Girl foundation mixing pigments. I have a white one to fix how deep a foundation is for me, and the blue one to fix how warm a foundation is for me. I decided I was not going to buy a foundation in 50 different shades just to make sure that I could match myself throughout the year, and instead would buy mixing pigments to mix into those foundations to correct them for the seasons that I am in and match my skin in that way. And I will never go back to buying different shades of foundation. This just works best in my humble opinion and is far cheaper. These are like, I don't know, like $6 a thing, maybe $12 a thing, but either way they last me forever. I repurchased this white one this last year with points and gave my sister the little bit that I had left of the last white one that I had in my collection, but that would have been the first time I had repurchased it in years, and I use these every single time I wear foundation. Maybe the blue one less than the white one, but because I've not replaced this one yet, but you can see it is used quite a bit. I would never go back to purchasing different shades of foundation. I will just mix it and match myself. And then this one I have the De-Bronzy sunscreen, or De-Bronzy anti-pollution sunshine drops. And what I have found this works really well at is deepening up some of the foundations that I have that are too light for me, but also giving my skin a really nice, like, kind of glowy bronzy effect when I am wearing it as a mix-in to my foundations. So I really, really love it for a deepening mix-in, but also for a bronzing, just an all-over bronze, but I find that I use it more as a foundation mix-in, so that is why it is in this category in my foundation, or in my base category. And these will remain in my collection, all 3 of them. And I will continue to repurchase these 2 for sure. Okay, here we are, another collection video. Today is lips. And we're going to start with, I guess we're doing lip liners right now. And there is several different subcategories in my lips main category. And this might be a long video because I have a ton of lip products for God knows why, because truly I use lip liners and glosses more than anything, but we have 211 products easy in this category. So for lip liners, which is the first thing which is what we'll talk about right now, we had 33 when I did my makeup inventory. And I recently purchased 2 with my gift card purchases. So we now have 35. These are all, I mean, when I decluttered last year, I got rid of all the crazy colored ones that I thought I would never use. I mean, just like most everything else in these collection videos, these are likely not going to go anywhere. I do use them quite often. Right now, currently, I'm using this one in my deck of pan, or in my project pan, and I use this one pretty consistently as well. I use my Charlotte Tilbury and my Makeup Forever and my Natasha Denona pretty consistently. The only ones I don't really use consistently are like my reds and some of the like purples and the ColourPop way, but these are the oldest ones. The ColourPop ones are definitely the oldest ones in my collection, but I also don't think that they're horrible. Yes, the leads are coming out, but that's pretty typical for ColourPop in and of itself. They still go on really creamy, so I don't anticipate anything will be leaving out of this collection, and I am going to try and swatch these for you guys while we're doing this, except for maybe my two new ones because I haven't opened those yet. So starting with those, I did purchase these, like I said, recently in my gift card purchases, and these are the NYX Line Loud lip liners. I have the shade Global Citizen, I believe this one is called. This one is called Global Citizen, and it is just this kind of like neutral, like brownie tone nude color. And then I have this one, which is Magic Maker, and it's kind of a mauve, like a deep mauve-y tone. So these ones are brand new. I'm not going to open them quite yet. I have never tried those ones, so I'm interested to try them. The one I have tried from NYX is this one, and it's the NYX Suede Matte Lip Liner in the shade Whipped Caviar. And I quite like this one. It's a really pretty neutral, but kind of on a peachy warm scale. It's a beautiful shade, and I love it a lot. This one is in my deck, my project pan right now. It is the shade Obvi by ColourPop, and it is a little bit on the brown tone scale, but what's interesting about this one is when I partner it with a peachy lip color, it goes really well with a peachy lip color, but it doesn't go really well with a brown one. So I think that that's interesting about that color. This one likely won't take me very long to get through, and I'm sure this one will be leaving my collection sometime in the next probably 3 months, 4 months. I have ColourPop Girl, which is a deeper brown. Then I have ColourPop LBB. These are all ColourPop, so I'm going to quit saying that. And this one I actually kept on a whim last year when I was going through it. It's a little bit more purple than I like, but I partnered this with a pink lipstick, actually with my Clinique pink lipstick that's in my project pan recently, and I actually really liked it with that lip color, so I will keep that around. And then this one is in X Factor. This one I've partnered with that lip color as well. It's a little bit more risque, right? A little bit more hot pink, but it's a beautiful like summer tone. I don't love it, but I like it. This is Lumiere. This is one of my favorites. This one is Hoopty. It's another like brown, but this one leans a little bit more burgundy. Then we have Love Bug, which is a little bit more on the red scale of brown, and this one has only been used a handful of times, and I can tell because it's never been sharpened. This one is Little One, also a favorite of mine. It's kind of got like a milky peach color. This is BFF2. I really like that one too. I wear it often enough. This one is Good and Plenty. Really pretty neutral pink. You guys can tell I have a type, can you not? This one is Curvy. Those ones look pretty similar in the camera, but one of them is a lot more pink than the other. This is Bumble. This one is Shot Clock. This one is Flattered. That one I really like in terms of like a deep vampy color. These ones are a little bit more bright, but this one is deep and vampy and pretty, and my fantasy self tells me I can get away with it. So I try. This one is in the shade Brink. Looks like that. And this one is in the shade 951, and it looks like that. And I think this one that I have never used, which is this guy here, Love Bug, right? Yep, never sharpened it. I'm going to get rid of that one because when I look across these colors, I think I can get something similar out of the colors that I am keeping, and this one's never been used, so I can pass it on to, so I've swatched it obviously, but I've never used it. I could pass it on to somebody and it wouldn't be like gross. Somebody meaning like my daughter or, you know, somebody. I have 1, 2, 3 reds. I have MAC, Cherry, Urban Decay, Bang, and Kylie Red Velvet. So we have MAC Cherry, which I actually appreciate this red. It's a really bright, brilliant red. This one is more of an orange toned red. It's Urban Decay Bang. So there's that. And then this one, the Kylie one, is such a beautiful orange toned red. So I think I've got a blue base, more of an orange, and then a orange based red. So that's what those look like. I do have 3 different colors of red because I do have red lipsticks. Even though I don't wear red lipstick all that often, I do have red lipsticks in my collection. I need to have a red lip liner to go with those, but I don't wear them very often. This one's been sharpened, I think, once. I'm not sure where this one came from, if I'm honest with you. I think this one was left in my car by my boss when we used to travel together, and I just sharpened it and kept it in my collection. Told her I had it, but we haven't seen each other in a very long time. And then this one, I haven't sharpened at all, but I do like it. It's a pretty red. And I have a couple of red lipsticks that I think this one would go with a lot better than one of the other 2 reds that I have. Red is just so messy, you guys. It is just truly so messy. I have these 2 from Juvia's Place. This is Juvia's Place Love Letter, and then this one is in the shade So Rare. Love Letter is a little bit more of a pink, and I have actually used this quite a bit. There's not much left of it, so I'd like to just finish it. And it's still pretty creamy and really, really pretty. It's kind of just a really pale pink. And then this one's So Rare. Kind of reminds me of this one that I just gave away, or just decluttered, if I remember correctly. Oh, no, I'm completely wrong. That one is a very, very brown in tone. I have this dark brown one. I actually quite like this formula, and this one also has so little to go. I think if I put these 2 in like Deck of Panning or Project 10 Uses and just put my mind to them, I could probably be done with both of these lip liners this year. Maybe not these guys, but these ones for sure. There's just not a lot left of them. I have got one from Natasha Denona. I did have another one, but the Natasha Denona Natasha, but I finished that one. This one was a recent gift from Andy, and I really love the shade of this. I'm looking across the other ones that I have. Like, it kind of reminds me of this one by ColourPop. Is it this one? Yeah, it's this one here, which is in Little One, and I really actually quite like that color. And I'm almost done with that one. So I'm going to keep the Natasha and the one from ColourPop because it makes sense in my head, because I can finish this one off and then have this one left to go. Maybe I just get rid of the ColourPop one because it's so old and keep the Natasha one. The Natasha one has a little bit more of a likable like tone to it also. I don't know, maybe I'll pit them up against each other in some kind of like way over the next week. And I don't know, because I really like the Natasha one. I really like the formula of the Natasha one, but this one is so close to being gone. And I feel like they're too close together to keep both, but also not. Maybe this one also, but that one is the one that's in my Deck of Panning. I feel like it matches that one maybe even more. Yeah, it matches that one even more. So I'm going to continuing on with this one, which is the one that's in my project pan. I think I said decapanning a minute ago, but and then when that one's gone, then I have this one in backup. I have this one, which is a Milani Color Statement Lip Liner in the shade All Natural. That one looks like that one from ColourPop. It's just crazy to me how much I have that are so similar to each other. This one is by Wayne Goss, and it is the shade Medium Nude. It's one of his essential lip liners. This one's a really pale nude shade. I mean, those three could be identical, but they're not. There's little idiosyncrasies with each one of them that make them just slightly different. This one is new to my collection. It came with the birthday gift from Sephora, and it is the Makeup by Mario Ultra Suede Sculpting Lip Pencil in Rich Mauve, and it is so pretty. I like it a lot. It works really well. I'm sad that I have a mini, but also happy because I have a ton of the same dang color in my lipstick or my lip liner collection. I have two from Charlotte Tilbury, one in Pillow Talk Medium and then one in Iconic Nude. These are not going anywhere. That's Iconic Nude. And then this one is Pillow Talk Medium. They're so, everything is so similar to each other. I have two from Makeup Forever. These are the Artist Color pencils. I have Wherever Walnut and then Anywhere Caffeine. So this one is Wherever Walnut, and then this one is Anywhere Caffeine. Oh my goodness. I have so many of the same dang color. And then I have three of the Sachet, I don't even know if that's how you say it, lip liner stains. I have the shades Pinked, Mauve, and Hazel. And these are actually quite fantastic. I like these so dang much because they are a lip liner that I don't have to, potentially reapply throughout the day. And they're definitely a lip liner that I can stick a lip gloss over the top of, and they last all day long, and I just have to reapply the gloss, and they're so great. I love them so dang much. What I would say about these is they look really dark in the tube. They look so dark in the tube, but they are actual perfection. I'm really happy to have these in my collection and would probably purchase more. I got these in a set from Ulta Beauty way back when. They were in a set for like a Christmas bundle or something like that. I can't remember, but I really do like them, and I'm happy to have them in my collection. So we started with 35 lip liners. I am decluttering one lip liner, and so that brings us down to 34. And one is in my project pan right now. So by the end of the year, we will for sure be down to 33, and I don't really think that that is a horrible place to be for lip liners. So I am going to go pull the next section. I will be right back. Okay, these are what is considered my liquid lipsticks and stains in my collection. This is one subcategory in my lips main category, and there are 16 items here, one of which just came to me as a gift with purchase late last year. I think of my last points purchase at Ulta, I got this lip stain in that. I think also, so we're going to say 17 in this category because I also had another one come in as a gift with purchase with my most recent gift card purchase. So there were 16 at the beginning of the year. There are now 17 in here, and let's walk through them. So these 5 here would be what would be considered stains. These are basically lip glosses that you put on your lips and then you wipe off and they stain them, right? We all know what a lip stain is. The Fenty Beauty Poutsicles are my favorite ones. I do have 3 different shades in here. I have My Type, which is this like pinky colored one, Strawberry Sangria, which is this red one, and then we have Berry Banger, which is the dark kind of like vampy purpley looking one. These are my favorite lip stains because Every other lip stain that I have ever used, when you put them on your lips, they like suck every ounce of moisture out of your lips, and I don't feel like these do that. I also think that these layer very, very well. They don't like seep into the fine lines of your lips. They don't seep out of the fine lines of your lips as you get older. If you have purse lip lines or whatever, they don't like seep into those spots. I really love these lip stains. This one is currently in my Project 10 uses for 10 times use. I've only used it 4 times. It's a red. It's really hard for me to use reds. But if I ever want to use a red, this is the way I want to use a red. So there's that. I will hold on to these. I do believe I purchased them when they first came out. And that means, well, maybe not. I don't know. I purchased them in 2022. So they're pretty old in my collection as far as stains go, but they still smell really good. Yeah, they still smell really good, not like alcohol or anything like that. So I will keep them around until they no longer work or taste weird. The Benefit one actually isn't a stain, so I don't know why I had it in the stain section. So I just moved it up to liquid lipsticks because I feel like it's a liquid lipstick. It doesn't really dry down though. I think it's in kind of that weird place where it is, but it isn't a liquid lipstick. But this is the Ulta Beauty lip stain. This one doesn't have a shade or anything on it. Like I said, it was just a free gift with purchase. Came in a free gift with purchase set. And I don't know anything about the Ulta Beauty lip stains. This one is in like what appears to be a red shade. I would try it. I really don't have a problem trying it, but I also really love this lip stain. So do I need this one? But this one is fairly old and this one is brand new. I am going to keep it. I'm going to keep it. I'm going to try it in my collection. We'll go from there. These ones are what I would consider liquid lipsticks. Again, I have a type of liquid lipstick, right? As far as shades go, I have a shade that I'm really drawn to. It's obviously a nude mauve shade. This is a gift with purchase. Came with my most recent orders from Ulta Beauty with my gift cards, and this is their High Shine liquid lipstick. It again doesn't have a shade on it, but if it's the same color as the component, then it is a really pretty pinky neutral shade, which kind of goes with every other one in here. So I'm going to try it out, hold on to it, see how I like it. This one by Benefit is one of their matte lip tints, and it is in the shade Pillow Play, and I actually quite like the formula of this guy. It is kind of a lot like this, honestly, or maybe even this one by Onsai, in that it's got kind of this like velvety feel to it. It's really comfortable to wear on the lips. Benefit lip products tend to really dry out my lips, so I don't wear them a whole heck of a lot, but this one doesn't do that, so I have kept it around. This is an ABH Lip Velvet in the shade Kiss, correct? Maybe? I don't know. It is a really nice neutral tone. It's got kind of like, again, this just almost like clay like feel to it. Really comfortable to wear. I think that it's kind of dry, but I think that's part of the allure of its like kind of blurring velvety feel to it. It's really beautiful to wear on the lips, super comfortable to wear on the lips. This one is the Onsai and Angelica collab, and this is in the shade Shadow Creature, and this is just such an individual and unique color to my collection, but I do think that this one, oh, it still smells really good, but you can tell it's drying out in there. Yeah, I'm probably, this one's gonna go. That's so dry. So we're gonna get rid of that one. I think I wore that maybe 3 times. It's just so really red brown. It definitely needed to go. This one is actually fairly new, so I'm not sure why it looks so odd in there. But this is a Charlotte Tilbury lip blur, right? Airbrush Flawless Lip Blur, and this is in the shade Pillow Talk Blur. And it is so, so pretty. And again, has that kind of like chalk or clay, I guess, thought process to it. Blurring, dries down to a beautiful, like just blurred lip look. It's so, so pretty and very, very comfortable on the lips for like a liquid lipstick. It doesn't 100%, like this one still has kind of a sheeniness to it. I feel like this one does the same thing. It doesn't 100% dry down, but it also doesn't move everywhere. This is an Urban Decay. I guess this one could maybe be considered a stain, except for that it's not really. It doesn't stain, does it? This is Urban Decay Lip Bond liquid lipstick, and mine is in the shade Unbreakable. And you have to shake these guys up like a lot. And the reason why I keep this around is because it is a brilliant red that if I want a red and I want it to be a liquid lipstick, this is the red I would wear. It is such a pretty red. I've worn it several times. I love that it just really, if you do it right, because you have to put it on, you have to shake it up really well, you have to put it on, you have to leave your mouth open, you can't stick your lips together until it's completely dry. But once it's completely dry, it's literally there for life. I should take it off with my hands before we get too far into this. So it's a really good red to have in your collection because it's literally not going to go anywhere. These two are from Sydney Grace, and I have the shade Peyton and I have the shade Tracy. These came to me in Sydney Grace mystery bags during their Christmas in July sales. And these ones stink. So these need to go. That is, yeah, I can't imagine putting these on my lips at this point. They stink. They're kind of stringy. They're really thick. They've been really thick since I purchased them, or since I got them. But they're really pretty. This one over here was my favorite. I hardly ever wear a liquid lipstick, and I hardly ever wear a vampy color anymore. So those need to go for sure. I have, let's do these two. This one I'm really unsure about. I've had this one for 800 years. I'm kidding. But honestly, since 2019. And you know what's weird? Is it doesn't smell, and it still like works beautifully. It doesn't taste weird. It doesn't smell weird. Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna keep it. We're gonna try it in Project 10 Uses at some point. I'm sure of it. This is Half Caked in the shade ASAP, and I really like it. I like the color of it. It's super moist. It's not like super goopy anymore. It's a really comfortable wearing liquid lipstick, if I'm honest. So I'm going to keep it around. This one is by KVD. This is the KVD Everlasting Hyperlight Liquid Lipstick in Midnight Phlox. And this is Vampy. This one I got in gratis in 2023, so it's only like just now coming up on 3 years old, and it's not a bad color. It still performs really well. It's not super chunky, as you guys can see. It's really beautiful and I like it a lot, so I will keep it. And then I have these shades from Kylie. We have Ulta Beauty, which was made specifically for us during a conference, and it is just a pretty neutral, like peachy neutral shade. And then we have this one, which is Coco K, which is a pinky neutral. And then we have this one, which is in Red Velvet, and this matches the lip liner with the same name. These came in a lip kit. So I have that blue based red for the blue based lip liner that I have, and kind of the orange based red for the orange lip liner that I have. This one would be the MAC lip liner, and this one would be the Kylie lip liner. And that is what I have for liquid lipsticks. So we're getting rid of these two and this one. So we had, what, 17? So we'd be down to 14 liquid lipsticks. And there's that red from Urban Decay. And this one was the half-caked one that should be bad, but it's just not. These ones are Kylie, and that one is the KVD. All right, I am gonna grab the next section. I will be right back. I always confuse myself with this section every single year. So I just try and be very meticulous about the name of the product, what it says in the name of the product. If it says balm in the name of the product, I put it into here. Because I go through stages where, like, are these lipsticks, or are these glosses, or are these balms? And so what I have done is, if it says balm in the title, so like this says Context Nude Balm, this says it is a Pat McGrath lip fetish sheer lip balm, so they go into my lip balms. But if it doesn't say lip balm, then I put it into either lipsticks or lip glosses, dependent on what it fits into, right? With that said, I don't know why this one's in this category, because this one doesn't say lip balm. This is called a Pat McGrath Lip Fetish Divinyl Lip Shine. So I think it's probably along the same lines as my, like, YSL Love Shines. So I'm going to put it into my lipstick category, because that's where my YSLs are. And I'm going to immediately just take it out of this lip balm category. So automatically we're down one in the lip balm category. But these are in the subcategory which I call balm, treatment, scrub, and primer. Nothing new came into this collection since doing my inventory. And in my inventory we had 37, but I did take that one out just now, so we have 36. So let's just jump into these. I will tell you that there are several in here that are older in my collection. I have a lot of lip balms in here because my daughter suffers from horribly dry lips, and she uses lip balm pretty much like a drug, honestly. She uses lip balm all day long, every single day. She often runs out of lip balm. She often comes in and asks me for lip balm. So I keep a good plethora of lip balm in my collection for that reason. That said, the sheer lip balms are more for me, whereas the balms are more for her. So I'm not the one that's using all these, but I hold on to so many because of that reason. So let's start with these guys. These guys came into my collection from Ulta Beauty when Sarah Happ was at Ulta Beauty for a split second. Spreadsheet says 2021. That's probably right. This is a scrub that is in my current lip scrub, usage right now. It smells like peaches. It still smells like peaches. It tastes fine. It is wonderful. I love it, and I will hang on to it. This one is the Dream Slip, which is kind of like a night balm. So it says it's colorless so that it doesn't leave marks on your pillow, and it has a chamomile scent to calm your mind. I do, now that it says there's a chamomile scent, I do kind of smell chamomile in here. However, it is very, very faint, so it is losing its scent over the years, obviously, and will likely, go bad before I have it used entirely, because I haven't used it yet. But it still appears fine, and I am going to keep it in my collection because that's what I know of it right now, is it still appears fine. One that I am going to get rid of is this one. This one has been in my collection also since 2021, right? No, this one has only been in my collection since 2023. But when this came to me, it did not look like that. So, and that looks disgusting. So I am going to get rid of this. Not even going to attempt to touch it. It's going goodbye. It is supposedly in the scent birthday cake. And truth be told, I don't like the scent birthday cake anyway, because it kind of smells almost sickeningly sweet. A lot of birthday cake scents smell sickeningly sweet to me, so I don't really prefer it. That is why this one never got used, I think, and will continue to not get used. And I got it in a Fat Viv, so God knows how long it was in their shelving before it was sent out. It is gonna go because it looks gross. These are my Laneige products. I have two lip sleeping balms, or sleeping masks. One is the Sweet Candy scent, which is the original, and this one is open and in use. And then this one is the Eggnog Latte scent that was a limited edition, I think a couple Christmases ago. And like 2024, I think I bought it then. It still smells like eggnog. I haven't even used it, but I will use it because eggnog is my favorite thing to drink during the holiday season, so I cannot wait to put that on my lips. This is the Laneige Lip Glossy Balm. This is in Gummy Bear, and it's a nice like purple color. And this is in my purse. This lives in my purse. I use it, I mean, not as often as it would seem I would if it's a purse product, but I do use it often enough. And then this is the Laneige Lip Treatment Balm. I don't know that you can get this anymore. I got this in a FabFitFun. I use it almost every single day. It's the product that I use when I come in here to do my makeup. It's the first thing that goes on my face. It is in my project pan right now, and for the first time in 3 years, I feel like I might finish this product this year. It's a beautiful kind of like iridescent treatment balm, and I wear it often on its own, over the top of the lip liner, whatever floats my boat in the moment. But they have a product that's similar, so I've been linking that when I talk about it, but it's not exactly the same thing. I don't know if this ever went to market. Like I said, I got it in a FabFitFun. I do like that its little like component to dig the product out of the jar is attached to the component versus these guys that also come with like a paddle to pull the product out of the jar, but it's not attached, so I'm always losing them, to be honest, and digging in with my fingers anyways. But this is currently in my project pan, so though it's almost gone and super old, it will stay. I have these two by Mario Badescu. One is a lip mask and one is lip balm. Neither one of them are even open yet, but I keep them around because my daughter has done well actually with Mario Badescu products in the past in her lips, so I keep them around mostly for her. This Bali lip balm is the oldest lip balm in my collection. I believe I got it in an Ipsy at some point, and I haven't subscribed to Ipsy in many years at this point. But it's just got this really, or had, I should say, this really great sweet orange and coconut scent. But these days it's actually kind of smelling like almost like just an orange rind instead of the whole product. So I do think that I'm going to declutter that guy as well. It's emptier than the component gives us a thought process on. I do think that it's probably actually kind of somewhere down here. This is just like air in here, but these kind of components are a little bit deceiving. Anyways, so we will go ahead and get rid of that one. This one is the Hemp's Lip Ultra Moisturizing Herbal Lip Balm, and I really like this. This one smells delightful. I don't even know what it's supposed to smell like, if I'm honest with you. It's just a really kind of sweet, but also not sweet scent, if that makes any sense. It doesn't say, like, what it's supposed to smell like. It's real good. And this on the back of it is so funny. It says sample not for resale, but this is huge. I do think I got this in gratis at Ulta at some point. I just really love Hemp's products overall. I like their lotions. I like their body butters. I like their lip balms. So these are all from EOS. This one has been used. This is in the flavor birthday cake again. It kind of has this like sickeningly sweet scent to it, so I used it a few times, decided I didn't like it. I had two of them. I gave my daughter one. I'm saving this one for her for when she wants it. This one is in pineapple passion fruit. It hasn't been used. And this one is in coconut milk, and it also hasn't been used. I will probably keep the coconut milk one for myself and give the pineapple milk or the pineapple pineapple passion fruit to my daughter. I don't really love the flavor of those things, but again, I keep a lot of lip balms in here for my daughter. The Clinique Moisture Surge is actually one of my favorite lip balm products. I don't love the component of it because it's rounded. It kind of reminds me of like Carmex to some extent. I wish it had the slant to it like a lot of these other tube lip balms do. But this is really, really good for moisturizing your lips and keeping them feeling moisturizing or moisturized. I remember being down in Texas and my lips were trashed, and I went to the Dionys, whatever it is. I went to their booth and got one of these goat butter lip masks and a lip balm from them. And then my Clinique rep saw me and she saw my lips and she was like, "Oh my dear Lord, here, take one of these." And I ended up using this for the remainder of the time, and that is all I used on my lips because it was they were truly trash, cracked, bleeding, all the things, and this actually healed them before we had to go home. We were only down there for a few days. I have the Dr. Pawpaw multi-purpose lip mask. This is actually a sealed one, but these products are really good for multiple reasons. I mean, it does say multi-purpose lip mask, but I have used this on, not this particular container obviously because it's sealed, but I've used the Dr. Pawpaw lip masks before on my elbows, on my fingers, on my hands. Overall, it's a great all over your body kind of petroleum balm of sorts. It's really nice and it doesn't sting and it doesn't have any color to it, and it's just really nice. This is the DNS lip mask. It's the goat buttered lip mask. This is actually really nice as well. I have only tried this a couple of times, but I feel like it did a really good job of keeping my lips moisturized for long term, not just for the moment. And I can use it during the day as well as at night. This one I would only stick to at like night. This one I can use either way, but it's thicker, but it's not like thick. So it feels really good on the lips. I like it a lot. And then this is my Fresh Sugar Advanced Therapy. This one I have used a few times. I am a fan. It's nice. It's not horrible. It's not weighted. It's really good, and it smells super good. So kind of has like a citrusy scent to it. I don't mind that. That is nice, and I like that the component kind of screws shut so that it doesn't accidentally open while it's in your purse. I have this Kula one. I think I got this in a gratis. I'm not sure. The whole stick is left. I haven't even used it, as you guys can see, but this is a really good one to use during the summer if the sunscreen is still good. This one obviously is expired in my collection. I think I got it in gratis in late 2020, well, early 2024, and it actually expired in December of 2024 as far as the sunscreen goes. But the lip balm itself still smells good, still works. I mean, it's fine, and it also screws shut like the Fresh one does, so it doesn't open up anywhere. I don't mind it. It's a good lip balm. Kula has really good lip products for like sunscreen and balm in my humble opinion, so I just hang on to that. And I have the Sol de Janeiro Brazilian Kiss lip butter, and this is a fantastic product. It smells like the Boom Boom cream, and this is my second one of these in my collection. I, prematurely bought a backup to the one that I had. I didn't need a backup. Obviously, I have several other lip balms open, so I don't use it as much as I want to. I did have it in my purse as well as this guy and this guy, but I found I was using these two more, so I did take this out of my purse so it doesn't it's not, part of the hot, cold environment that could happen when you have a product on you, but it will stay in my collection. And then I have this one, which is a Good Light Taste of Space Lip Milk, and it's fine. It has a expiration date for later on this year. I'm not sure why the expiration date exists on this. I don't think that this has SPF or anything in it, but I think it's supposed to be like some kind of like skincare treatment type thing, which is maybe why it has the expiration date on it. I've used it several times. I don't really think it does anything spectacular for my lips or hydration or anything like that. So I'll use it until I can't use it anymore, but I don't think it's a product that I can't do without. And then Lastly, in terms of like clear, I have this MAC Prep and Prime. This is my lip primer. I love this guy because it does a really good job of like, I don't know, making the like fine lines of your lips kind of disappear under lipstick. It's really great for keeping your lipstick in place as well. It doesn't negate the fact that you need a lip liner, but it does a really good job of keeping your lipstick where it's supposed to be versus meandering all over your face. So I really love this product, and I think this is my second one in my collection. And then the rest of these are all what I would consider tinted balms, or balms that I use a lot on their own, much like you would use like a lip gloss. So I have these two here, which are by Context. These are the Context Nude Balms. I have two, one in the shade All or Nothing, one in the shade Hard Time. So the red one is in the shade Hard Time, and this one is in the shade All or Nothing. And as you can see, they have never been used. This is the second one of these ones in my collection. I did use up an entirety, a full one of these a few years ago, and I loved it a lot. So why these don't get used in my collection, you know, I really don't have any excuse except to say that I have a lot of products in my collection, and therefore there's a lot of products that get missed year over year over year. And that is why I started a Project 10 Uses this year, because I can't be in charge of picking my products, or I will just, yeah, I'll just forget they exist. I'll just pick the same products over and over and over again. This is a Pat McGrath Labs Lip Fetish Sheer Lip Balm, and it is in the shade Dark Romance. It is a deep, like, purpley balm, and I actually quite love this on my lips. I mean, it shows up when you first put it on. It's really deep and purple, right? But as you sheer it out, it kind of gives your lips that like purple popsicle look, and I kind of love that. So I'll hold on to this, and like I said, it is called a balm, which is why it's in here. These are the LA Girl Sheer Tint Lip Balms, and I used these two for sure in a Shop My Stash, and I think I had these ones pulled into a Shop My Stash the following month but didn't use them. But I think it's about the color, to be honest. This one I will probably use as far as the color goes. This one I might not use, but I have swatched it. So I'm going to keep them in long enough to determine whether I'm going to use them or not. This is a truly great formula of just a sheer tinted balm. They are quite nice and also really comfortable to wear. So I really am a fan of LA Girl from like drugstore affordable brand perspective. They're really a great brand. So I have a lot in my collection from them, and I'm not sad about it. I like them a lot. This one is the Buxom Full On Lip Plumping Glow Balm, and it is in the shade Dolly Delight. I had this in my Shop My Stash not long ago, and I think I determined and said in that recap of the products that this is a metallic lip balm that I just don't foresee myself ever wearing again. It was pretty, but I'm not into a metallic lip, and it's not like lip gloss glitter metallic. It is like straight up 80s metallic. So, I mean, if I hadn't used it, I'd probably give it to Andy, because my friend Andy loves metallic lips. And maybe I can cut off the end and give it to her. I don't know. I'll have to ask her if she's kosher with that, but I won't wear this. So I am going to declutter that as well. And then I have these little squeezy tube dudes. This one is my Ole Henriksen Pout Preserve Peptide Lip Treatment. This is in the shade Cocoa Creme, and you know, I really like this. I think it is wonderful for like a lip treatment. These lip butter balms from Summer Fridays kind of came out at the same time, and here's what I had. There was some debate about which ones were better, and I think I love both of them for different reasons. I think that the Ole Henriksen one is truly a lip treatment. I think that it does a better job of moisturizing your lips and keeping them feeling moisturized and keeping them, like, giving them, like I said, kind of a treatment. I love the color of this one. It is a nice, like, cool tone, like reddish brown, and it goes on my lips and gives them like an almost perfect color, if I'm honest with you. I don't love the scent of these ones. I I think it was Erin. No, it was Lauren May. Erin doesn't like the scent of these. She thinks they smell like cardboard, which they kind of do. But Lauren May said this one specifically smelled and tasted like blood. And ever since she said that, like, I can't get past it. So I just need to put it out of my head, because at one point in time I did really love this and I didn't have a problem with the scent or the taste of it, but now all I smell is blood. So maybe I should get rid of it because I just know I'm not gonna use it now. I think I'm gonna declutter it because I just can't now. I just can't get past the fact that I think it smells like blood. No, it's got a really, really metallic blood like scent to it. So I mean, she wasn't wrong, but also at one point in time I didn't really recognize that as the scent, and it wasn't obnoxious to me, but now it's obnoxious and I can't handle it. So I do think I'm going to get rid of that one too, which is disappointing, but I think I got that one in gratis, so it is what it is. And then I have 3 Summer Fridays butter balms. I have my Vanilla Beige, which is the one that is in my deck of panning right now, and it's kind of this like almost peachy mauve color on my lips. It does pull quite warm on my lips. But that one is in my deck of panning. It's the oldest one that I have of these. And then I also have the brown sugar and the birthday cake one. Listen, I just said I didn't like birthday cake. I said it a couple times in this one, but this one actually is birthday cake done right. I don't feel like it's got a sickeningly like milky birthday cake scent to it, so I don't mind that one. And this brown sugar one is divine. I like this so much. It is lovely to wear, lovely to smell, lovely to like kind of taste as you are wearing it throughout the day. It's not bad. And I really like these because I feel like they linger long enough on the lips to feel moisturizing. Now I will say I don't think they're as treatment like or moisturizing-esque as this guy, but I do like the flavors of these ones better. And then I have my Polite Society glossy lip balms, the Polite Pouts. These ones I haven't even tried yet, which makes me very, very sad because they've been in a while. I have smelt them. I have done all the things. I just haven't used them yet. This one is in caramel, French caramel, and it smells like a caramel macchiato. It smells so good. And this one is in bumbleberry, and it's kind of got this like berry look to it, and it smells like raspberries or blueberries, maybe a blue raspberry, I don't know, but it smells super good. So those will stay. So of the, what did I say, 37 after taking that one Pat McGrath one out, we had 36, and then I decluttered, oops, throwing things around. I'm decluttering 4, so we'll be down to 33. And again, like I said, the tinted ones are more for me, along with the primers and the lip scrubs and the lip treatment masks. And the rest of it is really for my daughter, for the most part. So I would say like these 2 are really for me and the rest are for my daughter. But I will always have quite a collection of lip balms in my collection. So I don't think 33 is a bad number. All right, I'm going to pull the next section. I'll be right back. My lip gloss collection is absolutely ridiculous. If it is up to date, I have 63 lip glosses in my collection. A lot of them have been around for a long time. Don't come for me. Oh, well, I have these 2 actually. So I have 65 because those I don't think are in here. Maybe one of them is. One of them is. The other one is not. So 64. Don't come for me. Like, I can't. I like lip gloss. I like lip gloss a lot. So I have a lot in my collection. I also have quite a few like oils. So there's, I mean, I have so many I can't fit them all in here. That's how bad it is. I'm not going to apologize for it because I really like them. That's just how it is. Oh, look, I found another one. Here's another one. Oh my goodness. I have them everywhere. They're everywhere. They're in my purse. They're downstairs on my desk. They're everywhere. So I have all of these up here, which are all Fenty. 17 Fenty lip glosses. Clearly, I like Fenty. A few of them are oils. So these three down here are lip oils. I have Miss Jellyfish, Kappa, Cookie, and Frosted Buns. These are all oils, and I love her lip oils. I think that they're fantastic. These guys take forever and a day to finish because there's so much product in these lip glosses. You're definitely getting bang for your buck with these lip glosses, and they last forever. This one here is a mini, and it's been in my project pan now for a couple of months, and I am barely showing a dent on this guy as far as how much I've used of it, and it came in here. So like you just don't need very much. You don't need to reapply them very much. They have a nice like cherry scent to them, and there's so much product in the tube. So these ones are the oils that I have by her. Really, really amazing oils. I feel like they are not like an oil gloss hybrid, but they're an actual oil and feel really good on your lips, really hydrating. This one is one of the Fenty Beauty stacked lip glosses. It's something that came out around Christmas time, and I got that. And then I have these two cream shades, these two heat shades, which are lip plumper esque, and then I have this ice shade, which this heat and this ice, they're both clear. Why do I need both? Because they're two different things. One is kind of a lip plumper, and one has like kind of a mentholy feel to it, kind of like cools down your lips. It feels really good on your lips on a warm day. And then the rest are just standard Fenty lip glosses. Oh wait, this one's also a cream here, and the rest are just standard. So this one is in Chocolate Fantasy. This one is in Fenty Glow Fantasy. This one is in Champagne or Champ Stamp Fantasy, and this one is Riri. Just a mini in Riri. This one is Sweet Mouth, Fussy, and Fenty Glow. Then we have Cold Hearted, Glass Slipper. This one is Fussy Heat. This one is Cupcakin Bubble Binge. And Candy Pink for our cream shades. This one is Unicorn Blizzard. And then I told you what the shade names for these guys are. I love the Fenty gloss formula. It is my favorite, clearly. What used to be my favorite formula is Buxom, and they were definitely passed over by Fenty. These ones are still good, but they're just not as thick. They don't last as long. They don't feel as hydrating all day long. And these ones are supposedly plumping, but don't like do anything to plump. I feel like I have to reapply these over and over and over again, no matter the formulation. I do have a full-on plumping lip cream and a full-on plumping lip polish. So the difference is this has got a like creamy feel to it, and you can tell also by the packaging that it is the cream because it's got the frosted like plastic, and then this one has the clear plastic and it's got like a sparkly gloss in there. So that is what the difference is. I have pumpkin spice latte, and autumn is the sparkly one, and I like both of these a lot. And I still like buxom lip glosses, if I'm honest with you. They're just not my holy grail lipstick or lip gloss anymore. This one smells like apples. It smells so good. Those will hang out. I have this one from Clinique. This is the Pop Plush Cream Gloss in Black Honey Pop. It's just black honey. I mean, this is the shade of it. I quite like it, so that will stick around. It's relatively new. It will stay in my collection. These two are the new ones. They are the gift with purchases that came in the last two like Ulta Beauty hauls that I did. One with gift cards with points. And this one is a tinted lip oil. It just appears to be like a milky pink shade. And this one is a lip gloss that is also just a milky pink shade, but two different like undertones of milky pink. One more cool tone, lavender almost, and more of a pink for sure. Let's do the two, like these two guys. These are my Hemp's Lip Action Wild Orchid and Sweet Orange Ultra Moisturizing Lip Gloss. It's an herbal lip gloss. Comes in a squeezy tube. Like the other ones, it smells so dang good. It definitely smells like oranges. It is a nice lip gloss, so I will keep it around. It's clear. And then I have the Lancome Juicy Tube. You know, I know that these are super popular. I don't 100% understand the popularity of these things. It's nice. I just don't think that it's all it's cracked up to be. But I do like it. It'll stick around. It feels good on the lips. It's nothing special though. I have these from Hourglass. These are plumping and they're clicky, so you can't click them up any more than you want to use them. They're really, really moisture rich. They're like a super glossy stick in that if these could be better if they were maybe in a tube, thinned out with a doe foot, because I feel like they're kind of messy as a stick. But this one is in the shade Haze, which is kind of red, kind of sheer, so that red doesn't bother me all that much. And this one is in the shade Craze, and I really actually like this one. I know it doesn't look like I've used it, but I definitely have. I tend to click these up and use my finger to put these on my lips because they're so messy, but I do like them a lot. And then I have these two that are also sticks. The Maracuja Juicy Lip by Tarte in the shade Raspberry. Again, I will click this up and use my finger to put it on my lips because it's messy. These truly are messy. I don't know why we thought these were a good idea ever, but I do like them, to be honest. I just wish the components were just different. And then I have the Kaja Heart Melter in the shade Honey Bun. It also is like a clicky one. You click it up and you put it on your lips. This one, I don't love the shade of this one on my lips, so I think I might declutter this one. It's already a warm shade, and then it pulls also really, really warm on my lips, so I just don't love it, to be honest. I have this one from Revolution. This is the Revolution Ceramide Lip Swirl lip gloss, and it's the lip glosses that obviously, right, swirl in there, and it was really pretty when I first got it. It's still really pretty. I try to take it out, put it on my hand, and then use a lip brush so that I don't get it all gunky, because it is really pretty. With the lip liner that might be on my lip, I like this for, again, it's one of those like purpley shades that kind of gives my lips a popsicle look, and I really like it actually. And that's only the like second Revolution product in my whole YouTube makeup trying career that I have liked. So I will hang on to that. I have this Benefit product. This is the Benefit Moisturizing Dewy Lip Tint, and it is in the shade Coco Cabana, and it is not bad at all. It looks berry because of the doe foot, but it's actually more of a red tone lip tint. It's actually really pretty, and it doesn't dry out my lips like most Benefit products do. These are two of my favorite formulas for lip gloss. I had another one in my collection at one point in time in the cotton candy flavor, and it did not take me long to go through it. That's the one thing about these I will say, is there's not much product in here, or can't be, honestly, if you ask me, because I just fly through these. This is 0.15 fluid ounces of product, and let's just, for shits and giggles, your Fenty one has 0.3 ounces of product. So, like, this is basically half of what you're getting in one of these, in this guy here. So I fly through them rather quickly. It is what it is. I love them, though. I have birthday cake and bubblegum, I do believe. Birthday kiss and bubblegum. I have this Lawless Forget the Filler. There's not very much product in these either. This one is in the shade Glazed, and it's just a really pretty, like, opaly, like, overcoat for your lips. I have these guys from NYX, and these are the This Is Milky glosses. We have Strawberry Horchata, Milk and Honey, and then Milk the Cocoa, which I don't really understand the names of these guys. So they're just, I mean, the colors, this one's kind of a milky beigey color, this one's a brownie color, and this one's a reddy pink color. I really like these from NYX. These are really nice, affordable lip glosses, and they're like milky in tone, which I don't mind. This one is the Odenzai Angelica lip gloss that came in that same, like, collaboration. This one is in the shade Spectral, and it also stinks. Yep, it stinks. So it's gonna go. I have the Cab lip oil, and this one is in Blue Raspberry. I love this lip oil. The doe foot on it is massive. It was the first lip product I had with a doe foot that big, and I didn't know what I was to do with myself with that sucker, but I mean, it's a good lip oil. I think it might be going bad, but I will have to put it into a Project 10 uses or get some more use out of it before I decide to finality whether it is or not. I don't know. It's really hard to tell with it. I have this one that I got from my friend Audrey. This is a lip gloss stick from Marc Jacobs in the shade Wet Your Lips, and I really quite like these lip gloss sticks like this. This one rolls up much in the same way as the clicky ones do, but it's quite a bit less messy than the other ones are from the sticks that we already went over. This is by Glamlight. This one is in the shade Pecan Pie. This has been in my collection for quite some time, but still smells wonderful. Still smells like a snack. And I really am a firm believer that the less you open a product and the less you actually use it on your physical lips, right? I put a lot of my lip glosses on the back of my hand and then put it on with a lip brush or my finger, which is why, like, my clears for the most part stay clear. This one, not so much. I accidentally used that one on my lips themselves as well as, like, this one, but I really do think that they last longer if you utilize them in that way. Here's another Odenzai one. This one's in the shade Radioactive. It also stinks, so that one's going. I don't really like those Odenzai ones, if I'm honest with you anyways, so they didn't get a whole lot of use. These are the other two Glamlight ones that I have. I have Caramel Frappe and Hot Chocolate, and that one smells like chocolate, and this one smells like caramel. So good. And these are really old in my collection, but still smell really good. I've used this one recently, and it also tasted fine, so we're going to keep it. This one is by Nabla. This is their Shine Theory lip gloss, and this is in the shade RSVP. I really kind of like this, like, brownie, glittery. It's really pretty, and it smells fine. It's old in my collection, though, so I know it'll probably go at some point very, very soon. This is the Clean, Fresh, Yummy Lip Gloss by CoverGirl in Let's Get Physical, and it is clear. I did make the mistake of using the doe fit straight on my lips, though, once when I was wearing a pink lip gloss, or pink lip liner, so it's all up in this real bad. So that one looks yucky, but it's still really good, and it's actually fairly recent to my collection. This one is the one that I was talking about. This is the Divinal Lip Fetish Divinyl Lip Shine by Pat McGrath, and it's just a really pretty pink, shiny lip gloss stick. I really like lip gloss sticks. I really like lip gloss sticks. I wish I had more. These two are also lip gloss sticks. These are by Makeup by Mario, and these are the Moisture Glows. I have Rosewood and Nude. Nude Glow has kind of got that like same effect that the Lawless Glaze does. It's just like a nudie beige that you put on top of any lip liner, and it's just so pretty and makes your lips look just really full and puckery. And then Rosewood Glow is a nice like almost warm mauve tone. This one is also same kind of thing as those. It's a lip gloss stick. This is the MAC Squirt Plumping Gloss Stick, and this is in the shade Violet Beta, and I surprisingly loved this when I had it in my Shop My Stash recently, or maybe it was a Decapanning last year. Again, got this kind of like purpley look to it. Really gives me popsicle lips, and I kind of dig that with a purple more than just like a pinky red or whatever. I have two NARS lip glosses. One is in the shade Nympho, which is the brown, and one is Lover to Lover, which is kind of the sparkly pink shade. These have been around for quite some time in my collection. I don't love the doe foot on them, but they still smell good, and I will still keep them in my collection. I just have this one, I think, in a Shop My Stash, and really got along with it quite well. This Dominique Cosmetics one is in the shade Lemonade, and it is in my planned pan, if I remember correctly. I got it in a boxy. I've never flippin' used it. It smells really good, so I'll keep it and try and get some use out of it before it goes bad. I have this one from MAC in Sugar Rimmed. It is one of their Dazzle Glass lip glosses, and it is so pretty. I love this lip gloss. I hate the brush component, but I do love this lip gloss. It is super shiny, super pretty, over the top of anything. It makes it look good. This one is by Pat McGrath. This is just a mini of her Pink Fire Nectar lip gloss. Super pretty, is it not? All my other Pat McGrath mini lip glosses have went bad, but this one is relatively new, so it hasn't. This one is the Hangover Pillow Balm by Too Faced, and it is a lip treatment. This should go in my balm, then shouldn't it? I think it's in here because it's pink. This is going to move from this to my balms because it says balm on it, and that is what it is. And I plan on putting this actually next to my bed so I can use it in that way. And it is too pink for me to use every day. Like, that's just not a pink I will use out and about in the public. But I will use it on my bedside table. So I'm going to put this, I'm going to move this to balms. This is by Midas Cosmetics. This is one of their icing lip glosses, and this is in the shade Meringue. And I used this recently because I thought it was going to be bad, but it just wasn't. It still smells good. It goes on nicely. It is so pretty. Has kind of this like goldy green look to it. I really quite loved it, so I will keep it around. This is my lifter gloss, and it is in the shade Moon, and this is really a lot more warm than I thought it was going to be, but I love the formula of this gloss, so I will keep it. I have these two from Dior, and these don't have the shade names on them, but I think one is like holographic or something like that, and this one is like pink, very plain. This one goes on my lips more like a clear gloss, so really happy to have it. It's like a milky clear, so it's like this without having to deal with the mixture of the lip liner in there. And then this one actually is so beautiful and has this like really pretty like pinky blue reflect to it when the light hits it right. I'm not going to be able to get it here on camera, but it is truly beautiful. I really like it a lot. And then the rest are oils that are in my collection. I have these two from Clarins. This one isn't my favorite, but I've learned to be okay with it. I was really twisted with it because I really like the pink one a lot, but this one I was just not a fan of. For a very long time I hated wearing it. I didn't love the feeling of the glitters in there, but I feel like it gets better with age, and I have used quite a bit of it up since telling everybody that I hated it. I don't think that my mind has changed necessarily, but I tolerate it a little bit better because I like the color that it shows up on my lips as. And I honestly like the Clarins lip oil formula. I really like the pink one for sure. This one is by Clinique. This is a black honey one, and I am going to declutter this because I don't know what's going on with that, but it is separating like crazy full. So I shook it up one day and used it, and it's not old in my collection. So I'm just, I don't, I mean, not old, like not like 2021. I think I got it in 2024, late 2024 in gratis. So it is over a year old, but so are these, and they don't like, so is this, and it doesn't separate like this, but I don't know if you guys can see that. It is truly nasty. So I'm going to declutter this one because I just won't put it on my lips anymore. These e.l.f. Revolve ones, right? Glow Reviver lip oils are really good. They're really good and super affordable. And the doe foot is amazing, and I will likely buy more of these. I feel like this one might also be starting to do that like separating thing. Maybe it's because they're more opaque, but so is this one, and it's not, I don't know. You guys tell me, because I feel like I should declutter both of these because they're separating in a way that just kind of, this one specifically, but this one is also starting to separate in a way that kind of looks gross. I'm gonna keep it around for a little bit, but that one's definitely going. And then these two, this is my Guerlain Honey Bee or Kiss Kiss Bee Glow oil and lavender glow, and this is so beautiful and doesn't take a lot, and I really like this product, and it's my first product from Guerlain, so I'm glad I like it, and it was a recommendation from one of my subscribers out there. You know who you are. Love you so much. And then this one is the Dior Reviver Cherry Oil Lip Glow Oil, and this one is in the shade Berry, and I really like the Dior lip oils as well. So if I had to pick a favorite lip oil, it would be probably the Guerlain, and then the Clarins and the Dior I think would go hand in hand with each other for sure, but definitely Guerlain comes in on top. So at the end of it, I do think, according to my spreadsheets, we started with 65 because of the inclusion of the new like gift with purchases ones, and we are decluttering 4, so that means we should have 61 now currently, and I have 60. When I take this one out, I have 59. I should have 61. I don't know what's going on, but I will figure it out, and I will let you guys know. I'm going to go grab, I think lipsticks is the last thing, and then we will get you out of here. Okay, these are all of my lipsticks. I believe this is the last category in the lips section, and I have a bin here of like my minis and my sticks, like crayons. And then these are the lipsticks. According to my spreadsheet, I have 62. These ones in the top row stay in my caddy that's here on top of my like desk / vanity section because I use them the most. This one is in my project pan, so it also is in the caddy that's here on my desk. And then this one is in my decapanning for a certain amount of uses, so it also is in my desk. We'll go through these first because they're the easiest for me to go through because I use them all the time. They're beautiful. I love the formula, and yes, I know this says Marc Jacobs. I know Marc Jacobs hasn't been a brand in a while, but there was just something different that was done to lipsticks of the past to make them last longer, because these smell so good still. These perform really good still. They don't dry out my lips. They don't cause any problems. So I will continue to wear them. This is in Role Play. This one is in Eat Cake, and it is a really pretty, like, mauve pink. And then this one is in Sugar Sugar, which is one that I use as a, like, middle of the lips, like, just kind of something to a lipstick look. Yeah, so I don't use this one all over my lips. It kind of gives me concealer lips if I do. So I love those. Those will all stay. These are my two probably newest loves. These are the YSL Love Shines, and I have the shades Peachy Love, I think. I have Nude Lavalier and Peachy Glow. I think this one is Peachy Glow and this one is Nude Lavalier. These are all my Charlotte Tilbury lipsticks. I have Pillow Talk Very Victoria and Pillow Talk Medium. Pillow Talk is not necessarily my favorite. I think it's just a little bit too, pulls a little bit too pink on me. But I do love Very Victoria, which pulls very nude on me, even though it looks warm. I mean, looks deep. And then the medium, the Pillow Talk medium, actually looks like a beautiful pinky, deep pinky tone on my lips. So really like those. These three are from ABH. I have Praline, which is a satin lipstick. I have Taupe Beige, which is also a satin lipstick. And then I have Dusty Mauve, which is a matte. This one looks so good on me, to be honest, but I hardly ever wear it because it is a matte and it is so vampy and it makes my teeth look horrible. To be honest, my teeth are already horrible, so there's that. These two I really quite like. Again, this one is in Praline and it's a beautiful, just brown tone neutral color, and then this one is Taupe Beige, which has just enough gray in it to look like I have dead lips, but also really, really pretty. This is my Dior in Beige Oblique. I love this so much. It's super easy to wear. It's kind of like satiny formula. This is the Dior Addict formulation. This one is the Merit Signature Lip in Baby. I bought this because so many people were raving about it, and for good reason. It is a really good formula of lipstick, and I love the shade. This is a personalized Lancome lipstick, the L'Absolu Rouge lipstick in First Kiss, and it looks like this. I've worn it several times. It is a really beautiful kind of deep toned nude for me. I'm more like on the red-ish side of the spectrum, but not red. I really like it. And then these two are my Natasha Denona. This one is the My Dream collection in Natasha. I've heard that this goes bad really fast, but mine still smells really good, so it works really nicely. And then I have an I Need a Nude in the shade Noah, which is as brown as I ever want to go, but it is so, so pretty on my lips. I like it a lot. So these guys all live up here, and they're some of my favorites. I have this Clinique Almost lipstick in Black Honey. This was a backup, and the reason why I had the Black Honey that I had in my project pan last year, but because that was in my project pan last year, I almost just don't want this in my collection anymore. I think I ran the gamut of it and really don't need it, and it's brand new, and I think I could give it a good home, so I will pass that along. So that's one declutter. Look at me go. I have this one by Mary Kay. This is in the shade Spice of Life or something like that. I got it because we did a volunteer like Women's Day something something with Ulta, and Mary Kay was a sponsor of that, so we each got a lipstick. This is actually a really pretty color. I probably wouldn't keep it. I've never had really great luck with Mary Kay lip products, not impacting my lips in some way, but that one actually is decent. It doesn't make my lips feel super dry. I have these two from Juvia's Place. I have Mauve Moment, which is super pretty. And then I have Muted, which I saw somebody wear the other day and was like, why don't I wear that anymore? I don't know, but I need to pull these back out and try and wear them again. They were part of this collection of lipsticks, but I pulled them out because I hardly ever touch them anymore. So I definitely need to pull them out again and get use out of them. Again, this is why I have Project 10 Uses going on my channel now. I have this one from Context, and this is in the shade Sweet Emotion. This one is, it leans a little too like burnt red for me, but I do like the formulation of it, and it is pretty when I'm wearing it. I just don't think to pull it because it is a little bit deeper and more, a little slightly more red than I like in my lipsticks. But then I have this one, which is definitely a red. It is definitely a red. And this one is in Diana by Oma Beauty. And it is one of their badass lipsticks, and it is so pretty. It's such a beautiful red, and I only have a handful of reds, but somehow my daughter finds a red every single time she has to come in here and pick a lipstick for me. So I need to hide that one real well so she doesn't pick it, because I just can't. I only want to wear this in special occasions. Same can be said for this one, which is the Fenty Icon lipstick in the shade The Real MVP. I mean, look at that red. That is a crazy red. But my daughter will pick this one next time. I am almost positive. And I need not for her to pick it. But I don't want to get rid of it. It's a personalized component. I don't want to get rid of it. It's beautiful. I just need to find a different lipstick to put in this component, because this is the component and these lipsticks are interchangeable. This one's by Wayne Goss. It is in the shade Pecan, and I feel like it's a little bit more peachy than I like, but it is good with certain eye looks, and I like it a lot in the summer when I'm a little bit more bronzy. This one is a Clinique Pop Splash lipstick in the shade Love Pop, and I threw away the mini, or not threw away, I decluttered the mini of this color because I had this full size. But I mean, it's just really pink, and I don't know that I even need the full size, if I'm honest with you, but I have worn it a couple times. I'll have to see if my mom wants it or something, because I have put it on my lips. I feel like I shouldn't just give it to some random person. This is my Mob lipstick, and I can't remember what shade this is. It is M58 Faded Rose. It is really pretty, and it is such a great formula. And I got a new Mob lipstick in my Beautylish Lucky Bag this year. This one came to me in last year's Beautylish Lucky Bag, and if it were a regular lipstick, I'd probably keep it, but it is a metallic, so it's not going into my collection. I already know where it's going. I just haven't sent it off yet, but I just don't do metallic lipsticks. We already did this. These are 5 of the mini Pop Splash lipsticks, and they are the same formulation as this one. Really great formula. I like them so much. They feel more like a gloss on the lips. This one's in Bear Pop. It is in my project pan, and it is so close to done, and I am not going to spoil that for you. This one is in Cute Pop, and it is a little more pink than I like on my lips, but it's pretty. This one is in Plum Pop. This one is way more pink than I like on my lips. It probably should get rid of that, but I'll keep it around until Project 10 Uses pulls it in, and then we'll see. This one is Icon Pop. Oh, that one's also kind of a red, right? It's a deep red. We'll see. This one is in Mocha Pop. I just like the formulas so much, and they're so comfortable that it's hard for me. I did have like 10 of these in my collection, and I've gotten rid of all but 5 because I've either used them or they just weren't the colors for me. These are the ones that I decided to keep, so I kind of want to get some use out of them. But here they are in my collection for the umpteenth year, and they're not getting the use that I thought that they would. This is a regular Clinique. This is one of their even better pop lip colors in the shade Mink, and it's a really pretty like orangey brown tone. And back in the day when I purchased this, I really loved those vampy colors, and I just don't wear them quite as much anymore. I need to do a lip swatch, like a lip try on, and try all these on my lips one day and see which ones I really want. I guess I should have done that before I did this. This is my Glamlite Chucky lipstick, and I actually quite love this lipstick. This color is beautiful. The formula is beautiful. I just really like this lipstick. I wish I didn't because the packaging is so awful, but I love the lipstick. So these are my full-size MAC shades, and this is my newest one. It is in Cool Teddy, and I just got this, I think, last year with a points purchase, and I really quite love this shade. Cool enough for me to fall in love with it, but not so cool that I think I look dead in it. We have Bad and Bear, right? Bad and Bear, which is kind of a brownie nude. Then we have Bated Breath, which is a nice plummy vampy color. Then we have Dangerous, which is a retro matte orange red. I will never wear this. I need to get this out of my collection before my daughter decides to pull it in. I do think I have such a hard time because it's a MAC. And they last forever. Still smells so good. Yeah, I'm gonna keep it because it's a MAC lipstick. I just love MAC lipsticks, and their formula is so good. Why am I like this? This one is Burning Love. It's a really pretty purple vampy color, and it is the Powder Kiss formula, which happens to be my favorite formula by them. This also is Powder Kiss, and it is Mull It Over. It's a peachy nude color. Shocking Revelation, also a Powder Kiss formula. I believe this is the last like red that my daughter pulled in for me in Dick of Panning. And then this one is Joy de Vivre, which is one of their Love Me lipsticks, which is also I think what this one is. Yeah. And this one is purple. Now, I have to be honest with you, I won't wear a good share of these MAC lipsticks, or don't want to wear a good share of these MAC lipsticks, but I love MAC lipsticks, and a lot of these I got in gratis, so I hang on to them. This one is in Spice Me Up, and this is one of their Luster lip gloss lipsticks, so it's got a little bit more of a like a shine to it, or like a glossy feel to it. And then this one is in Marrakesh, and it is a matte, and it is kind of like a terracotta red. And it is currently in my Deck of Panning because that's what my daughter pulled in this last time. And as you can see, there's been 0 uses on it. In this little container here, I have like all of my sticks and all of my minis. This is a lipstick by Hickey, and you can get these cartridges and replace the lipstick in it, and then it is actually a necklace. I bought it for somebody who was a great mentor to me back in the day, and then she became actually a really wretched person in my life, so I ended up not giving it to her. But I really like the lipstick. It's super pretty, so I kept it for myself. I just don't use it because it's a necklace, which is stupid because I can replace the lipstick any old time I want to. These are my 2 Hourglass lipsticks, and I have I Woke Up, which is a really pretty like pinky coral nude, and then I have Love All of You, which is a orange toned red, like an orange undertone red. I actually quite like this color on me, so I keep that around. Don't tell my daughter. I have this one by Winky Lux. This is one of their like demi matte lipsticks. I can't remember the shade name of this, and it's so small. It's something like out for breakfast or room service. Nothing like out for breakfast. And this is in room service. It's actually a really pretty like deep nude pink. I have this one by NARS. It is called Turned On, and it is a really beautiful deep mauve brown tone. This one is one of my favorites. This is Estee Lauder Born Flirt, and it's just such a pretty shade. Then we have Ribbon Soul Kiss. This I got in gratis, and you know, I'm really not sure. Again, I need to pull this in again at some point and try it out again, because during the time that I was wearing this, my lips were so dry, and I couldn't figure out if it was this or something else I was using, or the weather, period. So I need to pull this in again and decide whether I'm going to keep it or not. I'm not sure on how I feel about that right now. This is NARS Power Matte High Integrity Lip Pencil in the shade Walkery, and it is a really brick red, and I am going to declutter this because it is, number one, a matte, and number two, a red. I don't really love mattes, and I also don't really love reds, so that has two strikes against it, so I'm going to also declutter that. This is Urban Decay Back Talk, and this is in my plan to pan for the year. It is a really pretty like milky pink color. Oops, I forgot to go through the rest of these pencil things. This is e.l.f. and it is in the shade Natural, and it is a really pretty, just light pink tone. I actually really love this for like center of the lip thought processes. This is MAC Powder Kiss Velvet Blur Slim Stick is what it's called, and this is in the shade Over the Taupe. It is a really pretty like deep taupe shade. I really quite love this. This one is a KVD slim stick. I can't remember exactly what these are called, but this one is in She Delivered. No, She Defined. I don't 100% honestly love the color of this, or the color that it appears on my skin tone, but clearly I've used a lot of it. I will put it back into my collection for now. If I remember correctly, I did not love it the first time I used it, but I did like it the second time it was in rotation, so I'll try it again. We'll see how it goes. This is Marc Jacobs Send Nudes, and this is actually a lip crayon that I absolutely love. I love the color of it. It is a little bit frosty, but it's not like super frosty. It's not like 80s lip frosty. It is a little bit too matte, but it's not too matte. I absolutely love this color. I love this lip pencil, and I believe this is my second one from Marc Jacobs. I bought this one right before he went out of business because my other one melted in the car because it was my car lip product. I went over this one with you. This is Urban Decay Bad Blood, and it is a comfort matte. It has a little bit of a sheeniness to it. It is red, but I do like having an occasional red in my collection. I feel like this one is a deep red, and this one is a brilliant blue-based red. I feel like this one is kind of in between blue-based and orange-based, and then I feel like there's an orange-based red in here as well. I feel like I've got the perfect mix of reds. I have maybe too many reds for somebody who doesn't like red. But I also know that I look good in a red lipstick if I have the right hair color and whatnot. And maybe that's why I don't like red, is because my hair is always 15 different shades of different. I don't know. I'm going to keep it in for now. When it goes into Project 10 uses at some point, I'm sure we'll rethink that decision. This is my Charlotte Tilbury Kissing lipstick in the shade Icon Baby, and I really love this shade. I think it is just pure perfection. It's like my lips but better. I really like that color. I have one more red. And it is the MAC Ruby Woo. What kind of collection would I have if I did not have Ruby Woo? This, I don't know why this lipstick is so iconic and a favorite, but I have to be honest with you, I like this one a lot more than I like the Dangerous, which is the kind of orange based one, which is this one. I mean, that is so orange. But it's again, it's a MAC lipstick that I can't depart with. And then I have two Pat McGrath minis. This one is in Christie, and this one is in Beautiful Stranger. They are both beautiful and also very, very similar. This one's just a little bit deeper than the other. This is the second Christie that I've had in my collection in a mini form. I don't know, for a while. That was just like a favorite. And one of them I ended up using and then getting rid of because it had turned. And then almost immediately got a new one in my collection in gratis. So happy to have it. And then this one is Rose Ink satin lip color in Enigmatic, and it is actually quite a pretty brownie pink color. It's so pretty. So I had, according to my spreadsheet, I supposedly had 62 of these guys. I'm decluttering 2. I still am counting 1 less than what my spreadsheet says it has on it. So I now have 61. So there's 61 here and these 2 that I am decluttering. So that said, this is my new lip collection. This was my last subcategory. I know this is super long, but I sure hope you guys enjoyed it. I enjoyed doing it. I enjoyed walking through it. I actually surprised myself with some of the declutters I did make because I honestly came to these collection videos not expecting to declutter at all. So I'm really happy with what we have been able to accomplish. These are all the declutters overall in my lip collection. So we decluttered 14 items out of the 211 items that were in my lip collection. There's a hell of a glare right there. But these are my face palettes, and I thought I would do my face palettes and my bronzers in the same video because there's not really enough of either one. I guess there is. Really. But it seems like a more feasible video than doing blushes and bronzers together, or highlighters even and bronzers together. Highlighters and blushes are going to have to be their own because I have so many of them. But these are my face palettes, and I have 31 according to my inventory. I think 32 with this one. And these are actually, I'm actually going to take these out because those are highlighters that are in my single highlight section. We have 31 face palettes, and you know, I remember a time when I had like 14 and I went, how did this happen? I know exactly how it happens. Like, I think that something is just pretty and then I just have to buy it. So a face palette for me is anything that is more than 2, because duos are always like within my singles categories. Typically it is more than 2 different types of products, so a highlighter and a bronzer, or a blush and a bronzer. However, I do have several in here that are just like, this is just highlight, this is just highlight, this is just highlight. But I guess this could be highlight and blush. This one is, however, indeed just highlight, and this one is also really pretty much just highlight. But so where I went with this is if it has more than 2 pans of different product in it, then it becomes a face palette. So that said, let's start. I'm going to start with this one because it is the newest one. You guys just saw me bring it in my Ulta gift card haul. It's the Iconic London Get Cheeky palette, and
It looks like this inside the palette. So it is a 2 bronzer, 2 blush palette, and the 2 blushes are gradient blushes. And I have been eyeballing this on Ulta's website for quite some time and finally decided to pull the trigger on it with the gift cards that I received for Christmas. So this one, of course, isn't going anywhere because it's brand new to me. I haven't even tried it. I will tell you that it's not likely that a lot of these are going to go anywhere. Again, last year I was on a no-buy, and for the entirety of last year I didn't buy anything, but I did do a fairly large declutter last year. So I feel like I don't want to get rid of anything this year without giving it a good, try. I feel like I don't want to necessarily declutter a lot this year just because I decluttered so much last year and then went on a no-buy. So there's that. There is this one, which is in my deck of panning, and this project and uses. And this is the Danessa Myricks Lightwork Highlighting Palette. This did come in its day in Fair and Deep, and I do have the one in Fair. And I am currently using it in my project and uses. It's a beautiful highlight palette. So I'm super happy to have it in my collection. And this was the first Danessa Myricks product that I ever purchased for myself. So this shade, of course, is way too dark for me, but it is a shadow. It is a color that I can use as a shadow quite often. An oldie but a goodie. I feel like it's maybe discontinued now. And then this one is in my Project Pan. This is the Tarte Blush Bazaar. This is from many moons ago. And this is what it looks like. And I've just got it in my Project Pan for the year to see how far I can get on it. It is the oldest face palette in my collection. I really actually quite like it. The Tarte Amazonian Clay blush formula, I feel, is like one of those formulas that outlasts all other formulas because it is quite good, and it's so old but still quite good. These are all of my Natasha Denona face palettes. So I have the Natasha Denona Diamond and Blush face palette. It looks like this. I've had this forever. It is crazy used, but also doesn't look used. The top 3 are creams. The bottom 3 are powders, and it is quite beautiful. I hang on to it for that reason. I'm so sorry that this is blinding you. That one, it was pride and joy for me for a very long time. This one is the Natasha Denona, Berry Pop Cheeky Trio. This actually is probably my favorite Natasha Denona face palette. Those 2 blushes are beautiful. And this one is kind of like a cream to powder. That one is a cream, and then the highlight on the end is also really pretty. I would swatch some of these for you guys, but I'm just not sitting in a position that I can, so there's that. The Natasha Denona My Dream blush and highlighter palette, also very pretty. And this one actually has been used quite a bit. I think that you guys can see that. This is my favorite color of a blush on my face. Kind of just a real simple, kind of neutral, natural, almost my cheeks but better kind of shade for me. And then the 2 highlights in here are also really pretty. That middle one being a cream, and the last one being a really finely milled kind of creamy powder. I have the Tan Bronze and Glow palette, and this guy has a bronzer and basically 3 highlights. This one being a creamy highlighting base, and then the darker one is supposed to be also a cream. It's underneath the flap, right? But it isn't as creamy as the base one is for sure, and it goes really well over the top of the bronzer as like a bronzer topper, to make that matte bronzer look very dewy or glowy. And then the highlighting base honestly is Really pretty gorgeous as an overall like subtle highlight, but then you pop that highlight over there in the corner onto it, and it is just out of this world kind of highlight. This is the Natasha Denona Bloom Blush and Glow palette. And you would think that that deep red blush wasn't going to be very used, but I actually really like that blush. You just put a little bit on your face and it blends out really beautifully. I really like the tone of it. It is so pretty. And then the rest of the shades in here are more of like a coral and very glowy and highlighty. So that's kind of the only matte in this palette, but it's so pretty. I got this, I believe, in a BoxyCharm at one point in time. This is my Charlotte Tilbury Film Star Bronze and Glow, and this is the limited edition Swarovski crystal component, and I got this in a lucky bag. I think this was the first lucky bag I received, and for the longest time I didn't use this because I really thought that that contour was super light and that this highlighter looked more like a matte, but this is truly beautiful. Probably one of my favorite like contouring face palettes for on the go, because this highlight is subtle but it is beautiful, and that contour is actually pretty perfect for my skin tone. This is the Touch and Soul Pretty Filter Glowdient makeup palette. Looks like this. This I got from my mom. She got it in her BoxyCharm, and she was like, I will never use this. Do you want it? And I do not have an affinity for shadow pans or pans of makeup that are all just kind of in one big fill swoop in one giant pan but are different colors. So I at first was like, meh, I don't know. And then I ended up taking it from her thinking that I could either put it in a giveaway or give it to my daughter. I'm so sorry, you guys, the wind is blowing. I will shut the window in just one second. But I ended up really loving this. You get a small enough brush and you can definitely get those different colors of highlight on your face. But even when you mix them all together, they are just beautiful. They're so stunning. And Touch and Soul did a really good job with this highlighting palette. You know, I could probably get rid of this one. This is the Beauty Bay Living My Best Light Delicate palette, and it is a quad of highlighters that I used, I think, in a deck of panning or something last year. Maybe it was even in a Shop My Stash, and I really enjoyed these. They were really pretty, but these are so like see me from the moon to the extent that I don't know that I will wear them, and two of them are a little bit honestly not great on my skin tone, and the other two, one's like a multi-chrome, so I probably won't use this one very often. This one's almost too white. So I do think that I will declutter this one. I'll see if my daughter wants it, but I know that I'm not going to use this one, honestly. And this one has been kind of in the could be decluttered pile for a very long time. So we'll just go ahead, pull the trigger on that one. We'll call that one good. And this Cover FX one though, so pretty. This is the Rose Gold Bar Highlighting Palette, and it has 24 karat white and rose gold in it. And I think that you can see my rose gold one has a bit of a pan in there. So I do think that this is beautiful. I love it so much. And I think I got this in a FabFitFun or a Boxy at one point in time, and it is stunning. So I will hold on to that one. I have two ABH Glow kits. And I think I said when I used these last in my Shop My Stash that I'm going to try and make the perfect glow kit out of them and get rid of the other ones. But this one is in sugar. This is the Sugar Glow Kit. That's what this one looks like. And all four of these work on my skin tone, and I actually quite like all four of these. And then I also have the Sun Dipped, and this one was a gift to me from my daughter, And this one absolutely doesn't work for me, and I have something similar to it in the Danessa Myrix palette that I already use as a eyeshadow single, so I definitely don't need that as an eyeshadow in my collection, and the other three work. So it was hard for me because I was like, well, what do I do? Because 7 of them work for me. So I just ended up keeping all of them, because if I only get rid of the one, then I still have 2 palettes, so it doesn't make sense to me. This one could probably go also, but then there's still 6, right? So I just ended up keeping them both. I might put the one into a single shadow pan and, I don't know, give it away or something. But these are my ABH glow kits, and there was a point in time where you were a nobody unless you had an ABH glow kit in your makeup collections. This is my Pixie x Hello Kitty. So Pixie does a lot of collaborating with Hello Kitty. This is the Charming Glow face palette, and it is highlights and glowy blushes. And when I first got this, I didn't really love glowy blushes. And I certainly didn't love glowy blushes that came across more as a highlight than they did a glowy blush. But I do think that these 3 specifically do come across more as a glowy blush, and I am in my glowy blush era. So I don't mind this as much as I didn't like it when it first came into my collection, which it only came into my collection because of the Hello Kitty theme on it. And if you guys know, you know. As much as I didn't like it then, I actually kind of do like it now because I like a glowy blush. This is my Glam Glow Trio. I don't know exactly what this is called. I think I got it in a FabFitFun at one point in time, but I think that you guys can see that that middle one has been used and abused. I love this so much, and the one over here is just slightly too dark for my skin tone. I do think in the summer it looks better as like a bronzer topper to make like a glowy bronzer, but the middle one is definitely my jam. You can see it's used a whole lot more than the rest of them. I do like this, and I really, really like the plastic of the component. The component is like a lot of fun, so I will hold on to that. This one is my Too Faced Turn Up the Light Complexion Enhancing Highlighting Palette. And this really has, like, this middle one here is like a finishing powder that's kind of glowy. We have a highlight that's kind of subtle, and then we have a highlight that's kind of crazy sauce. So it's a really great highlighting palette. I really enjoy it, actually. I really quite like the middle, the face powder. It's really pretty. It is glowy, but it's more like soft focus, or like, and that's what it's called, I think. Yeah, soft focus. It's more of a finishing powder just to melt everything together and give you that airbrushed look, and it does a really good job of that, and gives you a little bit of glow from, you know, lit from within glow. We have the makeup Made by Mitchell, right? Made by Mitchell. His name isn't on these anywhere, which I think is very strange. Most companies, I feel like, are too vain to not have their name on their products, but his name isn't on here anywhere. I think it's Made by Mitchell, and this is the Curved Case Pressed, and it has 8 different face powders, 4 blushes, 4 bronzers or bronzer-like blushes. I do use this one more as a kind of terracotta blush, but the other 3 I use as contour or bronzer, and the blushes are, of course, really unique to my collection, so I purchased this for that reason. He also does these in cream, and I didn't want the cream one because I have a ton of cream products that I feel like are going to go bad before I ever get them used up, but I was really happy to get this in my collection, and this is the first Made by Mitchell product that I put in my collection. I didn't buy anything from him until he came to Ulta, but he had been on my, like, watch list for a very long time prior to that point. So these are from BH Cosmetics. We know that they're not even a brand anymore, but these are what I have. And peachy blushes are one of my favorite shades of blush. So this is every color of peachy blush you could ever want. And I actually quite love these blushes. They're really, really pigmented, but also blend out really super easily. They're matte without being like dry and crusty matte, and they're beautiful. So I will hold on to this guy, which is the Weekend Vibes Bellini palette. And then this one is the Weekend Vibes Belgian Waffle palette, and it is a bronzer and highlighting palette. And it looks like this. And I really like this shade here and these two highlight shades. This one is a good, like, kind of blending out shade, but I do feel like I could probably get rid of this palette as well. But it's like the end of an era, right? These are all BH Cosmetics. I'm gonna hang on to this for a little while longer, I think. I don't think that I need necessarily to get rid of it, so we'll hang on to it for a little longer. This is my Dibs, what are these called? Cheek Duos. I can't remember what these are called, but this is the one that I have, and it is in shade 5.5. And I have the bronzer on one end, which is slightly too dark for me, but I can make it work because it's a cream and it buffs out really beautifully. And then we have the blush on the other end, which is stunning. I love this blush so much. And I had this in my Shop My Stash and could not put it down. So I really enjoy this, and I'm glad I picked it up. There was a different one that I wanted to pick up. Will I pick it up in the future? I don't know. I feel like I've got a good representation of what that is, and I don't need every single shade, so who knows? I doubt it. I have this, which is my Benefit Cheek Leaders Pink Squad palette, and this I've had since I started at Ulta. My friend Grace sent it to me, and this is what it looks like. It has California, Tickle, Dandelion, Dallas, and Hula in it. Now I do have a ton of different Hulas, but I don't have Dallas, Dandelion, or California in a blush or Tickle in a highlight single because I have this palette. So I will be holding on to this. I just kind of wonder if these are able to come out of here. I might tear this apart and see if I can't get those out of there and put them on the other side of that. I have one whole side of like a Sephora Z palette, a dual Z palette that I can put these into if I can get them out of there, because this is pretty cumbersome and big. And I don't use my face palettes nearly as much as I use my singles. And I feel like if they were in that palette, I might use them more. This is my Lunar Beauty Greek Goddess highlight palette. So this is all highlights. And I use these four, not really these two, but it is a beautiful highlight palette. And his highlights are so stunning. See Me From the Moon. If I want that, I'm going to get it from this. So I'm going to hold on to that. This is the Moon Prism Blush Palette from Lunar Beauty. And again, I really like a peachy blush. And these are beautiful peachy blushes. So holding on to that. This is my one and only Juvia's Place Blush Palette. Little bit of everything in here. I've kind of got like a terracotta blush, a really nice berry tone blush. We have a couple of highlighters or blush toppers here, and then this like pink and kind of really deep coral blush. This is a beautiful blush palette. I really enjoy my time with this, so this also will stay. I don't know why I keep saying that. I'm sorry. This is the only Hourglass palette I have, but I feel like if you have one, you have them all. This is the Ambient Lighting Unlocked Elephant palette, and I believe this came out in, oh, I don't know, and it doesn't say. So this has dim light, soft light, and metallic strobe, beaming strobe light powder over here, which is not really stroby in my humble opinion. And then down here, you have a bronzer, and 2 blushes. We have iridescent coral and radiant rose, and then the bronzer. So I really love this palette. It's the only Hourglass palette that I have. So, and I have not yet fallen into the trap where I think I need another one of these, just because they only come out with them every holiday season. However, there was one a couple years ago that was blue that had like a squid or an octopus on it. I can't remember what it was, but I wanted that one so bad. But again, I feel like if you have one, you have them all. This is my Cali Contour palette by Smashbox. I really love this palette. Took me so long to pull the trigger on this guy, but I'm really happy that I did at the end of the day. And then I have my Pat McGrath Celestial Odyssey palette. This is a Divine Blush and Glow trio. So it has Divine Rose, Desert Orchid, and Gold Nectar as far as the shades. And I really am a fan of Pat McGrath's blushes and highlighters and bronzers. Her bronzer in Nude Honey is my favorite, hands down. So I bought this. I think this was the only thing out of that holiday collection that I did buy, and I am not sorry. I'm not sorry about it. And then I have 3 NARS face palettes. I think this one was my first one, which is Hot Tryst. And it looks like this. It's really pretty. 2 highlighters, 4 blushes, all glowy. So pretty. Very, very subtle. And this one is Rising Star. And it has 4 blushes and a highlight. And that highlight is actually kind of deep, so I use it as a blush topper most of the time. But I love this palette because those blushes are all actually pretty deep, but also really easy to use because of the formula of them, which I don't know exactly what kind of formula it is, but it's not cream and it's also not matte. And then this one, which is called New Realm Ethereal Aura Blush Palette, and it is blushes and blush toppers, and it is so pretty. This one was the new one for holiday last year, I do believe, and I got it with points. Okay, switching over to bronzers. These are my bronzers. I have 29 bronzers in my collection. And looking at what I'm looking at, I mean, I'm pretty well. There's a couple of them that I think could go, but again, I'm not doing these collection and declutter videos to do a major declutter. That's not what this year is about. I really don't feel like there's a whole lot in here that needs to go, and I don't feel like this category is out of control either. So again, we have 29. These are my creams, and these are my powders, and let's just start. I'm going to start with this one because it's got a sticky note on it, and it is currently in my deck of panning rotation for 20 uses. It's also on my plan to pan because I do believe this is the oldest cream product that I have in my collection, and it is the Fenty Beauty Matchstick in the shade Amber, and this is a really great contour shade. 100% would purchase this again. 100% would purchase this again. I do have quite a bit of it left. However, I do think that at the end of the year, based on how old it is and the fact that you can still get this, I will probably declutter this one and purchase a new one because I really do like this product a lot. Right, let's go with this one here. This is the Revolution Ultra Cream Bronzer, and I got mine in the shade Deep, and I accidentally got it in the shade Deep, but it is such a wonderful cream that it's super easy to use. Even though it is too dark for me, I have no problems blending this out and making it work for me. It's just such a beautiful cream formula. I'm really happy to say that because
I swore to myself a long time ago that I wasn't going to purchase anything from Revolution because every single time I purchased something from Revolution, I was mad at myself for doing so. So this was the first purchase from Revolution that I had made in a long time, and I'm actually really pleased with this. This one is my Chanel Les Beiges Cream Bronzer, and this one is pretty old. This one is from 2022. The oldest one in my collection was that Matchstick, and the Matchstick is from 2021, so I mean, I didn't wear bronzer for a long time. This is what this one looks like. And this one, honestly, is not my favorite. If I have to be 100% honest with you, every time I wear this, I feel like it makes me look like an Oompa Loompa. So, I mean, I hold on to it because it's Chanel and because I can see that I can potentially hit the bottom of this guy. But honestly, I don't love using it. Should I just get rid of it? I feel like I've used so much of it that it is nearly gone at this point. Like, why don't I float this into my project pan and get used? I don't know. I think I just need to use it or get rid of it. I'm going to put this in the what should I do with it pile for now. This one is my Give Beauty Pick It Up Cream Contour and Powder Bronzer Duo. And I recently had this in my Project 10 uses, and I love the cream contour, but I'm not a fan of the bronzer. So I hold on to it for the cream contour. That's okay with me. I really do like the cream contour, so I will hold on to it. But once the cream contour is gone, this will leave my collection, but I'm not even close. This is my NARS Laguna Cream Bronzer, and I have mine in Laguna 3, which is slightly too deep. Why does everybody keep calling me today? If people would stop calling me, that'd be super. This is clearly too deep for me, but this is a lot like the Revolution formula, or I should say the Revolution formula is a lot like this formula in my humble opinion. They could go hand in hand. This is such a beautiful formula, and even though this is a little bit too deep for me, I feel like it's magical in the way that it looks and blends out and performs. So I will hold on to it and use it because I do like it a lot. This one is my Charlotte Tilbury Beautiful Skin Sun-Kissed Glow Bronzer, and I have mine in the shade medium. Again, here we are with one that might be considered a little bit too deep for me, but I love this one during the summertime. It's a really pretty cream. It's really kind of glowy. It's got a little bit more of a glowy bronze to it than a lot of the other cream bronzers that I have in my collection. And it's huge and it's just really easy to use, and I like it a lot. So I will hold on to it. This is my Patrick Ta Cream Contour and Powdered Bronzer Duo, and I really like this one, like the Give Beauty one for the cream contour shade, not really the bronzer shade, although the last time I used it, I did use the bronzer shade quite a bit, and over the top of that cream contour, it looks actually okay, but it does pull very, very warm on me, so I don't use this so much for that as I do for the cream shade in this. And once the cream is gone, I will likely also get rid of this, but this was pulled recently into my Project 10 uses, and I had a good time with it. This one is my ABH Halftone Smooth Blur Contour Stick, and I quite like this a lot. I just recently, well, I mean last year got this, so this is a fairly recent addition to my collection. It's really pretty. I like that it's got kind of this like gray tone to it for like contouring, but it also is warm enough in tone that I can use it as a bronzer as well. Really like this. We'll continue to use that. The LYS that I got is their No Limits bronzer stick, and mine is in the shade Hope.
And I really thought that this was the most neutral of the shades in their bronzer stick formula, but it still pulls really warm on me. But I have used quite a bit of it, and I really liked how it performed. I'm not a fan wholeheartedly of the shade that it appears on my skin, but it is pretty, and I will hold on to that one. This one is a favorite of mine, actually. This is the Too Faced Melting Bronze and Sculpt Stick, and I think you guys can see how much I've used of it. It is so pretty. This is what it looks like. Definitely more of a bronzer color for me, but not warm, which I love, and doubles as a contour if I need it to because of just the shade of it. It is so pretty. This one is in the shade Chocolate Souffle. I couldn't put this down when I first started using it. I really like it a lot. The Rare Beauty stick is very similar to that. Yeah, this is in the shade Bright Side, and I feel like it's a great bronzer without being too warm of a bronzer, but also slightly gray toned, and can work also as a contour. Bronzer contour, contouring bronzer, however you want to say it. I love this product. The formula is so beautiful, and I'm really happy to have it. I love bronzing sticks. This one I got from my daughter. This is the Misho Beauty Contour Stick, and in the shade Medium, and I was actually quite surprised by this guy because it looks fairly warm, but it was actually really pretty on the skin, and it's a beauty box brand, so I wasn't expecting a whole lot from it, but it worked really well. So I will hold on to that. And then this one is my Westman Atelier, and this is just a mini. It is the Face Trace Contour Stick, and this one is in the shade Biscuit. And I actually quite love this. And now that I've went through all of those sticks and bronzers, I think I'm going to get rid of this because I would rather pick up any one of those over this because of how warm this looks on my face. So I am going to declutter my Chanel cream bronzer, and that is crazy sauce to me. Yep, crazy sauce. So then I have all these powders. And I can tell you right off the bat, this one I am going to declutter. This is the One Size Made for Shade Bronze and Sculpt Trio in Medium. And I actually hated this so dang much. These two here are very, very warm. One pulls really red, one pulls really orange. The only one I liked was that one down at the bottom, and it has kind of a pinky undertone to it, and I didn't 100% even like that. So this one is going to go. The rest of these I will likely keep. So this one is a favorite of mine. This is the Too Faced Chocolate Soleil bronzer, and it is so old, and I can see the rings, but I have not hit pan on this guy, and I love it so dang much. You can tell it's in the old packaging, so it is super old. I think I picked it up at TJ Maxx at one point in time. Then I have this one, which is currently in my deck of panning as my home product because it feels like coming home to me. This is Pat McGrath Divine Skin Fetish Divine Bronzer in Nude Honey. I never want to go without this in my collection. It's such a beautiful bronzer, and when I don't have a bronzer in my Shop My Stash or my projects, I always pull for this because it's just so beautiful and easy to use from a powder bronzer perspective. This is NARS Laguna in powder form. You know, last time I used this, I didn't love it as much as I remember loving this in the past. This is just a little like deluxe mini size. So I'll keep it in my collection. It doesn't take up much space, and I don't feel, oops, well, maybe I just broke it. I did not. I don't feel like I need to declutter it because I do use it. I just don't remember not loving it. And last time I used it, I felt like it looked kind of warm on my skin. This is my Dior Forever Natural Bronze in Amber. This one does pull a little bit warm on me, but it is such a beautiful bronzer that I will hold on to it. It looks really good on me, specifically during the summer months. So, love that. This is my other Dior bronzer, and this is the Dior Forever Nude Bronze in medium. And this one is rather new to my collection. I think I picked it up with points last year when it came out, and it is ginormous, but it is beautiful. I love that I can get my giant bronzer brush in there and not have a problem, and it is truly a gorgeous bronzer. I have had a hard time putting it down when I first started using it. I love it so much. I really like Dior as a brand. I think that could be one of my favorite, like, overall, like, high-end brands. I really like Dior. And this one is by Giorgio Armani. This is the Luminous Silk Bronzing Powder, and I have mine in the shade 90, which I think was the most neutral of the shades that they offered. I think there was only 4. It's so warm. I know that it doesn't look like hugely warm in the pan, but it is really warm on my skin. It pulls kind of Oompa Loompa-y, but if I use like a real light hand with it, I can work it out. If I use like a really gray toned contour with it, I can work it out. I don't want to let it go just yet because it is rather new. I want to see if I can get some more use out of it before I decide, and really pull it into a couple more Shop My Stashes or Project 10 uses just to feel like I'm getting some more use out of it. But it's not my favorite. I have this Hourglass one. This is the Ambient Lighting Bronzer in Nude Bronze Light. And this one also pulls really warm. Like, I'm just not into I'm into more of a contour shade, I guess. I think this looks really good on my skin, though, but I do think that it pulls really, really warm on my skin, but I quite like it. At the end of the day, it looks nice. This one is my Lancome Skin Transforming Bronzer, and this one actually is really pretty. I love how light this one is, and because it's light, even though it's warm, it doesn't like pull super orange on my skin. Maybe I'm just getting the wrong shades. I can't say that though, because I think this is the lightest shade, this is the lightest shade, this is the lightest shade, or maybe the second lightest shade. I don't know. This one's just really pretty, and I had a hard time putting this one down after I first got it too. It's a really beautiful bronzer overall. This Jouer one, this is the medium to deep bronzer duo, and I actually got this in a BoxyCharm or FabFitFun or something like that. I really like the light shade of this one. I don't 100% love the deeper shade of this, but the lighter shade is really beautiful on my skin. It doesn't pull super warm, so I will hold on to that. The Natasha Denona Contour Sculpting Powder. You know, this used to be one of my favorites in my collection, but it's been forever since I used this. So, note to self, this is your what is it, wake up call. This is your note to self to pull this out and use it. Like, I need to use this before I decide whether I need to get rid of it or not, because it used to be a favorite for me, and I'm just not sure how I feel about it right now. This Bobbi Brown one in the shade Natural. It's just called a bronzing powder in the shade Natural. You know, I swatched this in store and then purchased it online with points a couple years ago now, I think. And I don't remember it being this, like, it's very red, is it not? I don't remember it being that shade in the store, but you know, store lights and actual daylight and actual studio lights look completely different, so I don't know. I love the formula of this. I'm just not sure about the shade. This House Labs one is in the shade Level Light 4. This is the Power Sculpt Velvet Bronzer. And I actually quite like this. It's really pretty matte bronzer while also still being glowy. It's very, very pretty on the skin. Very natural looking on the skin and super easy to use. It's got an interesting kind of formula to it and finish to it. I really like it. I really like House Labs also as a brand, so there's that. This Juvia's Place Bronzed Duo in medium is another one that I like, one of the shades, but not really the other one. That one pulls really, really kind of like red, like almost like terracotta red toned on me. And this one, even though it looks really orange or really yellow, pulls far less warm on my skin tone. It actually looks really natural on my skin tone, like almost like I just have this shade of skin. And it's kind of got this like olive yellowness to it that I would imagine doesn't look good on every skin tone, but looks really good on mine. So I definitely pull this for this shade more than I do for the other, but I like it for that shade and will hold on to it for that shade if for no other reason. I have this Marc Jacobs Tantastic Omega Bronze bronzer, and this I picked up at TJ Maxx many, many moons ago. It's probably the most used bronzer in my collection, but looks the least used. Besides the Pat McGrath, I guess, but looks the least used. Listen, I have used the poop out of this thing, and I have seen people hit pan in this, but not me for whatever reason. I love this bronzer though. It's another one of those giant pan bronzers that you can fit your whole dang blush brush in. Shoot, you could probably fit your whole face in there, to be honest. It's a really nice bronzer, so I'll hold on to it until my skin tells me I shouldn't be using it anymore. And then I have the Benefit Hoola Jumbo bronzer, and this is honestly one of my favorite bronzers, which is why I bought the jumbo version of it. The little box, you can only get the little tiny brushes in. This one you can get your whole dang brush in. So I am happy to have the jumbo one. I gave the smaller one to my daughter because she decided that she liked it and kept pulling for mine, which is why I bought the jumbo one for myself. I really love this bronzer. So that said, we got rid of 2 bronzers in my bronzer collection and 1 face palette in my face palette collection. And when I look at what's left, I really don't think that there's anything else that I could get rid of. So our bronzer collection will go down to 27, and our face palette collection will go down to an even 30. And I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. That gives me a little bit of room to breathe, I guess, to some extent. I think at the end of the day, that's really not horrible numbers for the size of my collection overall. I would like to see if I have all of my face palettes like stacked over here. I would like to see if I could get these out of the palette and put them into like a Z palette of sorts. And it looks like they're all in their own pans, except for maybe California. So I don't know, we'll see. This one I go back and forth with. No, I want to hold on to it for a little while longer. So yeah, I think I did a really good job with my face palettes and my bronzers, and I got, decluttered some things I really didn't think I would declutter. These are my cream highlighters. These are obviously my powder highlighters, and then these are my single highlighters in this single case. This lives with my face palettes, and I guess I could put it in with my face palettes, but they're a bunch of singles. I'm thinking about, honestly, taking the ABH Glow Kits and putting the ones that I like in here, because this whole side is empty. So I feel like that would be a good choice, and then I would just have like 2 or 3 that could go into like my declutter.
and those could become single highlights versus face palette. But I haven't done that yet, but I am thinking about it. If that is the case, then I will have 2 less face palettes, but I will have 6 more highlights. And currently I have 71 highlights according to my spreadsheet. And I think it's pretty up to date. It even includes my newest one, which is by Fui. I did pick it up with my gift card purchases in March. It is my newest highlight. It is the Glowy Jelly Pot by Fui in sugar powder. And it is stunning, truly stunning. It looks like this. This is the component, which is beautiful. And then this is the highlight, which has a little bit of a like thing over the top of it. So I'm not going to open it or swatch it or anything like that because I don't want it to go bad any quicker than it has to. These do have an expiration date on them, which seems weird to me. But also I'm sure all cream products should have an expiration date on them. A lot of them do not. So because we started with Fui, let's go ahead and do my creams. So this is all my creams. I do have 18 creams. Besides this one would make 19 creams. This is my Heaven's Hue highlighter by Stila in the shade Luminescence. It's really very pretty. I enjoy this highlighter a lot. It's more of a putty. Such a pretty highlighter. That's that one. Super pretty. Then we have this one by Westman Atelier. This is in the shade Lit Up. It is one of their petite highlight sticks, so it's just a mini. I feel like this one is maybe too dark for me, but it's just so pretty that I can't give it up. So I use it a lot as like a blush topper because it is kind of dark. It's got this really pretty like blue and pink like sparkliness to it. It's just so pretty. I have this one by Tula and this one by Tula. So one is the Gold Glow and Get It, and one is the Rose Glow and Get It. The gold one has not been used ever. I take that back. I think it has been used. I just keep the stopper on it because I learned my lesson with the rose one. And that is the gold one. These are supposed to be under eye balms, and I just don't get that as an under eye balm. So I use it more as a highlight. And then this Rose Glow and Get It is dried up inside the tube, but it still works really, really well. So I keep it, and I found a new like little thing to put over the top of it so it doesn't dry out anymore. I'm sure that there will be parts of it that I won't be able to use, but aren't those pretty? I have the Charlotte Tilbury Blush Light Wand in Spotlight, and I had this in a mini and then got it in gratis as a full size, and really think that it is pretty. So I used up the mini in my project pan and then kept the full size in my collection. I just love highlighters so much. Who doesn't love a highlighter? This one is Du La La by Benefit in the shade Luna. I have used that one as a mixer for my foundations before, but I really do like it just as a liquid highlight as well, or all over my face when I'm not wearing any kind of highlight or when I'm wearing just like a powder. I have this one by Rare Beauty. This is in Enlighten, and this is so much highlighter. I don't think anybody needs this amount of highlighter ever. Isn't that just See Me from the Moon? Gorgeous. Gorgeous. This one is my Fenty Beauty Matchstick in Starstruck. And I can tell this guy is starting to like dry up a slight bit because it is pretty old, but it is still really, really pretty. So I hold on to it, and pink highlighters are one of my favorite. This one by Dior, I don't think I love.
This is the Forever Glow Maximizer, and this one is in the shade Natural, I think. Oh, I'm all looking on the bottom, and it's right there. Silly me. This one is in the shade Nude, and it's too dark for me, for sure. So I use it to go underneath blushes to make them a little bit more sparkly or whatnot, but this is a lot of product for that. But like my Rare Beauty one is also a lot of product, and I won't use that one, you know, in a mass amount anytime soon. So I just hold on to them. I just hold on to them. This one is by Glam Glow or Grande Glow, and it is the Plumpin' Liquid Highlight, and this one is in French Pearl. And this one is so pretty, but also like see me from the moon. You can buff it out, and it looks just gorgeous. So I hold on to that one because I actually quite like that one a lot. That one was one of the first ones I ever used in terms of like a liquid highlight. This one is by About Face. Now, they don't have these components anymore. I did get this in, I think, a BoxyCharm. This is the Liquid Lock or Light Lock Highlight Foundation in Fight or Flight, and you can see it has a little like pepit on it. There is so much product in this little component here, and that is what it looks like. It is stunning. I have two from Ritual Defy. I have Moon Pillar, which is one of their Rare Light Cream Luminizers, and then I have Solaris, which is another one of their Rare Light Cream Luminizers. Solaris has a little bit of a like peach to pink reflect to it. And these ones you have to warm up a lot in your finger before they work for you. It's like really, really pretty. Has like zero base to it, but just a really nice like turn of the head, wham, there you are kind of moment. It's really, really pretty. And I think you can see a lot of the shift when I just flip the cartridge around. This one in Moon Pillar has like this lavender blue look to it. And again, you kind of have to really warm it up in your hand or with your finger before you can use this guy. Looks like that. Yes, that's so pretty. But both of them have like zero base to them and just are like imaginary highlighters when you first put them on, and then you turn just right and the sun catches it, and it's just something completely unexpected. I really love them for that. Ritual Defy has the reputation of going bad quickly, but I don't, mine haven't went bad yet. They don't smell bad, so I'll hold on to them. This one is the RMS Living Luminizer. This one is also beautiful. Also has to be warmed up quite a bit in your finger, but it is also one that doesn't really have a base, but is just bam in your face. I think I'm actually going to declutter this one and put in the new one that I just got from my Beautylish Lucky Bag, because this one is rather old, and I think that you can see like it's kind of separated in the component in that it doesn't like mix together appropriately when you're trying to like warm it up on your finger. It works fine, but I think that because I got a new one, I'll go ahead and replace that one. I really do like it. And the rest of my the rest of my cream highlighters are ColourPop Super Shocks. This one is in Flexitarian, which is a favorite in the community, and I think you can see why. It's just crazy. This one is Over the Moon, and it has a little bit of a like purpley reflect to it. Reminds me of Nikki Tutorial's Retrograde, only so much prettier, honestly. And I think it's because it's cream. Mine are still really, really creamy. I know a lot of people say that these dry out really, really quick, but mine haven't. And mine are years, years, years old. I've got highlighter all over me. This is probably not the category to swatch. This is in Wisp. And Wisp is, I think, maybe too dark for me. I think this one, if I remember correctly, I decluttered at one point in time and then brought it back because it's just so pretty. It's just so pretty. I'm not going to declutter it again just to bring it back, so we're going to hold on to it. And this one is in Spoon, and this one is actually quite pretty. So those are all my cream highlighters, and I really can't say that I have any of them that, I mean, this one is, Spoon is definitely too dark for me. I think so is the Dior Nude, so is the Westman Atelier Lit Up, but I do use them a lot as blush toppers. We're gonna hold on to them. I do love my cream highlight collection, and here's the true tea. I don't know why, honestly, I love highlight so much because I don't wear it all that much, but I am fascinated with new highlights. I think that they are stunning. I want to bathe my whole body in highlight, but that's just not practical. And like I said, I just don't wear them all that much. So as of right now, we are decluttering this one, but I am putting the one that I got in my Beautylish Lucky Bag in here because it's the same and I like it. And this one, I think, doesn't smell or anything, but I do think that I do think it's turning, or maybe has gotten like hot, cold just enough. I don't know how. It just lives in this room, but this one is being decluttered, but we're bringing a new one in its place. So we're not really getting anything. We're not really losing anything here, or decluttering anything here. So 19 in and 19 stays. So here's that one from my Beautylish Lucky Bag. And it is the same exact thing. It's just new packaging and it's the same color and all the things. I'm just going to put it in here. So now it's in here with the rest as if it lived forever in my collection. I do think that if I was going to get rid of any, I would probably get rid of this Dior one and the Westman Atelier. And honestly, this guy, because it's so like dried up in the tube, I think for now I'll hold on to him. See if I can make them work a little more. Actually, you know what? I am going to get rid of this. Because it's dried up in the tube, I'm going to declutter that one. And oh my gosh. Nope, I'm going to hold on to that. We're going to see how we can make that work for us. All right, these are all my powder highlights. And I'm not going to swatch all these ones. I know I did for the creams, but there were so few of them. I'm going to start with these. These are my Sydney Grace highlights. I have decluttered several of these. These are the ones that continue to live in my collection. I think like these two could go, but again, I use them as blush toppers a lot. This is PSL Extra Whip. It's kind of a corally highlight. This one is Velvet Gold, which is just what it says, a gold highlight. This one is Immortality. This one is kind of a lavender highlight. It goes really well with my lavender blushes. This one is Melody, which is a pinky highlight. Kind of has a leans blue shift to it. This one is called Prism, and it is kind of a kaleidoscope of colors, to be honest. It has a little bit of pink in it, a little bit of blue, a little bit of lavender. It's a really pretty kind of rainbowy highlight without being a rainbow. And then this one is called Pink Mist, and it's got this like pink reflect to it, really, really faint pink reflect to it when you wear it. So those are the ones in my Sephora Z palette, and there is room for more, so I may put my ABH ones in there. Then I have all of these guys. So I have these two by Rare Beauty. These are the highlighters in Mesmerize and Exhilarate. This one is Exhilarate, which is a nice like gold, See Me from the Moon highlight for sure. This one is in Mesmerize, and it is a beautiful pinky highlight. And you can tell that these are See Me from the Moon just by the way they reflect on the camera. This is Benefit Cookie, which is, honestly, it has been a staple in my collection for a very long time. This is a wonderful inner corner highlight, along with Flexitarian. This is the pink one, Flexitarian being more of the like white. This is Pixie Halo Glow powder in Sweet Glow, and it was a Hello Kitty collab, so it's got Hello Kitty on it, so I hold on to it for those reasons, if for no other reason, but it is also a beautiful pink highlight. This one is by Oribe. They came out with, at one point in time, just a short little stint of a makeup collection, and this is in the shade Moonlit. It's the only highlight that they ever have. It looks kind of like a Neapolitan ice cream, and it kind of presents that way also on your face, but swirled together, it's so beautiful and like subtle, but also impactful. So really pretty. I have Juvia's Place, the Tribe Highlight Volume 3. Really pretty champagne neutral highlight. I have Pretty Vulgar in Glimmers of BS. This is the Shimmering Swan highlighter. I got this in a boxy and it is stunning. I like it so much. It's like a pinky champagne color. This one by Nomad is just a mini, and it is Kiss of Sun highlighter in Balmoral Beach. And my friend Andy pulled her full-size one of these into a project of some sort. I can't remember which one. And she swatched it. And then I decided I needed to go pull this out of my like my samples drawer that I have full of not only samples but also like giveaway stuff. This is something I received in Ipsy and I had no intention of using, but pulled it into my collection because of Andy. That girl could talk me into almost anything. I have this Jacqueline highlighter in Iced, and this is actually really very pretty. It is such bulky packaging. I wish the packaging was a lot smaller, but this is the only thing I own from the Jacqueline Cosmetics line, and I'm happy with that. It's a pretty highlighter. I have the ABHM Razy highlight. I remember when there was a day that if you did not have this highlight, you were nobody in this space. And I didn't get it on its first release. I think I got it on its re-release or second re-release, and was so happy to have it in my collection. This is beautiful. And then they came out with a white one that was supposedly the same formula, and it wasn't the same formula. It was very glittery and it looked green on my face, so I ended up decluttering that one years ago. This is my Pat McGrath Skin Fetish Divine Glow highlighter in Lunar Allure, and it is kind of a pinky white, really stunning, really impactful highlight. This is my Smashbox The Hood Witch Crystallized highlighter in Optimistic. And part of the reason why I don't get rid of this is because of this packaging, you guys. This packaging is everything. But also, this highlighter is really pretty. It's kind of multi-chrome before multi-chrome existed. I love it, but it is quite a bit powdery, so I don't wear it a whole hell of a lot. I should declutter it and put it in my memories drawer, but I do wear it sometimes, so I still keep it around. This one is the Give Beauty Check My Glow highlight in Platinum Cowgirl. I can't remember who talked me into this. This isn't amazing. It's not as amazing as it's cracked up to be. I do love that the different pans you can swirl into and get different colors of highlight, and then, you know, swirl them all together and get a whole another one. But the fact of the matter is that I'm never just dipping a little tiny brush into any one of those single colored pans. I always just swirl my brush. For me, I'm too lazy to just dip into one or the other. I just want to find a highlight that's pink or orange or white. So this one gets swirled together a lot, but it is a beautiful highlight swirled together. So there's that. I think it was Steph from It's Just Steph that I listened to about that highlight and purchased it. She also could talk me into just about anything. This is my Illamasqua highlight in, it's a Beyond Powder highlight in OMG, and it is really, really pretty. It's a pretty baked highlighter. This I got from BoxyCharm also, I do believe. And initially I had one that was kind of purple and really too deep for my skin, but then I got this one, decluttered the other one. Okay, this row I have my Bare Minerals highlight in Opal Glow. This is supposedly a highlighting blush, but this is no blush. This is a highlighter. Don't let them lie to you like that. This is my Bobbi Brown Pink Glow, and I just have a mini in this. And if honestly I could get all of my highlights and blushes in minis, I absolutely would. I don't think that I need to purchase full size go forward for highlights or blushes unless I have no option, because this one has lasted me years. Most of my mini blushes last me years, so you really don't need a full size in your collection. But this is so pretty. It's such a beautiful like pinky highlight. This is another one that Steph from It's Just Steph talked me into. This one came to me in an Beautylish Lucky Bag, and I don't think I would have purchased it otherwise. This is the Natasha Denona Pastel Plexi highlight. And the claim to fame for this one, I guess, if you are notoriety around this one, is the pictures make it look multi-tone. Like it goes from like green to pink, and that's what it looks like in your face. But this is just really a gold highlight. It's just a gold highlight. So I don't know how they get it, you know, kind of green to pink gradient on here without it also leaning green or pink, but it just doesn't. It's just gold. But it's pretty, but it's just gold. These are my Becca highlights. I used to own every single one of these, but I've decluttered so many. So these are the Shimmering Skin Perfector highlights, and they're really good, or used to be really good. I think I put one of these on my face not that long ago, was like, oh, this isn't as good as I remember it being, but also that could be because of age, right? But I do think that a lot of it is just because like we've perfected the formula of highlight, right? So it just looks better on your skin, it lays better. But I still like these ones for sure. This is the Shimmering Skin Perfector in Lilac Geode, which is a really pretty pink to gold. This one is one of the Light Chaser highlights for face and body in Opal Flashes Jade. I have a couple of these, but I think that you guys saw one of them in my single shadows because I use it as a shadow more than I use it as a face product. But this one is really pretty, and it has like a nice cool tone, like almost gray look to it, but it is kind of like green to pink. It's really pretty. Then I have this one, which is Own Your Own Light, and this is a special edition one that I purchased, and I purchased it because it's a special edition one. It's kind of dark for my skin tone, like a lot dark for my skin tone, but you guys can see it's got like this kind of like peachy to pink look to it, and I use it a lot as a blush topper because I think it looks really good with peach and pink blushes. So that is what I use that one for. This one is just a standard Shimmering Skin Perfector in Pearl, if I could get it open, which is really white. Really white. See Me from the Moon, only subtly. This one is Moonstone, which is a little bit more peachy. And then this one is Prismatic Amethyst, which is a little bit more pink. All right, then I have all of these from Fenty. This is one of her Demi Glows Light Diffusing Highlighter in Too Much, which is really pink, but again, use it as a blush topper. This one is in Pretty Pearls, which is a really pretty, perfect, like champagne-y color highlight for my skin tone. And these are truly beautiful and melt into the skin while being a powder instead of just sitting on top of it. This is a Kilowatt foil highlighter in Minted Mojito and Sandcastle, and I really like Sandcastle a whole lot. This one is a Kilowatt in Girl Next Door and Chic Freak. This one being my favorite one. These ones are known for having like a more subtle highlight and a more like impactful highlight. I think this one is the more impactful of the two, but I really like the subtle highlight in these. And the only highlight I've ever emptied, or, well, full-size highlight I've ever emptied in my collection has been one of these Kilowatt duos, and it was in Lightning Dust and Fire Crystal, and I would love to have that back in my life, to be honest. This one is a Kilowatt, but it's just a single, and it's in Hustla Baby. I think I got this one in a BoxyCharm, and it is really too deep for my skin tone, but again, a really pretty blush topper. And then this one is one of the Diamond Bombs in Rose Rave, and this one is a pink Diamond Bomb. I had the How Many Carats, which is the like white one, and I didn't love it so much. This one I do think is gorgeous, but it's straight up glitter. So if you don't like glitter, you would not like that. These two are from Kevin Aquan, and I thought at one point in time I was going to declutter these, but then I pulled them into a Shop My Stash and actually fell in love with them all over again. This is Kevin Aquan Ibiza. This is his Neon Limelight Luminizers, and Ibiza is like kind of an iridescent glow. It's really pretty. I love the gradient on it. I also like the holder that you get from Real Luxury Makeup. And then this one is in Sahara, which is kind of a golden rosy glow with that gradient also. You can definitely, like I said about the, you know, like what I said about this one and what I said about the Give Beauty one, you can definitely dip into the different colors of the gradient and get a different highlight than what you get when you swirl it all together. But honestly, it's the prettiest when you swirl it all together. This row has my Ciate London Rainbow Highlighter, which I bought just because I thought it was pretty, and I think I've used it once. The packaging on this guy is also pretty. I really like it a lot. This one is my MAC Double Gleam Extra Dimension Skin Finish, and it is crazy. I like this highlight so much. There was a point in time where I wouldn't go anywhere without this highlight on my face. So these three are from Melt. I have this one, which is Illumination. This is a digital dust highlight that came with the Amor Eterno collection, which had the Muerte and Vita palettes in it. It's a beautiful highlighter. Kind of gold with pink glitters. This one is True Love Never Dies Digital Dust Trio highlight, and this one is from the Nightmare Before Christmas collab, which I bought the entire set except for a couple of things. I got the other palette from a friend of mine, and then there was a couple of like lipsticks and lipsticks. I can't remember, but I bought almost the entire collection. This one actually isn't Melt. This one is Onzai. This one is in Azure Shine. It's one of their Soul Man Moonlight Feel highlighters. Like I said, Azure Shine. It's kind of like a blue, purple, multi-chromey highlight. Really pretty, but not all that it's cracked up to be, if I'm honest. These two, this one is Natasha Denona, and it is her Hygen Skincare Infused Glow Beautifier in Light. It's kind of a putty. It really reminds me, honestly, of the Heaven's Hue highlight by Sela, so I don't know why I have it in my powder drawer, but I wear this actually quite often. It's really pretty, sinks into the skin, doesn't cause any kind of like
texturizing or, you know, exacerbate anything that you got going on in your face. It's really, really pretty. And I feel like this is the powder version of that by a different brand. This is the Glow Seeker Highlight by ABH in Sun Idol, and it is beautiful. This one is gold though, whereas the Light by Natasha Denona is a little bit more pink. These are all 3 Dior highlights, which I love Dior as a brand. They're one of my favorites. This, though, is the reason why I bought the liquid highlight in nude, because this is my Dior Skin Nude Luminizer in 05, which is nude, and I love this highlight. I love this highlight, but clearly there is a vast difference between what it looks like on my face in powder versus what it looks like on my face in liquid, because this one I love and would wear over and over again, and the liquid one I feel like is too dark. This is the Dior Forever Glow Luminizer in Blue Strobe. This I picked up with points last year. It's so pretty. And I picked up the other one in Pink Halo from that same release at the same time with points. These are new. They have like the silver cushiony fabric topper. The Dior just does a really good job with presentation of his product, but also like his product is stunning. So, and this is another Natasha Denona. This is the Natasha Denona Super Glow highlight, and I haven't used this in forever, but it used to be a favorite for me. And then these are all Ofra. So I have Ofra Covent Garden, which is a little bit deep, but also a really pretty blush topper like a lot of the other ones. This one is in Soho. This one I also wear as a blush topper. It's a really pretty kind of like goldy, peachy, pinky highlight. This one is in Cloud 9, which is a Nikki Tutorials collab, and it kind of has this white to pink reflect to it. And then this one is Retrograde, and this one has Star Island, right? And it's Star Island and something else. I can't remember what it is, but I really like Star Island, and I had a full-size Star Island, but got rid of it because I had this one, and it also had this purple one, which I cannot remember what the shade name of it is, but each one of those comes separately as a full-size option at Ofra, and I love this guy. I used to have like 12 shades of the Ofra highlights, as well as like Ofra and Becca took over my highlight collection, but I got rid of a lot because these ones are the ones that I wear. I also had like some Ofra face palettes, and I got rid of several because I had the Ofra face palettes, and I no longer have those. These two used to be my favorite. I wouldn't say they're necessarily my favorite anymore, but they are still quite nice, so I keep them around. So in terms of highlights with this also, I have 71. I am technically only decluttering one because I'm decluttering this one but replacing it with another one. This is my overall blush collection. Like the other ones, I'm probably not going to swatch these, you guys. I have eczema issues on my hands, and number one, my hands are trash. They look awful because I've been doing too much swatching, but also there's just too many of them. We would be here for 4 hours just swatching the creams, I feel like. So we're not going to do a lot of swatching, and that's what you're looking for. I'm so sorry. I have done swatching before in the past. I will link my past collection and declutter video playlist in the cards for you, so that you can go watch them. Most of these have been in my collection for years. Some of them have been in my collection since the beginning of time. But for the most part, these are not new. I will say it because I've said it in every video. Last year, I did a really big declutter, and then I went on a no-buy. So none of the
blushes in here are new per se. I did purchase some things with points last year. I will point those ones out to you. I'm not sure how many of those things were blushes, and I did get a couple in like gift with purchase kind of placement, but other than that, this is the video. Let's jump in. Let's do creams first. So I'm going to move these guys forward. I'm going to get comfortable, and we're going to do creams first. These are my creams. So I'm going to start with the new ones. This is a Fui Blurring Pudding Pot in Without. And this is new as of my March gift card purchase spend. I will link that video also in the cards for you guys. I love their packaging. It is so, so cute. And this is what it looks like. I have swatched it. It is beautiful. It blends out beautifully. And I can't wait to use it. It will probably be a blush that I put into my first Shop My Stash of the year. I think that you guys probably, if you're familiar with my channel, you know I clean out my Shop My Stash in January or February to make room for me doing these collection videos. I like everything back in the collection for me to do the collection videos, so I'm not hunting for everything and then having to remember where everything goes. So when I am done with all my collection videos, I will do another Shop My Stash, and this will likely be one of the first things that's pulled in because it is a new item. I do pull newness in first and then go from there. This is also new because it came to me as a gift with purchase in my gift card spend, and this is an Ulta Beauty cream blush. This is just a mini, and it doesn't tell me what shade it is at all, but I got another one in a gift with purchase for a points spin last year, and I really enjoyed it, so I did keep this in my collection from that as well. So I have like a pinky toned one, and then also a coral toned one that I have used and actually quite like. This one is my cream blush for my project pan. This is the Cheeks Out cream blush by Fenty in Rose Latte. I'm not going to open it up because I don't know when you'll see my project pan video with this video, but currently this is a blush in my collection as of this moment in time. So I have this in my project pan right now. I have 3 Nude Sticks blushes. I have 2 Nudies Matte, but one is a Nudies Matte and one is a Nudies Matte Luxe. And then I have 1 Nudies in Bloom. So my Nudies Matte is Picante. Oops. I love Nude Sticks blushes. They are phenomenal, and I've talked a friend or two into purchasing them because they are just so good. This is in Picante, and you can see it is a bright, vibrant orange. I love an orange blush. This one is Nudies Matte Luxe, and it is in Juicy Melons. It looks like this. It's a really pretty, kind of less matte than it gives itself credit for blush. It is an all over face and blush color stick, so you can use this all over your face as well as any of the other ones, but it's so pretty. And then I have my Nudies in Bloom, which is a dewy nude sticks, and this one is in Sweet Cheeks. So Sweet Cheeks and Juicy Melons, I actually decluttered at one point in time and then pulled them back in, and you can see just by how far this stick is down in there that I use these guys. I love them so much. This one is by Westman Atelier, and it is the Petite Baby Cheeks Blush Stick in Bubble. And this one is one of those, my fantasy self told me this would look great on me, but it actually kind of looks like a bruise. So I'm actually going to declutter this because I kept it in my collection last year against my better judgment. I have only used it one time since then, actually, and it still looked like a bruise. I'm unhappy every single time I wear this. So it's a great formula. Just that color is not right for me. So I'm going to declutter that one. This is my Danessa Myricks Vision Flush Blush in Ballet Slippers, and this is actually a liquid. It's a beautiful liquid. It comes on a doe foot. It is so pretty. It's kind of like this terracotta corally color. Leans a little bit brown also. It's really pretty. This is my IT Cosmetics Glow with Confidence Sun Blush in Sunlit. And it is beautiful. Beautiful blush. Beautiful formula. I would buy more of these. I have two Rare Beauty blushes. I have my full-size one in Encourage, and you don't need a blush this size from Rare Beauty for sure. A little dab will do you of this guy. And then this one, my mini, is in Hope. And if I can get it in a mini, this would be the only way I would buy blushes anymore, to be honest, whether they're liquid or powder. These are my two Polite Society. These are actually quite nice. This is, Sydney is kind of the orangey one, and Los Angeles is the pinky one. And these are powder, but I feel like they're like creamed powder. They're a lot more creamy than a regular powder would be, but they're so nice. I like these a lot. They've kind of got this like dewiness to them while also being matte. I don't know. They're hard to explain, but they're really pretty blushes. I have my Pillow Talk matte blush wand in the shade Dream Pop, which is a really nice, I mean, just truly red blush. And I don't use it very often, but man, when I want a red blush, this is a beautiful red blush for me. So it's unique to my collection, so I hold on to it. This is the Live Tinted Lip, Eye, and Cheek Stick in True. It's actually called a Hue Stick. I've used it like once or twice, and this is the shade of it. I think it's beautiful. I hate the component of it, but I will hold on to it because I do like it. It's a really pretty kind of like brownie mauve tone. Man Eater. This is my Man Eater Blush and Glow Cheek Plump in pink. It's just called pink. This is a really pretty cream blush, liquid blush. I love this a lot. This one is my Blush Sticks by ColourPop, and this one is in the shade Cool It. And I think that you guys can see just how much I love this blush stick. It is used and abused, but it's a really pretty, cool toned, like mauve shade. Interestingly enough, though, I used this at one point in time with an eye look, and it looked a lot more warm than I ever remember it looking. But it is in my planned pan for this year because I just love it so much, not because I don't, and not because it's the oldest thing in my collection. This is my Bare Minerals Bounce and Blur in Mauve Sunrise. This has been decluttered before in my collection. I reached back in and grabbed it back out, so I know I will miss this if I declutter it, so it stays. These two are my MAC Glow Play blushes in, I have Beach Please, which is this one. And then I have Heat Index, which is this one. And these are putty formulas, but once on and blended out, they look just so beautiful on the skin, and they last all day long. They're sweat proof, waterproof, all the things proof. They're just divine blushes. I don't think that they say that they're all those things, but I know them to be all those things. So there's that. I have these Nude Stick Stacks that I got in gratis. I have this one in Cheeky Coral, which is really pretty, and I really love a coral blush. And then I have this one in Love and Roses, which is a beautiful mauve. I want more of these, but like I got these late 2024 and then in gratis right before I was laid off, and then went on a no-buy. So I haven't purchased any more than my friend Andy. She has some colors that I don't have, and I need to get some of those colors. This is the Cheeks Out Cream Blush from Fenty, like this one in Fenty Glow. This one is a little bit more of a warm toned brown, kind of like a caramely color. It's also got some like glitter flecking in it that it doesn't happen with the Rosé Latte, but it is still really pretty. This one is by Ritual Defy, and it is in the shade Desire. It's a deep tone mauve, really actually quite pretty. These are called the Inner Glow Cream
pigments. These lay on your skin so, so well. This one is Danessa Myricks Yummy Skin in Golden Hour. A really vibrant orange, really very beautiful blended out. I really like a really poppy blush. At one point in time, I didn't wear blush. And my blushes either have to be really super poppy or almost nothing on my skin. This would be the almost nothing. This is by Beauty Counter from when Ulta carried Beauty Counter for a split second. This is their Cheeky Clean Cream Blush in Chai. And it looks like that. And it is really a next to nothing blush on my skin, but it is so pretty. And I know Beauty Counter is, you know, whatever, but I like that blush. This one is by Rose Inc. and it is a lip and cheek color by called Heliotrope. Really pretty, and these are replaceable. You can order blush replacements and just pop this guy out. It's got the two things on the back. Pop this guy out and replace it with any blush that you want to from the line, but this is a really pretty blush, and the component kind of looks like a toilet seat, so it is, you know, it works for me. And then these are all my cream LYS blushes. This one is the first one that I received. This one, or that I bought. This one is in Kindness, and it's a pretty coral one. This one's magnet failed. It fell out when I had it in Shop My Stash last. So I was afraid that it was going to dry out the blush, but it doesn't appear that it's dried it out any more than it normally would. This is the oldest cream blush that I have in my collection, but it still works really, really well. Every time I've pulled it in the last year, it's worked really, really well. So I just hold on to it. And then these ones I purchased in a Christmas kit of some sort the year after I received this one. I can see this one is cracking, so I'm a little concerned about how dry this one is. This is in Higher Standard, but I think I'm going to keep it in just to use it in like Project 10 uses, or maybe pull it into my first Shop My Stash because it's a good summer color. And we'll go from there. This one is my favorite of these ones, and it is, or this one isn't in Higher Standard. That's what the blush is called. This one's in Unforgettable. Sorry. This one is in Grateful, and it's my favorite of the three. Really pretty, just regular kind of blush in like a pinky mauve tone. And then this one is in Empower, which is a stunner of a crazy deep red berry blush. So those are my cream blushes. I have 31 cream blushes. I had 32. I'm getting rid of one. And that actually surprises me because I really do like the Westman Atelier formula, but I can't hold on to a blush that I'm pissed off at every single time I wear it because it makes my face look like I've been punched. So this is note to self. Don't hold on to the things that don't work for you. And if you needed to hear that, there you go. Happy birthday. I do have a lot more cream blushes than I really want in my collection. I would say need, but nobody needs this many blushes, period. So there's that. I forgot to tell you how many blushes I have in my collection overall. And according to my spreadsheet, I have 93. Which, like I said about nobody needs this many blushes, like truly, nobody needs this many blushes. So there's that. I have 93 blushes overall in my collection according to my spreadsheet. Blush is really hard for me. I don't know why. There was a point in time where I didn't wear blush at all. But once I started wearing blush, it was like, okay, I've got to have every single one of them. And I don't need every single one of them. I just don't. Nobody does. And as I said in the highlight video, and I think maybe mentioned in this one with the minis from Rare, I don't think I ever need another full-size blush ever. These last far too long. It takes 400 years to pan a blush. So I've got enough makeup in my, or enough blush in my collection for the next 10 generations of my family, I feel like. If I buy any more blushes, if I can get it in a mini, I would do it. But these are on my kind of my makeup rehab, note to self, no buy or low buy kind of thing. Like I have to declutter, I think, 2 of these in order to bring 1 blush in. So I'm trying to be very mindful about the blushes that I'm purchasing, because I definitely don't need to bring any more in to my collection of 93. This is my Live Tinted Hue Balm, and this is in, it's called a blushing bronzer duo, and it looks like this. And I think this is the only shade that they have. It's not a bronzer. I don't know why they market it as a blushing bronzer duo, because it's not. I mean, there's just this little section right here that is more geared towards bronzing, but other than that, it's all blush in this, and it is rather deep, especially with this brown in here, but it is really pretty beautiful on the skin. So I keep it, and it's in this giant compact, which I actually kind of love. Me saying I'm gonna just buy minis, but I love the giant compact. I can't help it. I do love a giant compact. It can swirl my brush anywhere in there, and I know that it's going to be beautiful no matter where my brush is at. I'm not going to like miss parts of my brush because there's not enough product along the edges, whatever. But I do love a giant compact. But I am only buying minis from now on. This one is my Juvia's Place Blushed Rouge in Volume 1, and it looks like this. And I'm telling you, I love a truly impactful blush or an almost nothing blush. So these are definitely unique to my collection-ish, with this kind of like terracotta orange and this really, really deep berry. This definitely wasn't made for my skin tone, but I love this blush palette, I guess. And then this one by Jouer is the Coquette Blush Duo in Seduce Me and Tease Me. Tease Me being the lighter shade. And I like the lighter shade. I'm not a fan of this one, but I do love this lighter shade a lot. And this lighter shade is really good also for helping to blend out blushes that maybe aren't working so hot for me. So that's my new fixer blush. If you guys are familiar, I did declutter, or I did pan a blush from Pretty Vulgar a couple years ago that was my fixer blush. So that one is my new one. And I think because it's just so light, it helps blend anything out beautifully. So I'm going to flip these around because the front, my front and your front are different as I'm looking in the screen. All right, so these are all like little single drawers. I just got them at like TJ Maxx or something like that, and they have like rubber in the bottom of them so the blushes don't like bang around or anything like that, but they're also so full that they couldn't bang around if they wanted to. These two are my NYX Buttermelt blushes. I have Had Butter, which is the kind of coral color, and For the Butter, which is the pinky color. This one is a little bit more berry than I thought it was going to be. I do think that I ordered these offline, maybe, and I hadn't swatched them in stores yet, but it's still a pretty beautiful blush. But these blushes are so pigmented. Look at that orange. How crazy is that? They're so pigmented, literally just a touch of your brush in these and you're going to get plenty of product. So don't go ham with these, but these are beautiful. They're kind of glowy. A lot better than I expected them to be. These are all of my Benefit blush boxes, and I got almost all of these in gratis, if I'm honest with you. This one is in Starla. It's a really deep brownie blush. I would say almost bronzer tone, but it's got a lot more pink in it for bronze, in my humble opinion. This one is Krista, which is a beautiful pinky coral. This one is Shelly, which is an outright coral. And this one is very matte. This strawberry pink one is also pretty matte. These three are pretty matte.
This one is Terra. It is a little bit more on the shimmery side, but it is a golden, like, bricky red blush. I do think that it has a little bit of sparkle to it, though. So more of a shimmery blush. This one in Willa, I think it's also a shimmery blush. This is a really pretty soft neutral rose tone blush. This one in Pom Pom is a really like reddened rose blush. It's matte also. I have Butterfly, which is a golden orange, which I love an orange blush. Like I said, I've got several in my collection now, and none of them are the same. And then I've got Moon, which is a rich berry blush. Reminds me a lot of the berry in here, only this one is a slight bit more pink leaning than this one, which I think is purple leaning. I have these two from Clinique. This one is Fig Pop, which was recently in my Project 10 Uses. Works really well still, probably the oldest blush in my collection. And then this one is in Heather Pop, which is the pinky version of that. And I love Clinique blushes. They're really quite good. This one is my Giorgio Armani Luminous Silk in the shade 61, which I think is raspberry, and it is so pretty. It's such a glowy blush and just beautiful on the skin. I would buy more of those for sure. These are all my Fenty blushes, and this is her Fenty Cheek Suede Powder Blush. This one is in Summertime Wine. Reminds me a lot of this one in here. Only this one's glowy and this one is matte. This is in Lollipoppy. Really pretty poppy colored blush. Again, glowy, whereas this one is matte. And then this one is in Drama Class, and it is a beautiful purple blush from the time frame where my fantasy self was telling me I looked awesome in purple blushes. Look, this one though, I do look great in. This one looks like a bruise. These are her Hot Cheeks Velour Blush Lighters, so they're kind of blush slash highlighter. Now, I know these came out about the same time that the ones from Fenty or the ones from Rare Beauty came out. The ones from Rare Beauty are very much a highlighter. They're not a blush lighter at all. I don't think they have any blush property to them. These ones are more blush than highlighter. I have Juicy Peach and Baked Peach, and I don't think I needed both because, as you can see, they're not very different, but I do like them and will hold on to them. This one leans a little bit more pinky gold, whereas this one leans a lot more terracotta and coral. So I do keep them both, but they're not very different for sure. And then this is actually a Kilowatt Foil highlight that I keep in my blush collection because I wear it as a blush. This is in Mimosa Sunrise and Sangria Sunset, and I think that you can see why I don't use these as highlights. They are straight up crazy colored, but they're beautiful blushes. I have these ones from Kosas. These are the Blush is Life blushes, and these three came in a kit for a holiday, this last holiday, that I picked up with a gift card, I do believe. And then this is Dreamland, which is my only full size. I bought this the year they came out, and still smells fine, still works beautifully. I actually have never had a problem with Kosas powder products, nor have I had a problem with their components like everybody else does. So I count myself lucky. This is in Dare, which is a berry tone. This one is in Euphoria, which is a really pretty mauve tone, natural mauve tone. And then this one is in Spellbound, which is an almost red toned blush. I have this one from RMS. This one is in Pomegranate Fizz, and it is a beautiful glowy blush. At one point in time, I hated a glowy blush, and then I decided I like glowy blushes, and I went out and bought a bunch. Yep, I don't need any more. This one is my YSL Make Me blush, and this one is in Nude Lavalier, and this is just a mini that I got in a kit this last holiday season. Perfect size. Perfect size. And almost the same size as some of my full-size options. So there's that. This is a Ciate London Marbled Light blush in Burnt Light. This one is almost too burnt for me, but it is beautiful in the summertime, so I hang on to it. This one is my Too Faced Cloud Crush Blurring Blush in Watermelon Rain. If I can ever get it open, it's the hardest one in my collection to open. It's a really deep, bright pink. I love this blush. This is MAC Warm Soul. It looks like nothing, but it's a really pretty blush. And if you know, you know. It's been around. It's been a staple in a lot of people's kits for a very long time. This is KVD Rosebud. Probably, I think, my first berry toned blush. It leans very mauve tone, but it's so, so pretty on my skin. I like it a lot. I like all of these a lot, let's be honest. This is Buxom Seychelles and the Wanderlust Primer Infused Blush Formula. Samantha March talked me into purchasing this guy. And this is one of those absolutely nothing blushes that looks so, so pretty. These are all from Bare Minerals. This is their Gen Nude blush in On the Mauve. This one I had decluttered at one point in time, brought it back into my collection, so I know I will miss it if I declutter it. And then these are their bronzers. I have Kiss of Mauve, Kiss of Copper, nope, that's Kiss of Rose, and Kiss of Copper. And I mean, they're pretty. They're really pretty on the face, but these are by no means a bronzer, kind of like the tinted. And they are really, really opaque. They have a lot of pigment to them, so you just have to, again, like the NYX, go in with a very, very light hand, or you're going to look like a clown for sure. And these are my Melt blushes. I have a Blush Light, which is kind of their glowy blush formula in Fire Fury. This one is, I think, slightly too deep for me. If I don't wear this right, it does look like a bruise. But if I use like a sponge with it, it actually looks quite nice. And this one is just a powder blush in Honey Thief. It's just a real pale peachy pink. And then this one is by A Cosmetics. This is the Poreless Finish Airbrush Brightening Blush in Adored, which is a soft cool pink. And this one has been in my collection 3 times. Twice it came in gratis, and I decluttered it. Not decluttered it, I didn't even keep it, and I gave it away. I think one went in a giveaway and one went to a friend. And then this one came in gratis. And I decided, well, 3rd time's charm, I'm going to try it. And then I absolutely love this blush. So I'm really glad that it came in for the 3rd time and I decided to try it because it's a really nice blush. And I've got these guys. These are my 2 Laura Mercier blushes. I have Grapefruit and Fresco, and these are the Blush Color Infusion blushes. And one of them is the Crazy See Me From the Moon, and the other one is the Almost Not a Blush. So the epitome of my blush collection, these 2 right here. I have an Hourglass one in Incandescent Electra, one of the ambient strobe lighting blushes, and I got this in a FabFitFun, and I really actually quite enjoy this blush. But I hardly ever wear it. I have 2 from Pat McGrath. These are the Skin Fetish Divine blushes. I have Flirtatious, which is probably the most used blush in my collection. Again, it's like a next to nothing blush. And then I have Electric Bloom, which is the crazy. So again, I think that you guys are seeing a trend. I like an almost nothing blush and a really crazy in-your-face blush. Those are my 2 sweet spots. This one by Charlotte Tilbury is one of the cheek to chics that kind of looks like a nipple. And I wanted to try these for so dang long, so I finally pulled the trigger and bought one, and this just really isn't everything that I thought it was going to be. I don't mind it, but it's really just not my perfect blush, if I have to be honest. I don't really love the formula. This is by Chanel. This is one of their Le Tarot Deschanel blushes, and this one is in the shade Lavender. I don't know why I had to look that up. Again, my fantasy self told me I need purple blushes all year last year, or all year 2 years ago, and I really do like purple blushes, but you have to wear them just so when you're as fair as I am. This one actually is really beautiful on my skin. So this one has made the gamut in my collection, though. It went from being a blush to being a face powder back to being a blush, and I really do like it as a both, honestly. These two are from Ofra. I have Ofra Madison Miller blush in All You Need Is Love. And this one came to me in a BoxyCharm. It was a collab with Ofra that ended up in BoxyCharm. It's a really beautiful coral tone blush. And then this one is in Bellini, and it's kind of that next to nothing peachy blush. This is my Marc Jacobs blush, the only Marc Jacobs blush I have in Night Fever and Hot Stuff. So this is one of the air blushes that's got like the two tones in it. Again, I just run my blush brush through all of it, and it's just a really pretty kind of like deep berry pink, but not super berry toned blush for me, and it's so pretty. And I have these two from Cover Effects. These are the monochromatic blush duos. I have Mojave Mauve, which comes with a matte blush, and the topper. And then I also have Warm Honey. So both of them are really beautiful. I do enjoy using them, and I know that they look unused, but they're really firmly pressed. So I've used them a lot, actually. Those are some of the older blushes in my collection. I have 3 from Patrick Ta. This one is Oh She's Different, and it is one of the duos. And this was my first venture into cream blushes in a way that I actually loved. So I kept this around forever and still keep it around because this cream blush actually is stunning. And I have found that it lasts the longest of all the cream blushes that I have in my collection, or had in my collection up until recently. And then these ones are just monochrome moments. So there's just one blush in each one of these, but this one's in She's Adorable, right? She's Adorable. It's kind of a peachy moment. And this one is She's Seductive, which is a really natural mauve tone moment. This is my Haus Labs Color Fuse blush before they changed all the packaging and everything in Watermelon Bliss. Crazy red rosy tone blush. And then I have these two from Give Beauty, which is the Filling Cheeky blushes. I have Filling Cheeky Amplifying Blush Duo. I have Stars Aligned. And I have Flirty Talk. So that's what those ones, Flirty Talk and Stars Aligned. They're just super pretty. So I hate to be this person who says this is a declutter, because it's really not. This is the only one that I've decluttered. So I'm not going to say that, but I started with 93 blushes. One of them is leaving, so I still have 92 blushes. So that said, like, looking at my blushes, I don't think there's any one of them that I want to declutter. I'm actually like really sad that I'm decluttering this one, but I know that I'm mad every single time I wear this, so I just need not to have it in my collection because I don't ever want to pull for it. And there's so many other beautiful blushes that I want to pull for, and even so many other beautiful purple blushes that I want to pull for that I just won't pull for this. So, and I got it in a holiday kit, so it didn't cost me singly as much as it would if I bought it as a single. So I mean, Westman Atelier is Westman Atelier, just like NYX is NYX, just like Nude Sticks is Nude Sticks. So it is whatever. And the money's already spent. Like, get rid of the stuff that doesn't bring you joy. I say that, and I'm looking at this Charlotte Tilbury one thinking, maybe that one should go too. I think I'm going to give it one last hurrah in a Shop My Stash or a Project 10 Uses, and we'll go from there. Oh, I forgot these guys. These are my Dior blushes. And Dior drives me nuts because these are the same blush but 3 different packagings. I have Rosy Glow in pink, which is just bright blue tone pink. I have Rosy Glow in berry, which is a deep purple berry shade. And then I have Rosy Glow in rosewood, which is probably my favorite of the 3. But why? Why do we need... I know that you want to reformulate and repackage and all the things, but really? I haven't been buying Dior for that long. So to have 3 different blushes from Dior in 3 different packaging seems ridiculous. Seems ridiculous. So here we are, the final stage in my collection videos. And this is my palette video. I currently have 218 palettes in my collection. And these are the mini palettes. I do think that there's a lot of opportunity to potentially declutter some of the palettes that I have, or put some of the palette shades that I have into my singles collection. I might have to buy another singles book if I do that, because there are several palettes that I like 1 or 2 shades of, but I don't like the whole palette. And several palettes that I just really can't see myself using anytime soon. That said, I wanted to start with the minis. These just live in a drawer in my makeup room and within my inventory of like all my eye products. So this lives with like my single shadows and my eyeshadow sticks, as you guys can see, but also like my cream and my liquid eyeshadows. They're all in that same drawer. These kind of are forgotten about because they hide within my collection. That said, let's walk through these. These are the ones that I'm going to preface this to. These are the ones that are in use. I have some in my drawer of shame right now that I haven't used yet. And we'll go through those last, I think. This is an Ulta Beauty 5-pan eyeshadow palette. And that is just what it's called, 5-pan eyeshadow palette. I utilized it in deca panning with some of my Natasha Denona 5-pans. It was super similar to some of the shadows that I have in my Natasha Denona 5-pan palettes. I kind of showed you guys which ones I thought it was close to resembling. But I feel like this is not a palette of quality that I will pull for ever before pulling for something else. And I'm sad that I used it already, because that means it has to go into my declutter versus into my giveaway drawers. But that is where it is going. It is being decluttered. We will get rid of that. And while we're on that topic, I actually do have one in my drawer of shame that my friend Kay, I believe, was like, I had that palette, it's trash. It was another gift with purchase from Ulta Beauty. I think it was from the gift card purchase that I had. So I'm going to go ahead and declutter this one, but this one has not been opened, so this one will go into my giveaway bins and somebody else can try it. You know, sometimes when you have a plethora of eyeshadow palettes, as we do here in this space, what you deem as trash is somebody else's treasure. So just because I think it's not good doesn't mean somebody else won't think that it's good. So I'll go ahead and put it into my giveaway bins because I haven't used it. So I have these minis from Natasha Denona. They're all Natasha Denona minis. And then I have 2 of the regular size 5-pan eyeshadows. So going through the minis first, and I won't be getting rid of any of these. I have the mini retro palette, which is a favorite for me. I actually kind of love the like kind of grungy greens in this palette. The mini My Dream, the mini Rose. This one isn't a favorite for me, but I do like it enough that I'll hold on to it, and I feel like the minis in and of themselves are a good take along for the road trip kind of palette.
This one is the Mini Nude favorite. This one is Mini Biba, also a favorite. This one is Mini Glam. Not necessarily a favorite, but I do like it. This one is Mini Xenon. I love this little mini palette. This one is Mini Sunset. I think this is, oops. I think this is my oldest Natasha Denona palette. And then I have the Mini Gloom, which I don't actually love as much as I thought I was going to. And then I have two full-size 5-pan eyeshadow palettes. These came to me via my mom, who received them in BoxyCharm. I have the Peak palette and the Ayana. I love the Ayana. These are two mini Pat McGrath palettes that I don't see anybody ever talking about. These are the Eye Ecstasy palettes. I have Eye Ecstasy Subversive and Eye Ecstasy Sublime. Really great palettes, honestly. These were only like 25 bucks when I purchased them, and I think I purchased them when they first came out. Those were my first Pat McGrath palettes. And I have this Pat McGrath 5-pan Bijou Brilliance eyeshadow palette, Lunar Nightshade. This is a favorite for me. I love this palette. And then I have two Marc Jacobs palettes. This one is in Electric, really beautiful palette, and this one is in Flamboyant, also a really beautiful palette. And this line, these are not really they're put in here based on like size. I like to stick Pat McGrath with Pat McGrath and Tarte with Tarte, but sometimes it doesn't work out so hot that way. So this section has some of the more square, I say square, and then the first one out is a round one. This is the Tarte Make Believe in Yourself palette. This palette has a ton of pan on it because this was a palette that was in my project pan a couple years ago, just as a let's see how far we can get. It has 1, 2, 3, 4 shadows with pan. This one is super close to pan. I hang on to it because it's actually a really, really nice palette. I enjoy it a lot. I'm glad I put it into my project pan that year, or I might not have seen as much use out of it. This one is my Hip Dot Witchy Worms. This one is actually a really, really beautiful neutral eyeshadow palette. Giant pans. It's so pretty. Or I guess I shouldn't say neutral. It's a warm neutrals eyeshadow palette. It's a beautiful eyeshadow palette. I had a really good time with it. It makes some beautiful eye looks, and I think it's a really great quality eyeshadow, and it's the only Hip Dot palette I have in my collection. This one is one of my favorite Morphe eyeshadow palettes. It is the 9P Petal Passion. It is a Morphe eyeshadow palette that almost made me fall in love with Morphe all over again. It is just such a beautiful palette. These two here are kind of like super shocky. Really beautiful. I just wish it had one more matte, one less shimmer in it, but it is super pretty, and I will hold on to that. This is my Pat McGrath Blitz Astral Quad in Ritualistic Rose. And I really like this palette. So this is not the only quad that I want from Pat McGrath, but it is really pretty, all special shades in here. Then I have this one, which is the Becca Pearl Glow Shimmering Eye Palette. And this one, actually, I should just be real with myself and get rid of it, because the only shades I like in this palette are these 6 here. The outside 6 are not bad. This black is not bad. You can see I had it in a project at some point in time. I really love these 6 shades though, which is the only reason why I don't toss it. They still perform very well, and I like it a lot. So I'm gonna keep on keeping on with that palette. This is my ColourPop Baroque palette. It is one of the only ColourPop palettes that I have. I think I have this one in Coldstone Fox. I think a lot of these shades are so pretty, and I just don't get enough use out of this palette, but it is super pretty. So I'll hang on to it. I never really was a person that fell into all the hype with ColourPop, but I really do like both of the palettes that I have. This one is my Sugar Pill Fun Size palette, and it is a Perfection palette for the spring and summer time frame, for blending out some of those more vibrant colors that I have in my collection that I like to wear during that time frame. So I will hold on to that one. Then I have all these from my Huda collection. I used to have a ton more, but I got rid of so many of them. I do have this one, which is Love Fest, which I actually grew fond of in having it rolled into a project. I can't remember which. I think it was maybe Deck of Panning. It was rolled into a project. Was it Deck of Panning? I can't remember. But I did grow fond of that in that moment. I don't really 100% love the orange-purple color story, but it is pretty. This one is my Wild Python palette. Yep, I'm going to keep it. I'm going to keep it because I can. This one is my Sapphire palette, and I love this palette. So we're going to keep that, and Sapphire is my birthstone, so it kind of hits that sentimental place for me. This one is Ruby, one of my only palettes to have a pan. This one was the first palette for my project Level Up when I tried that last year. I have decided that is not the project for me, but I do mad respect to those that are doing it. And then this one is the Coral palette, and if you guys know anything about me, you know that reds and corals and oranges are some of my favorite on my eyes. So I will hold on to that palette for that reason. They still perform really well. And then I have these little mini ABH Norvina palettes. This one is the Pro Pigment Volume 3. Do I need this guy? Probably not. Am I going to hold on to it? Yes. Why? I do love these three shadows up here. This is a really great red. I know that it's not many of the shadows that I like, but I kind of told myself I should get rid of it, but I'm not gonna. This one is number 2, and I really like the greens in this palette. This is a really beautiful kind of like duochrome color. This is the perfect summer eyeshadow palette in a nutshell. So, and really excellent to take on the road. And then this one is Pro Pigment Mini Volume 1, and I just really love all those pinks and purples. So we're gonna hold on to those. This is my Revolution Ultimate Nudes eyeshadow palette, and this is the only Revolution eyeshadow palette that I have in my collection. It's actually really good. This is, I believe, a dupe for a Huda Beauty palette, and they did a really good job because I really do love the formula of this. I love this palette, and I would purchase more 9-pounds because of my experience with that palette. These are both from Il Makiage. I have this one, which is the Color Boss Squad in Make Moves. This is such a beautiful formula of eyeshadow. If you have the chance to pick these up in like your Boxy shop, Ipsy shop, Boxy shop, whatever it's called, do, because I got these in BoxyCharm, and the formula of these eyeshadows is awesome, and the packaging is super weighted in luxe. It's metal. It's beautiful. This one is the Color Boss Squad in The Real Deal, and it's a little bit more romantic, I would say. This one's flirty, and I would say this one is romantic. Yeah, that's what I would say. And then this one is the only Rabanne handbag palette that's left over in my collection, and this is Paradise Lost Then Found, and I hold on to it because it's a green eyeshadow palette. I'm not a huge fan of the formulation of these palettes, but my friend Chris tried some of the newer handbag palettes by Rabanne and said that they were really good, so I just haven't pulled the trigger on any more at this point in time. And then the last section of minis in this drawer minis, I guess. This is actually a full-size eyeshadow palette. It is the MAC Connect and Color Hi-Fi eyeshadow palette, and y'all know I did not give this a rave review. I did not have a good time with this palette, and I really want to keep this shadow here, but again, I don't know why. It was really lackluster. It really disappointed me, if I'm honest with you. I'm gonna declutter this. I'm decluttering it because I did not love it. I bought it because it is a color story that, of course, draws my attention because of what it is. The packaging also is just so pretty. I mean, look at the packaging. That is so cool. It's so pretty. It draws my attention. I don't love it, so I'm gonna declutter that one. Complex Culture. I've said for many years this is another Ipsy box eyeshadow palette. This is a great formula if you can get this in that drop shop or whatever that Ipsy does. Like, try Complex Culture formula. It is so good. I have my Danessa Myricks Lightwork Volume 3 Experience palette. This was the first Danessa Myricks palette that I had. It was $85 for this little tiny guy, and I was so enthused with this palette, and I'm so happy to have it. Like, this one's been used so much you can see the rings on it. So look at that. It's just so pretty. You can't pull this out of my cold dead hands. That's not gonna happen. I have my Makeup by Mario Ethereal Eyes Nature palette. Listen, I also did not fall in love with this palette. I feel like this isn't all that it's cracked up to be. However, I do think that it's pretty. It's just kind of a meh palette for me. And it's a palette that I would say you could do without. Don't rush out and get it. But I've heard that, you know, his first and his second palette, the formula in the palette was completely different than the formula that's in this one. So if you can get your hands on those ones, by all means. I know that he's got the first one for sale again, but I've resisted every temptation to purchase it because I'm just afraid that I'm going to get this same formula. Who knows? I have some Lime Crime palettes here. These are the only three I have from Lime Crime. I have Lime Crime Prelude Chroma, which I love this formula so much, and this palette is just really unique to my collection. I have Venus 3, which I don't 100% love. It reminds me actually a lot of the Natasha Denona Mini Rose palette, except for like these two shades here. It's just really light for me. I don't 100% love a light color story, but I think that's why I don't love this palette, but I will hold on to it because the formula is really good. And then I have Venus Immortalis, and that one is stunning. I love this palette. And this one glows in the dark. I have this NARS palette, which is the Summer Unrated eyeshadow palette, and NARS has a really great eyeshadow palette formula, and this was the first time I had ever tried it, and I kind of kicked myself for not having tried it before. And I really love that they stick, 16 eyeshadows in such a little easy to carry compact. It's just amazing. One thing I would say about this palette is a lot of the looks in this palette that you're going to get look very, very similar to each other. I have the Viseart Sultry Muse palette, which is full of mostly satins, and I have to be honest, satins are not my favorite. So do I hold on to this palette? I think I'm going to put this upright like this because I want this to live in a purgatory of sorts, and I'm going to pull it in to like a decapanning or something really soon and get some more use out of that to see. And then I also have dark mattes, which at one point in time was my favorite, but I feel like the formula on these has changed just a little bit, and they're not nearly as beautiful as they once were. So I'm going to put these two upright like this because we're going to have them in purgatory. And truth be told, these pans all come out of here. So if one or two or three of the shades in here work really well, I will keep them, but I will get rid of whatever ones are not working in either one of the palettes and declutter them that way, because I could use these in my single shadow collection. So I'm not opposed to keeping them in my collection. This is the Petit Pro Doe. I got this in a lucky bag, and I actually really like it. I think it's a really beautiful color story. These are minis. All these pans also come out of this guy. I do think that I could potentially save like these three mattes and like a couple of these shimmers and call this one good, but I'm gonna hold on to it as a whole for now. I really do hate breaking up palettes if I don't have to. And then we have the Viseart Petite Pro 5 Soleil, which looks like this. And this purple one kind of sucks, but the rest of them are really good. I have the Melt Zodiac Earth palette. This is one of my favorite palettes. It's like a little miniature subculture palette. It's really very nice. It's a great formula and I love it. So I will hold on to it. I have the Wayne Goss Luxury Eye Palette in Imperial Topaz. This is another one that I don't 100% love. I think I need to put on the chopping block because there's just, I don't know, there's something about it. There's not, the only matte in this, well, these two are mattes. These ones are kind of like satins, and I don't love the way they perform, but the black is really good. This is a really beautiful, kind of like glittery, like almost wet effect kind of shadow. I love it, but I don't love wearing it on my eye, if that makes any sense. It's a nice palette. I don't know. There's something about it. I have these two here, which are my Nabla palettes. These are the nudie, or not nudie. These are the cutie palettes. I have Platinum and Midnight. Midnight looks like this. It's really pretty. This shadow is beautiful. That shadow is actually really pretty. This blue is not bad. I have better navy blues, but I also have worse navy blues for sure. And then the Midnight is a beautiful, just regular color story. Really great for traveling. I wish that it was more of a 50-50 split, especially because it's only 6 pans of eyeshadow, but it is really pretty and we'll hold on to it. I have the Midas Cosmetics Artistry eyeshadow palette. This is like pastels on crack, and I hold on to it for the same reason that I hold on to the Sugar Pill palette. What I will say about this one is I did recently use it in, I think, a deck of panning, and the shimmer shadow is trash. It didn't hold up as well as it could have in terms of formulation, but the rest of them are mattes and they're really actually quite nice. So I will hold on to that palette as well. And then we have the Danessa Myricks Freedom palette, and then this one is the Pastel Dream, just one of the little 6-pan add-ons, and I love this palette. So it will stay, of course. So we have 3 that we took out of this drawer and 3 that are on the chopping block. I think that there are a lot of palettes that I could get rid of. I think there's a lot of palettes that I could get rid of that I'm just choosing not to get rid of just yet, and that's okay. It is my collection. I think at the end of the day, some like this Wayne Goss one will probably go, honestly. I think I've used it one time in the years I've owned it. I did get this in a Beautylish Lucky Bag. And the Viseart palettes I purchased so long ago. You guys, I've been on YouTube almost 9 years. These were palettes that I purchased right after I started in like a buy one, get one sale off of cameraready.com or something like that. I can't remember. So they're really old, but I think that some of them still hold up really well. And I might take all of the Danessa Myricks Freedom 6 pans out of the Danessa Myricks palette and put them all in my regular collection. Yep, I think that's it. We got rid of 3 palettes. We have 3 on the chopping block. There's a couple more that I can think might end up using in a project and then deciding to declutter at that point, but that is it for my minis. Okay, this is my main palette collection, my storage for my main palette collection, and I do have them kind of sorted by brand. They're not like in alphabetical order or anything like that. They're just in how they fit. So now that you've seen how they're organized, I am going to get you closer so that you guys can have close-ups to the palettes as we're looking at them. Starting with the first drawer here, I do have 3 Blend Bunny palettes. The first one is the Blend Bunny Dollhouse palette. This is the first palette that I tried from Blend Bunny. I love this palette. The only one that I don't really love is the shade here. It's been forever since I've used this palette, but I remember when I first used this palette, I was like, this is the perfect palette for a color lover who needs neutrals, and I stand by that. I have Blend Bunny Surge. Blend Bunny mattes are fantastic. This is Blend Bunny Lure, and I mean, one of my favorite palettes in my whole collection. I also have 3 Sydney Grace palettes in here. We have the Tiny Marvels palette, which is the collaboration palette that they did with Mel Thompson. In addition to the collaboration palette that they had with Mel, they also ended up putting together a singles collection that she did as a Natasha Denona 15 pan retro palette to like expand on the mini retro palette, and this was before they came out with their own retro 15 pan eyeshadow palette that looks very similar to this, but this one I enjoyed using a whole lot more than that one, so this one also won't be going anywhere. And then I have Love's Journey, which is actually a really beautiful eyeshadow palette that kind of reminds me a little bit of Natasha Denona Biba because it has a warm row, a neutral row, and a cool row. This is such a great formula. Sydney Grace has just such a wonderful formula, and I do know that, you know, for this palette and this one specifically, if I didn't want to keep them in here, I can pull all the singles out and put them into my singles collection, which is a perk, in my humble opinion, to having these palettes in my collection. I have 3 from Violet Voss. I have the Violet Voss Flamingo palette, which opens like a book and is a really beautiful like summertime palette. And the Violet Voss formula is so good. If you are sleeping on it, haven't tried it, try it. It is a really great eyeshadow palette. I have the Like a Boss, which, you know, has some interesting colors in it and isn't necessarily like a standout palette in my collection, but it is a very good palette in my collection. Like I said, the Violet Voss formula is a really good formula, so I hold on to it for that reason. And then I have the Pro, which is kind of an ABH Modern Renaissance expanded dupe. It's actually really quite good. It doesn't look like I've used this palette at all, but I promise you that I have. These are all my Melt eyeshadow palettes. Almost all of them are still in their boxes for whatever reason. I have Halloween Town. It's actually a favorite of mine. I like this palette a whole lot. I have Christmas Town, like this. This one I like more in Halloween Town, but these are both Nightmare Before Christmas palettes, and they have that moving palette component. Gemini 1. The great thing about Melt Cosmetics is all of their eyeshadow palettes, these shades come out of their palettes too, so if I ever wanted to get rid of any of them, like I could pull out the shades and put them into my singles collection I have Gemini 2. Truly a beautiful eyeshadow palette. One of you guys out there used a shadow, I believe, from this palette to dupe the Natasha Denona Bloom palette, which I thought was super smart. Muerte, which this palette is never going anywhere. Vida, which is the other half, the Sugar Skull. I have Electrip. I don't really love this palette 100%, but it's a decent palette, and it is a melt palette, and I love melt. Strive to have as many melt cosmetics palettes as possible. They are just one of my favorite brands. Even though they do have kind of a fickle formula, they are a truly beautiful shadow palette. This one is my 420 palette, perfect fall eyeshadow palette. And that one is the only one that's not in its case. I have the Bailey Sarian Fatally Yours, really beautiful all matte eyeshadow palette. It wasn't my favorite, but it is a very nice palette. I think that it wasn't my favorite because the shadows aren't like, they're actually a lot deeper in the palette than they appear. So I think that's why I didn't love it so much. This is the Smoke Sessions palette. It looks like this. Mostly shimmers, 2 mattes in there. Truly a beautiful green and gold eyeshadow palette, even though I don't love gold. The golds in here are quite a bit more green leaning than they are gold. And then I have the Smoke Sessions 2 palette, which is a total fave for me. I love this palette so much. Moving on to this shelf, I have all of my Danessa Myricks palettes. Lightwork, Volume 4. Interesting palette. Got this in a Beautylish Lucky Box. Lightwork, Volume 5. Also got in a Beautylish Lucky Box. Lightwork, Volume 6, which is the Freedom palette. And this one was the one that I said that I was going to take out the like 3 different trays and put it all together with the pastel tray that I have in there. I still think I might do that, actually. Groundwork Blooming Romance palette. And I have the Groundwork Defining Neutrals. Favorites in my collection for sure. And then we have all of my Pat McGrath eyeshadow palettes. Pat McGrath, you don't know what one it is except for the markings on the component. So I keep all the outer cartridges for this. So the first one I have is this one, which is Mothership Volume 2, and it is the Sublime palette. This is the only one that I had in my collection for a very long time because, like, Pat McGrath is really expensive, but this is what the palette looks like. It's just probably her most neutral, least pink palette, I think, out there, and I really like this for no other reason but for that green. It's a beautiful eyeshadow palette, and the first one that I ever had. Now, I did, with this one, not know all the things, and I accidentally threw away the, like, card that tells you the shade names of this one, so I couldn't tell you any of that. I think the second one that I got was this one, which is her Celestial Divinity palette that came out for a holiday one year. It looks like this, and I know that part of the comments around this palette is like 2 of the like 6 pans in here. So 12 of these shadows were relaunched in this, and they were actually part of the Star Wars collection. I think everybody, I can't remember the whole hubbub about it. I wasn't a huge super fan of Pat McGrath, and still like love Pat McGrath, don't get me wrong, but like I'm not a stan for Pat McGrath, like in terms of like the brand in a nutshell. But I think that the people who bought the Star Wars palettes, if I remember correctly, were mad because they assumed that they were going to be just in those palettes, and then they showed up in this too, and people were irritated, and rightly so. But what I've learned about Pat McGrath since, you know, being in this place is that a lot of her palettes have shadows from other palettes of hers. She repeats shades all the time. We shouldn't be surprised. This is number 5, Bronze Seduction. This actually is a recent purchase. I didn't fall into this as heavily as a lot of other people did when it first came out, but I think this is the first palette that I've used by Pat McGrath that I absolutely 100% fell in love with. This one is number 6, which is Midnight Sun, and this one is my favorite. It looks like that. It's a truly beautiful palette. It's just really easy to use. The tones are really nice. It's a favorite for me. This one is my number 9, Utopian Dream. I remember when this one first came out. This one is the only Pat McGrath palette that I ever saw promo pictures of and was like, I absolutely have to have that palette. And it is stunning, truly. This one is number 10, Moonlit Seduction. This one is so pretty. This special shade right here, absolutely gorgeous. This one is Sunlit Seduction, and this one I just received as a gift from Andy late last year, and used it in my February palette roulette video where I review palettes. Love this palette. It's so pretty. Had a good time with it. And then last but not least, for sure, is my Mothership 12 Petalmorphosis, and this one was a gift to me from another friend of mine in the space who wishes to remain anonymous, but you know who you are and you know I love you. And this is what this one looks like, and it is the special edition packaging, the lavender special edition packaging. So pretty. I think honestly that the shades in this palette look better against the black background, but I cannot be any more grateful to have this lavender packaging. It's so pretty, and it's the only Pat McGrath palette, as you saw, that I have special packaging in, so really excited to have that in my collection. So of course all of those are going to stay. I'm going to put those together and grab out this one right here. I decided to go with this cabinet. That one is just kind of a hit and miss category. It's got a bunch of palettes from a bunch of different brands, but they're all like mainstream brands. This is my KVD Saint and Sinner. This is the only palette I have from KVD, and I actually quite like this palette a lot. It's been a long time since I used it though. Who knows what the quality is like, so I need to get this in rotation at some point just to get some use out of it and see if it still is working really well. The great news about this palette is all those shades also come out of here, so if I find that some of them are performing really well and some of them are just not, I can pull these shades into my singles. I have the Lorac Pro palette. It's just a really plain Jane palette. Mattes on top, satins on the bottom row. Each matte has a subsequent satin to go with them. Really great, just worthy formula. Like, it's definitely a formula that you can stand behind because you know it's going to work every time. And because of my experience with that palette, I elected to try out the Lorac Meraki palette. And this one, actually, my attention was drawn to it because of my friend Leanna, who has it in her collection, as well as my friend Andy, who has it in her collection. And I was like, well, what's all the hype about? So I decided to try it out. I did review this one earlier this year, and I really like the palette. And again, this is a palette that all of the shades come out of this and can be in a magnetic palette, so I enjoy that part of that palette as well. I have these three from Urban Decay. Urban Decay is not my favorite brand in terms of eyeshadow palettes or eyeshadow formula, but this one is the least favorite of them all. This is the Wired palette, and you know, I keep this palette because it has so many different shades in it from the original Urban Decay Electric palette, which was the palette catalyst for my channel, and this just has memories for me. Not this palette specifically, but some of the shades in here. That's why I hold on to this. So I really need to determine that this is not a palette that I need to have in my collection. But I just love these shades so much. In the Electric palette, which is in my Makeup Memories drawer. This one I haven't nearly used in the same way. I don't know. I feel like I have to hold on to it though. I don't have to hold on to this. I'm going to declutter it. Crazy sauce. I didn't see that coming. This is my Urban Decay Moon Dust palette. This I got at TG Maxx at one point. You know what, you guys? I am not decluttering this. I don't know why. The shadows in this are not nearly the same quality as the ones in the Electric palette, but I am going to make it a point to write this one down, pull it into a project at some point in time, and we'll go from there. I feel like I would regret it, and I don't want to live my life regretting those kind of decisions, so we'll hold on to it. This is my Urban Decay Moondust palette. This is what this one looks like, and it is all 8 shades are the Moondust formula before they started coming out with those in singles form. I don't have anything that is spectacular in here, but I do love this palette for just the topper nature of these palettes or shadows. I really do love their Moondust formula. And then this is my Urban Decay Born to Run eyeshadow palette. And you know, you guys, this is just a really good staple palette. I really quite love this palette. I know it doesn't look like I've used it a whole heck of a lot, but I really have. It was a good, you know, palette for my collection for a long time. It was one of the only ones that I had that had like everyday colors in it, and I used it a lot. I don't love the Urban Decay eyeshadow formula, but I do love the 3 palettes that I have, so I will be holding on to those. I have one palette left from BH Cosmetics, which is very sad to me. This is the Avocado Toast palette, and it looks like this. Just a really pretty like green geared palette, but also has some beautiful neutrals in there for your everyday eyeshadow looks. Again, another palette that I think could be a neutral lover's color palette. Some really pretty green shimmers in here and really beautiful mattes. BH had such a great eyeshadow formula. It's really sad that they're, you know, no longer a brand. I have these ones from Too Faced, the Too Faced Chocolate Gold eyeshadow palette that looks like this. This used to be the Shiznit in the day, and I don't really necessarily think it's the Shiznit anymore, but it still smells like chocolate. It still performs really well, so I am going to hold on to it. I don't know, there's just something about eyeshadow palettes that they used to do that they just don't do anymore, because a lot of these, especially Too Faced's tin packaging palettes, they're so good. This is my Too Faced Sweet Peach eyeshadow palette. This was the very first eyeshadow palette and collection of other things that I really felt like I needed to be a part of, and I didn't even participate in it in its first release. I believe I participated in its second release, and I'm super happy to have taken part of it. This is one of my favorite eyeshadow palettes and probably one of my most used eyeshadow palettes in my collection. I have the Too Faced Italian Spritz. This one I did get in gratis when I worked at Ulta. I would say that this one isn't horrible, but it's also not like something to write home about. I really do like the formula in here. I just am not a fan of the color story. It's just kind of all over the place for me. And then I have the Too Faced Aptly in Love palette, and this is truly a beautiful eyeshadow palette. And that's it for the tin packaging, but I also have the Too Faced Born This Way Natural Nudes palette, which is probably my favorite neutral eyeshadow palette in my collection. It's just really easy to use, and I love that it's a 2-and-done eyeshadow centric kind of palette. Like every single large pan is a matte and every single small pan is a shimmer that goes with that matte, and it's just such a really great formula in here. I would venture to say it's even better than the tin packaging formulas. So really great formula, really great palette to have in your collection. And then I have 3 here from Tarte. Oldest Tarte palette is the Tartist Pro. Such a great, just everyday formula, mostly mattes in there. Just the 4 round shades on the one end are the shimmers in the collection. The blue down at the bottom is supposed to be a duochrome. It's not really a duochrome. I do love Tarte's matte formula though, and if you get really up close and personal with this palette, you can see just how used it is, because most of the imprints on those shadows are non-existent anymore. Used the poop out of this palette. Then I have the Tarte Maneater, and you know, I thought about decluttering this palette, I don't know, several times, but I used it last fall and really enjoyed using it, so I will hold on to it, but it is a dang mess, and I don't remember Tarte's eyeshadows being as messy as they are in this palette. And it's funny to me because there's so many YouTubers out there that are like, this is the best Tarte formula out there, and I don't really agree. I think that the best Tarte formula is the ones that are in these kind of packages. These ones don't hold a candle to the formula in these packages. This one is my Tarte Tartlet in Bloom, and this is just a really great everyday eyeshadow palette. Like, it's a super easy eyeshadow palette to use, has its same wonderful Tarte formula, and as you can see, most of the imprints for Tarte on this palette are also non-existent because I just use it all the time. I do have another Tarte palette in this way in my drawer of shame that is the Tartlet Matte eyeshadow palette that I'm super excited about, because honestly that's where I think Tarte really kills it, is their matte formula. So I'm going to put all these palettes back, and then we'll go to this cabinet, and then we'll do Natasha. Let's start with these guys. I have 3 of the ABH Norvina collection palettes. Volume 1, which was categorized as the purple palette. I think there is a secondary purple palette that came out after this one that fits the purple palette description much better than this one, but you know, I have to be honest with you, these shadows aren't fantastic, but they are really, really good, and I find myself pulling for them when I'm looking for a specific color that I can't find anywhere else in my palette collection. Volume 2, which was categorized as the blue-green palette, and it has some really beautiful shades of blue in it. And then I have Volume 3, a palette that I pull into my rotation every single fall without fail. And I use hit and miss here and there. Like, these aren't palettes that I pull out and I use every single shade in the palette, but they are definitely palettes that I pull out and get use out of often, to a detriment though, because I often forget to track them. And I have all of these from ABH. At one point in time, I did fall into the ABH trap where they were selling you every single palette that they could in rocket fire manner. So I have a ton of them. I have Subculture. This one is Norvina. We have Modern Renaissance, and crazily enough, I also have a brand new Modern Renaissance in my giveaway drawers. I have Carly Bible, Alyssa Edwards, Jackie Aina. Probably is my favorite ABH palette. I think that in a ranking, I think I put this one number 1, and I stand by that still to this day. And I know it's been a minute since I ranked these guys. I have Soft Glam, I have Sultry, and then from her newer collection I have Cosmos, which is one of my favorites. Did you guys see that happen? That just totally fell out of there. Oh, that's sad to me. Look it. That's my favorite shade. I'm gonna set this aside and see if I can't fix that. That makes me so sad. Oh no, it's on the carpet. Okay, we're gonna have to get the shop vac up here. I have Nouveau, and then I have Rose Metals. This one is my least favorite. Then I have 4 Huda palettes. I used to have a few more than this, but I have decluttered mini Huda palettes in the last several years. This is Pretty Grunge palette. Probably my favorite Huda palette. Mercury Retrograde. Rose Quartz. My Rose Quartz came broken, so try and be very careful with that one. And then I have Nude, which is probably my most used, but has 2 glitters in it, so I don't use those at all. And it's probably my most used to be a favorite, is now probably my least favorite of the 4 that I have. But still a really pretty palette and really a very useful palette. Okay, it's the next day because my camera did something stupid and wouldn't connect to my monitor. P.S. I fixed that. Oh, hello. I fixed the Cosmos palette. It's not up here because it's still with powder all over it, but I did fix it, and I got it up off of my carpet, which is white, which is super ecstatic about that. This is all my Natasha Denona palettes, so we're going to pull these guys down. This whole shelf is Natasha Denona. We're going to pull these down and go through them. I might go grab my coat because I'm kind of cold. We have her Hypernatural Face palette. I think there were 2 versions of this. I have the light version. Were there 2 versions of this? I can't remember. The Love Face palette. Glam Face palette. These are kept with my eyeshadow palettes because otherwise I won't use them. I have Bloom, which is my most recent Natasha Denona review. I have Love. I have Sunrise, the Roxa palette. I need a nude. Bronze. My Dream, one of my favorites. I Need a Worm. Zendo. Yucca. Xenon. Pastel. Retro Glam. This one and the regular retro palette I get confused on because this one matches the mini retro palette, but the first retro palette is the first one she came out with. I like that one much better, but I always accidentally call this one retro because it matches the mini retro. So sometimes, you guys, sometimes I need help. This one is the Glam palette. This one I wasn't going to get, but I'm so happy that I did. Of course, we have the Retro palette, which is a favorite for me. And those are it for my midi size. Then I have a bunch of her full size. I do have, I think, 3 more in my drawer of shame, but I have the Gold palette, which is full size. Circo Loco. Sunset. Biba. One of my favorites. Leela. Trio Chrome. Metropolis. Star. And then, of course, Green Brown and Purple Blue. All right. So that's all of my current in-use Natasha Denona collection. We're going to go to this shelf. This is mostly indie in these bottom shelves here. I think that there's some Morphe in here. Yeah, there's definitely some Morphe in these 3 bottom shelves. But for the most part, it's all indie down here. So I have 5 palettes from Cosmic Brushes. Undergrowth. Serenity. I like the Serenity palette for complementary palette to other palettes that I'm using. I have Muse, Cool Trolls, and Winter Wonderland. Such a pretty palette. I have 2 Sigma palettes. I have Enchanted, which I bought because of Kelly Gooch, and I don't even really love that palette, to be honest with you. And then I also have Untamed, which is such a pretty palette. I really enjoy this palette, and I'm super glad I picked it up. I have 2 Adept palettes, the Plain Jane, the Ninhydrin. I'd like to pick up more from Adept, but because their palettes are beautiful, but to be honest, kind of bother my eyes. I have 6 from Unearthly, Devour. They're all favorites. I have a least favorite, but for the most part, I would pick any of these over any of these. This is Lore, Dead of Night, Dreamer, Don't Be Jelly. Such a fun palette. This is such a fun palette, you guys. And I know if you're afraid of color, you're probably looking at that going, holy crap, that's a lot of color. But it is such a fun palette. And then I, of course, have the Not Normal palette, which was the catalyst for me getting all these palettes from Unearthly. And as soon as I purchased this one, they came out with an 18 pan that I think is much better. This was not a palette that I 100% loved. I would buy the 18 pan even though I have this one. Give this one to a friend maybe. It's not a horrible palette. I just think the 18 pan is much better. I have 3 from Inslee Rain, but one is currently being used in a project, so I'll show you those ones in a minute. But these 2 are the ones that I have in this like section here. So I have Cold Moon. I love this palette. And surprisingly, most of the shades in these palettes do not bother my eyes, which is crazy because they're chunky and lovely and chunky. This one is Groovy Garden. It's like that. I love Inslee Rain. There's a couple more palettes that I want to pick up from them. And then I have 2 from Dominique Cosmetics. This one is Berries and Cream. And this one's such a pretty color story. That blue is a horrible blue in that palette though. And then I have Celestial Storm, which was a BoxyCharm thing that I think my mom gave me, if I'm honest. I think I had 5 at one point in time from Dominique Cosmetics, but not my favorite from a formula standpoint. I just don't think that they're all that great. What are you doing? What are you doing, my love? Hi. Hi, do you guys like his man bun? He's so skittish. He was abused. I rescued him from an abusive situation. He and his siblings, my sister has 2 of them. A friend of hers has 1 of them. They were rescued from an abusive situation. He's so skittish. So I have a hard time even taking him on a walk. I can't imagine what he'll do with a groomer. So we try our best here. That means a man bun so he can see because he's a cockapoo and his hair is so curly and there's a lot of it. I need to shave him. And at some point, it's starting to get warm here. Next we have this middle box here. We have, I guess, ColourPop, Stone Cold Fox. This and that Baroque palette are the only 2 ColourPop palettes that I have. I have Juvia's Place, Walhalla 2. Not my favorite Juvia's Place palette, honestly, but it's got some surprises and some really pretty colors. But 4 of the shadows in here are just straight up glitter, so I won't wear those. This one is Garden of Juvia's, and you know, I think it was DW or K, I can't remember which one. They love this palette, and they gave me a renewed spirit to try it again, so I did, and I actually quite love it. Not a bad pastel palette, and it is a better formula than, honestly, the old Juvia's Place formula, so I decided that I do like it. I have the Zulu, which looks like this. Their mattes are definitely stand out. The Festival, I really do like their mattes a lot. Saharan 2. Could I get rid of this one? Probably. Am I going to? I think I want to try and get some use out of it. It might be on the chopping block though. The Deuce. I actually quite love this palette. The color story is a little odd, but it is a beautiful palette. This one is Tribe, beautiful color story. And this one is Nomad, and might be one of my favorites. The only thing I don't love about this palette is two of the mattes are like glitter mattes, and it's this one and this one. And I don't love glitter in my mattes, but they work okay. Also, the two yellows in this palette might as well be the same colors, so there's that. I have one palette by Beauty Bay, and it is the new Romantic palette, and I could get rid of so many palettes. I could get rid of Modern Ren. I mean, this is a beautiful pink and red color story. Really great palette. The formula seems to have held up too. I have two palettes from Kaleidos. I have Club Nebula, which is the one that they did with Angelica Nyquist. It's a favorite for me. And then they also have the Escape Pod, which the year I purchased this was my palette of the year that year. I actually quite love this palette. The shimmers were fantastic. And I think they were my first indie brand. I have one palette from Question Beauty, which I need to get more. I need to get all of them. This one is just so good. This is the Legend of Land and Sea palette. This was a gift to me from a friend here on YouTube, and it is just so pretty. Nope, you can't eat that. You can't eat it. You can't eat it. It's not for your consumption. I have only one Nomad palette, and it is the Cartagena Mágica. And I think I'm going to declutter this because I just don't love the Nomad formula, if I'm honest with you. So this is an old Nomad palette. There are a couple of their new palettes that I'd really love to try, but this one, I mean, it's a good, of the Nomad formulas that I've had, this one is the best of them, and I really love these colors on my eyes, right? But if I'm gonna pick up a palette with the idea of doing like an orange yellow or pinky eye look, I'm gonna use a different palette. So I'm gonna declutter this one. I have one from Be Perfect, and it's the Carnival 3 palette. Love Tahiti, looks like this. I used this in Deck of Panning last year, and my friend Andy tagged along for the ride. Really great palette, love this palette. Still performs so beautifully. I actually have 5 big Morphe palettes, but one of them is also in my in use, so you guys will see that when I bring those out. This one is the 35D Desert Bouquet palette. This one I believe I got in gratis. I don't know, it just suddenly appeared in my collection. I don't remember receiving it, but it's a pretty palette. I don't mind it at all, and that shocked me. I have the original Jaclyn Hill palette. This is with the vegan formula, and it looks like it's barely touched, but I promise you, I have used it so much. I don't know how the formula is holding up in this guy though, because it's older than my Such a Gem, and I feel like my Such a Gem is failing. This is my 35M, which is my Boss Mood palette. This was a gift to me from a person that I trained when I was a trainer for Starbucks. And then I have the giant James Charles palette, which we'll need to see how the formula is holding up in this guy too. I'm really worried about it now that I know that my Such a Gem palette isn't performing as I once remember it performing. So we'll see how it goes. We're gonna go to that section. I have, I think, 5 palettes from Glamlight. I have the Cake palette, which looks like it's in an oven. Cute palette, even cuter box. I don't know that I could ever get rid of that palette. The Paint Pro. I can't remember if this is Paint or Paint Pro. I had both of these. I gave my daughter the bigger of the two and kept this one because I really liked this color story better. This is getting really old, but it still performs. I just tried it the other day. I have the original Michaela palette. I don't even know Michaela. I don't watch her or anything like that. I just Really liked the palettes. I have the Michaela number 2. I specifically really liked this one. And I bought these after this one came out because I wanted this one and just happened to be able to get them in a bundle almost cheaper. So did that. And then I have the Chucky Crazy in Love palette. Nice. I like this palette a lot. Kind of fallen out of love with Glamlight just because, I don't know, there's just not a whole lot of color stories that I like from them anymore. I have 5 from Odin's Eye. I can't remember what this collection was called, but this is the Planet Spirit palette. And it was a collaboration with Betty Jean, or Betty Bean. Love that palette. Flora Story palette, which is in collaboration with Makeup Just for Fun. And this was my palette of the year I bought it. I love this palette so much. Sea Talk palette in collaboration with Lauren May Beauty, which is the catalyst to me even buying this set because I really like Lauren May. This is a great palette, really pretty, fun colors to use, and really great companion palette, I would say. I wouldn't use this one on its own. I probably wouldn't use the Batty Bean one on its own either, but so pretty, the 3 of them. And then I have the Angelica Nyquist, most recent like Halloween 2 palettes. I have Little Ghosts, which is the colorful one, and then I have Trick or Treat, which is the more like everyday, I guess, of the 2. Don't really love this green if I'm being honest with you. I have 3 left in my collection from Ace Beauté. I have this one, which is the Ace Beauté Flare palette. Looks like this. I kind of go back and forth with whether I just want to declutter these Ace Beauté palettes, because I've had to declutter one before for mold reasons, but these are so nice. I really do like them a lot, but they are getting old. I guess maybe chopping block would be a good place for them for now. This one is Classical Paradise. It's definitely a fall palette. And then this one is Blossom Passion. It looks like this. Some of my favorite eye looks were done with this palette, and I think that's why I hold on to it like I do. But there's so many other pink palettes that I have in my collection that I should just let go of those. And then I have 5 from Lunar Beauty. Nude Prism. It's just a basic palette. It's really dang pretty. Eternal Eclipse. Strawberry Dream. Moonspell Volume 2. I got this one from a friend. Thank you, Kim. And Moonspell Volume 1. I bought mine on like the 3rd release of it. I'm so glad that I was able to pick it up. Looks like that. I think I'm gonna get rid of these. Like when I look at these palettes and the other palettes that I have, I wouldn't pick those up before I'd pick up any of the other ones on these shelves. So I'm gonna fill that back up. I'm gonna go get my drawer of shame, and then I'm going to get the ones that are currently in use, and we'll go from there. Okay, I didn't fill that cabinet, but these are the ones that I have currently in use. This is my Morphe Such a Gem, so 39S. This one will be decluttered. It is currently in my deck of panning for long-term goal, I guess. No pan left behind. And I'm struggle bussing with it. It's just not sticking to my eye. Definitely isn't the same as it used to be. These ones are working fine, but the rest of them are just patchy and not great. So the shimmers are doing okay, but yeah, just patchy, not great. This one will likely be decluttered, but for now it's staying in because it's in my deck of panning. This is my other Inslee Rain. This one also is in my deck of panning right now, and this one is Lands of Enchantment, and it is not going anywhere. I love this palette. This one is a favorite of mine from last year, I do believe, is the first time I tried it. I got this one from my friend Leanna. This is by Sugar Drizzle. Sugar Drizzle. It is the Plumeria Dragon. It's the only one from this brand that I have. Looks like that, and I've used this a couple times, and it's fantastic. I love it. I like it a lot. This one is my only Patrick Ta palette that I have in my collection left. This one is the Major Dimension 3 palette, and it is the All Matte palette, also in my Decapanning right now. This one is the one that I'm reviewing in my palette Roulette right now. The rest of them are in Decapanning. So those ones are all in use. And then I have several in my drawer of shame, which just means I've purchased these palettes and I haven't used them yet. And I keep them in my drawer of shame until I utilize them in a palette review. So I got these two from Ulta Beauty in buy one get one minis, which was crazy sauce to me because these are still like $30. I got the Urban Decay Naked Basics 2. I don't love the Urban Decay formula, and originally the idea was putting this into my giveaway drawer, but it came to me a little bit broken over here, so I am just going to keep it because it'll be a good palette to travel with. It's all mattes and it's just basic mattes, and you can't really go wrong with a brown matte, I feel like, so hopefully they don't do me dirty. The other one is the Naked 3. This one came to me fully intact. So it looks like this. I feel like I have plenty of those shades everywhere in my collection. So I feel like I probably just need to indeed put this into my giveaway drawer because that's what I bought it for. So this one I will do that with. That will go. I have my Tartelette Matte, and I'm actually really excited about this. As I said earlier, Tarte has just a genuinely good matte formula, so I love that this is just basics, and that is why I did not need this palette. If this had not come like slightly broken in that one shade, I wouldn't hold on to it because I did purchase this one because everybody kept telling me that that MAC palette that I had that I did not love, the High Five color one, was not a true representation of MAC, so I went ahead and I purchased a different one with a different color story, and this one is the Future Flame. It's such a beautiful package again, and this one has pretty normal colors and really a color story that's right up my alley. A little bit deep, a little bit like, I don't know, like orangey, coral, burgundy. I think that I'm going to have a good time with this palette, but we'll see if MAC can redeem themselves with this palette in my eyes, because that last palette was the first eyeshadow palette that I had ever tried from MAC, and I was just so disappointed. I also bought the Warrior 2 by Juvia's Place. As I said, I really, really like the Juvia's Place matte formula, and I don't know, I was on a all matte eyeshadow kick for a minute. This is the Warrior 2, and it is an all matte eyeshadow palette by Juvia's Place. I feel like their old shimmer formula is also really good and at one point in time served a purpose, but these days, you know, my eyes, aging eyes, I feel like it's just too heavy for my eyes these days. The newer one, the Garden of Juvia's, is actually quite nice, so like that. And then I have 3 Natasha Denona palettes that are in this drawer of shame, and one of them is, I'm embarrassed to say, the Golden palette. And the reason why I'm embarrassed to say that is because this is not even close to new anymore. I actually have given this away as a gift to a friend. I gave this to her last year for her birthday, a different one. I have it in my collection. I haven't even tried it, and I need to use it. I need to use it. I mean, just flat out. Yep. And then I also have both of the texture and tone palettes that she came out with last year. So this one is the Dramatic. So pretty. So pretty. Look at that little pop of like crazy, like midnight blue, black, purple. So pretty. And
This one is the soft. I like that she's going back to like her roots with the white packaging, and that is what that one looks like. And this one is mostly matte as I'm looking at it. It does have some shimmers in it, but it's mostly matte. And the other one has a little bit more like sparkle in it. So that's it. That's it. That is all I got for you in terms of my palette collection. And as you guys saw, we didn't really get rid of much. This is the stack of stuff that we got rid of. But I feel like everything in my collection is things that I love and that I want to use. And I also feel like what's in this collection that maybe could be a chopping block item are the palettes that I'm pulling into my deck of panning and that, so that I get more familiar with them and see if I actually do want them or no, and will declutter them through that process. I've been doing that more so than the last couple years than doing, you know, big old declutters anyways. There are 8 palettes here that we are getting rid of. And that takes my palette collection back down, and I feel okay with that. That said, thank you guys so much for joining me today. I hope that you and yours are doing well. I hope that you are all safe and healthy and getting along as best that you can. I hope that you are all loving each other, being kind humans, living your best life. I hope that you love the little doggy cameos in here and loved walking through my collection. And until next time, friends. Bye.